Hey everyone, how are y'all? Sally Mae, how are you? Scott, how are you tonight? Hey Michelle, how are you? She, how are you? Yo, I am so behind in chat. JC, how are you? And JC, who are you talking about? Did they find who? You talking about Sebastian? Because no, they still haven't found him, or they haven't confirmed anything anyway. Avery, how are you? All right, Summer. I don't know if you're back or not, but 18 minutes is up. And Lady V, how are you tonight? Hey Princess Megan, how are you? Lieber, how are you tonight? Hi, Cat's Meow, how are you? Alright, yeah, don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in, and also remember to put your chat on live chat. Okay, and I gotta get this live reaction thing off of my screen. Give me just a second, y'all. It gets in my way, and I can't see nothing or what people are saying in the comments because it blocks half of it. And emails pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs it. Michelle, I'm doing all right. A little irritated with some of these cases. So, dang, like all this stuff happening, and they're not finding people that's missing, and parents going out to eat. They're not worried about their missing child. It's craziness. Hiya, Avery. All right, y'all, let's get my stuff pulled up here. So, have y'all all heard about this dog that was out searching in Sebastian? Well, searching for Sebastian, and he ended up hitting on a spot where they were searching at. Cats me out. That's what I said. I mean, like, they're out at restaurants and stuff like that. Not even worried about, or don't act like they're worried about their child missing. But anyway, so the Cajun Navy was called in. I believe it was by Sebastian's bio dad, and asked if they would come in and help. And so they went in. There was dogs brought in. They were searching an area. Um, I think I had read that the area where they were searching at had not been, I guess, checked or whatever before, and the dog hit. Um, Everybody was asked to move out of the area. Now all of a sudden, it's been said that I guess Ellie has asked, "Hey, Mind Monsters, how are you?" Law enforcement has asked the Cajun Navy to stand down for 7 days, but they're saying they're going to be back out there tomorrow. Um, Ellie is saying that the area where the dog hit, they don't think it has anything to do with Sebastian. I'm guessing they didn't even look, or the way that they are uh, putting it out to the public. They didn't go look. Hey, Kelly, how are you? Um, and I I'll be honest. I don't understand how they gather that it doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. A dog hit. You would think that they would go check it out. I have read different places that there was tape found. Um, all right, Sally Mae, you want to come up? Hold on, I'll grab a link for you. Um, but for whatever reason, law enforcement doesn't think that there's anything. It has nothing to do with him. I don't know if law enforcement knows something that they're just not putting out to the public because they maybe don't want the stepdad and mom to know or whatever. I don't know what's going on. This whole case is a whole big mess in Sebastian's case, uh, and it's crazy how they had this group come in and then ask them to stand down, but yet the Cajun Navy saying that they're going back regardless tomorrow. Mind and Monsters, I am doing good, thank you. Lady V, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you tonight?
I'm all right. I actually slept
Yeah,
last
that.
night.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yes.
Um, yeah, them not going. That doesn't make sense. Them not going back out there.
Well. They have said that they're going back tomorrow, so I'm glad that they're going back. I mean, if you have a missing child, especially one who is autistic, uh, you anybody who is willing to go out and search, they should allow them to search. I don't understand why they asked them to stand down.
Okay, here's the slant. So earlier, I was looking at tweets and videos and all that.
Uh
So
huh.
there was a tweet stream by JLR in which there was a tweet from the United Cajun Navy saying that there's a possibility that LE did not search that area because they already know some things and that it may be happening soon what they know, like what they're going to act on, right?
Hmm.
Then that tweet was deleted because they probably told him to shut his mouth.
Right.
So now they were, they're originally saying that they were told to stand down for 7 or 8 days or whatever it was. And now Cajun Navy is saying that they will be back tomorrow in spite of the warning.
Because it doesn't.
So figure that out.
Well,
It makes no sense why they would even ask them to
No, it
stand
doesn't. What you
down.
said earlier
in,
doesn't
unless they know
really
something
coincide
about
with
the
that.
unless they know something about that spot, this little boy can't wait 7 more days. I don't think his dad can stand 7 more days of not
No.
knowing. Every little body out there helps. I don't get it.
Hey,
Yeah. Hey, Avery.
Hey,
it's driving me crazy that people are saying that police aren't there. They have it blocked off. They have to get a warrant because it's federal property. The police cannot just go on there and search. They have to get a search warrant.
Yeah, no, I did hear that
Well,
too.
take it with a
That it
grain of
was
salt. It was said
federal.
by JLR.
And they have a police officer at the end of the road. They have
Mhm.
officers further in without
Do you know
being
that they're
on.
there right now, though?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there
Really?
was somebody that I had seen on Twitter. I don't remember the person's name, but they said that as of 2 hours ago, it was blocked off.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
I had
and
heard
the
that
thing
too
is
at
it
several places.
Well, so we're
And,
hearing conflicting
and I
reports.
did hear that it is federal lands. It was,
mhm,
what is it, the Army Corps of Engineers or something like
mhm.
that. And that somebody had called in and reported that they were there searching illegally because of it being federal land.
Yeah.
Uh, and so, and this is the area where the dog hit. And when the dog hit, all of a sudden they were all asked to leave out. So I don't know if it was it because the dog hit there or was it because of that they were there searching illegally with it being federal land. But either way, I have seen that it is blocked off. Uh, it's being said that the Cajun Navy was asked to stand down for 7 days for whatever reason. I don't know, but they're saying that they're going to be right back out there tomorrow. So,
Well, I think that they're just saying 7 days because I think they don't know how long it's going to take them to get the warrant.
mhm.
Maybe just to be like
Well, it was
on the
being
top of.
implied that they already know something. That's the implication of the tweet by Cajun Navy in JLR's string, the tweet that was deleted.
Well, but why do they have to search
Because I
there?
saw
There's
it
other
earlier, now it's
places to
gone.
search.
Well,
Well,
apparently,
apparently they got a tip to that area.
didn't the dad get a tip or something like
Yeah,
that
the dad
Well,
did.
in that area?
well, I get that, but if there's other places to search, if
Yeah,
they
but
Now,
don't know still, there's still other places to search, isn't?
Yeah, but that sounds really because like the lady when she was looking down at what they found and when
Oh, I
she
know.
said a deep diaper or
Mm-hmm.
insulation along
mhm.
with the other things that she listed, and then Sebastian's mom said that he wears adult
Yes, she
pull-ups.
does. Yeah.
Right.
So I think that's a really crucial area.
Oh, I totally agree. I'm just saying, if they want to search, I mean, there's.
And
But
what I'm understanding is that this area is on the Cumberland River, or
Yes,
right there
that's
close to
what
the
I heard.
Cumberland River,
Interesting.
up from where they were searching for Raleigh.
Well, do we know if it's very fast there or?
There is. Hold on. Oh shit! I actually have Google Maps. So hold on. I can pull it up real quick. There's actually a dam right there, right where the area is that they're saying is blocked off.
mm-mm.
Hold on, let me go back up to Nashville.
And I know people have different opinions about this, but it made me, this is just my opinion, but to know that the biological dad, is out there searching to the point that he has blisters on his feet,
Oh man.
and the mom and stepdad are in a barbecue restaurant feeding their faces, and they haven't even searched one time.
But
If
now
I
they're
What?
could,
wanting. Apparently, they're wanting to file the stepdad. Hey, Jelly Bean is wanting to file a lawsuit against the dad because he was searching too close to his house and making him look
yeah.
bad.
I mean, what is going on? Like,
If if I
what is
cussed, I
wrong
would
with
be
this
cussing.
picture?
Uh, you know what? It's like this. If the stepdad wants to get up there and he wants to do all these interviews and he wants to say this and that, then he needs to get up off of his ass and he needs to go search for Sebastian.
Mhm.
Exactly.
I mean, why aren't they searching? If they can
I
draw
don't
their
understand.
asses
Because they're not worried about it because me honestly, in my personal opinion, I think they know where he's at.
Yep.
That's what I'm beginning to think. And I was trying to, just give these people the benefit of the doubt. But when
Right.
I seen
Mm-mm.
them in a barbecue restaurant eating, I about lost my
I
shit.
mean, and I think I told Libra Moon this earlier in Discord. I know people have to eat. No matter what, you got to eat. If your kid's missing, you still got to eat. But damn it, make you a sandwich and get back out in the woods and be searching for your child.
Yeah, put a backpack on with fucking
Yes,
snacks in the back of it while you're out
yes,
searching.
exactly. Don't
What
worry
they're
about
doing.
going to a damn restaurant and sit there and then play victim because somebody's following you or somebody's searching too close to your house. Uh, That's where he went missing from. What does this man think? I mean, this is the bio dad. He is supposed to be out there. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. He is out there
Hmm.
searching for his son.
And it shouldn't matter where he's searching as long as they find that baby, right?
Exactly.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
you guys, he has walked and searched so much that somebody close to him reported that the blisters on his feet are like pretty much unbearable, but he's still going. That's
Mhm.
what you do when your kid
Well,
is missing.
That's right.
that's what a parent is supposed to do. And then I heard that there was a vigil held for him, and that the mom and the stepdad didn't even go. Like to me, that tells me that they're ungrateful for the help and the prayers and the searchers and everything else that the volunteers are doing. They're ungrateful.
Well, I
They
mean,
are
look what they're
ungrateful.
doing to the family. I mean, the father hasn't worked since, he's been out looking for his kid, and they get a GoFundMe to help pay
Mm-hmm.
some of this stuff that all these costs that he's incurring, and they're having a fit over that too.
All because the dad is searching for his son. He's still got bills he's got to pay.
Right.
I mean, it's known that this man isn't he from Texas? Is he the dad that's from Texas? What dad was from
No,
Texas?
No, he's from like 175 miles away, something
Okay, that
like
must be another
25,
case.
75.
you're thinking of
Okay, it
Madeline
must be
Soto's
another
dad.
Madeline. Okay, okay. But either way, this man has left his home. He has come in to search for his child that is missing. Everybody knows that he is there searching for his child. It's not like he's going to restaurants and going here and going there and not searching for Sebastian. So if they have hey Big Al, how are you? If they have a GoFundMe for this man, whoop de flippin' do. Who
Well, it's
cares?
none of
The
their
man is out
business
here searching for
anyway.
no.
Well,
It's almost like they are jealous because there's been a
Yeah,
GoFundMe set up for him.
that's
Um,
what I
but
thought too.
he's down here doing what he's supposed to be doing. He probably has to pay for a hotel. If he's driving back and forth, you got gas, you got bills at home that's got to be paid. Uh, What do they want him to do? Go back and not
Well,
search?
they
Go
set up
back
a
home?
GoFundMe. They set up a GoFundMe for Riley's family too.
And they came
I've
and people should have.
Well,
I mean,
Yeah, they
they
should.
should
There's
have,
nothing
and
wrong
people
with
should
it.
complain about it. They
I've been
weren't even
hearing
I mean,
married.
if it's a
I've been hearing
go
the
ahead,
stepdad
Avery.
on I've been hearing the stepdad on a few platforms, and
Mm.
he seems to be
Uh-huh.
too busy and concerned about who is covering Sebastian's case
Yeah.
and what kind of
Good,
money
Chris.
that they're making off of it, and like that seems to
Oh
be
my
like his
God.
concern. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have not watched any of these of the mom and the stepdad's interviews. Okay,
Ooh, you don't
I've
want
watched none. Um,
to. You don't want to.
just
You know,
I've seen stuff that like that I've read in articles. I've seen stuff that y'all posted in Discord or that somebody has sent to me in an email. But every time I hear something about this stepdad and this mom, especially that they're eating at a restaurant and they're not searching for their kid and they didn't go to the vigil, I can't stand them.
oh,
Like
it'll make you infuriated.
look at Riley's family. Okay. Then look at Sebastian's family.
Night and day.
Well, you guys know me.
Exactly.
I always give people the benefit of the doubt. I always say, like I won't even make uh, any kind of conclusion or observation of what I could possibly think about Jen Soto. Like I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and I don't jump on all these, different things, these theories and stuff. But this case,
Mm-hmm.
there's something up with the stepdad, and for me to say that, because
Well,
I'm
here's
the
the
one who's
thing.
always saying, just
Yeah,
wait,
I get aggravated and frustrated, like with Jen Soto and stuff. I get aggravated and frustrated. I do try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I'm going to tell you what. This guy absolutely pisses me off. Even just the thought of this man pisses me off. Just how arrogant and oh, I just don't even have words for this guy. I
I
really
just never
don't.
thought I would find myself saying, without any kind of confirmation from law enforcement, I never thought I would find myself saying that I find somebody to possibly be, involved in this. And that's how I'm feeling.
It's just he's so
it's
blatant
sad.
about it.
And if he's innocent, I will eat
It
crow. I will apologize. Like I hate to even say it, but damn, get your fat ass out of a
Kelly,
freaking
he's
barbecue.
15.
Oh, I don't
It's
understand
just,
it.
and I'm gonna go back to Riley's case again. Look at Riley's stepdad. Look
Yeah,
how
I
he was
worry about that
right
man.
there.
Yep, that's a
He
stepdad.
was right there with the mom, and he was right there with the bio dad. Through everything. And then look at
I worry.
Sebastian's. His dad is
I
out there,
worry.
but look at
Yeah, I worry about Riley's stepdad. I was watching his eyes and stuff, and I think it's I don't know. It's just my observation, but I think he's going to be the one that when the dam breaks, is
Yeah,
going to
I
break.
agree. Yeah.
yeah,
He's hurt. He's hurting, and he's
Yeah.
holding it all in
yeah.
for his wife.
Mhm.
But it's a shame though that these kids, like Madeline and Summer and Sebastian, don't have parents and family like Riley had. Because it's obvious Riley had a wonderful family who
Yeah.
cared about him and cared enough to drive from Missouri to Tennessee to
Yeah,
be
from
there
what
to
I
look for him.
understand, they're a real Christian family too, really
Mhm.
involved in their church and stuff.
Yeah.
But this is just bonkers what's going on now.
Yeah. Okay, so this part that I've got pulled up here on the screen, this is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and I don't know the exact spot that they were searching, but this is it. This is the dam right here. They call it. It's the Old Hickory Lock, which is on the opposite side of Nashville from where Raleigh was found. But it's in this area right here. It's where they were at and where it's been blocked off and where they were searching the dog hit and they were all asked to back out. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up. See if that's girl me too until we get more details. I don't want to get my blood pressure. Mind and Monsters, that's the reason why I'm just not going to watch the mom and the stepdad. I would much rather just wait for something to come out from law enforcement. Because I mean, honestly, I just if the mom and the stepdad came out with something, I wouldn't believe them.
Oh, I
Honestly,
wouldn't either.
Well,
now
The only time he opens his mouth is whenever it's about him.
I mean, honestly, they're starting to sound like Don Wells,
Don Wells,
mhm.
starting to panel
exactly.
hop, talking too much instead of searching for their kid, talking about things that are not relevant to their child being missing. It's just
They
ugh,
hardly say his name.
Sally Mae.
what'd she say?
She says, "Scarlett, don't you would break your computer." I wouldn't believe them. So I just there's no point. I know I would get upset over it. I wouldn't believe anything that they had to say. Now, if I just watched them and just cut the volume off and watched their body language, I might could do that. Um, but I mean, if it was the dad up there that we know who has been out searching and was given information that he was able to give, uh, I would listen to it. But
Now, I was listening to another creator's channel, and Jules of Thought was saying that she was told not to even use Sebastian's name. Chris is starting to threaten people.
well, you know what? Chris can
Oh,
kiss
he's
my
been
ass.
threatening. He's been threatening people.
But
Well,
not even say his name. Don't even say his name.
Yeah,
well,
he's been
it's
doing that for days.
hey, it's like this. Chris don't pay my bills,
And the mom,
so
she does like a self-soothing type of rock,
mhm.
and I don't know if it's because she knows something in it and she's trying to, like soothe herself into like they're not going to find out, it's going to be okay, nobody's going to know, or if she's genuinely upset and self-soothing. I can't tell with her. I just can't tell. But with the stepdad, I watch his eyes and stuff, and something is it just
I
doesn't
don't.
feel right.
That man, I get nothing but bad vibes from him, period. From the first time I saw him on an interview, before they even opened their mouth, I was like, there's something is not right with this person.
Mhm.
Yeah, Thistle is right. So and when he told the story, was it yesterday or the day
Didn't he?
before
Didn't he
about
laugh about
you?
it?
He
Yeah.
laughed. Yes,
Let's see. No,
laughed.
no,
I said,
can't.
"Are you freaking kidding me? Who does that?"
Somebody who knows he's not going to walk through that door.
Ugh, okay.
Well, it's like this. I pay the bills here, not him. If I want to say Sebastian's name 1,000 times, I will do that. I don't give a shit what he has to say.
Well,
Sebastian,
but that's a whole way you get you get their names, you get their
right,
faces out there. So you're trying to shut down half of that? Or
right.
we have all these signs that my mom made because she's in real estate that don't say his name.
Well,
Shoot, if I would have known he was going to be at that barbecue restaurant, I would have made the 4-hour drive and I would have walked in there and I would have got right up in his face, nose to nose, and said, Sebastian, Sebastian, Sebastian,
Yep.
what are you going to
Yeah.
do? What you going to do about it?
It's just first of all, Sebastian is not his child. Okay, that is the
Oh
mom
no, and
and the
that
dad.
makes me mad
So
too.
and so you don't get to go and tell people, whether it's the media or people on YouTube or social media or whatever, not to say his name. But it don't work like that.
Mm-mm.
So all right, let me get into wait, Avery. Oh, Avery, Sally Mae says, slow down, I can't keep up.
Yeah, Kelly's right. Then we're billing Avery out for sure.
Yeah, I've got myself a little worked up over this today just because,
Well,
and I
it's
usually
pissing
don't.
people off. That's the
Yeah,
I
thing.
I
yeah,
I have too, and yeah, I'm usually pretty. I try to be chill. I mean, I say what I think, but I don't like really get mad. This guy's just made me mad. I mean, everything he says is just counterproductive.
Mhm.
It's
well,
kind of
y'all,
like Jen Soto, she was giving all of these excuses why they can't find her daughter. He's not doing that, but he's like trying to shut it down
I'll be
as
right
much
back,
as he
y'all.
can. I don't understand his frame of mind.
I don't either. I don't either. I want to try to do some boots on the ground stuff. I decided, to do some more true crime again and just made a new channel today. And I want to do some boots on the ground, but honestly, I'm afraid with
Well,
my
you've got your baby to think of too, Avery. And by the
yeah,
way,
and
I love the name.
I worry like, like in a situation like this, because I know my temper, and if I come up on, Chris, I'd probably deck him.
No,
Um,
you have to worry about yourself. I mean, we do what we can do, Avery, but putting yourself in the line of fire is not going to get things done. You have a child to think of that's sick.
Yeah.
Mind of Monsters, if you want to come up later on, just let me know, and I'll drop the link for you.
I think there's this summer, I think that um I'm gonna have more time alone. And so, because I think that, my child's gonna be going to stay somewhere with his father. So I'm gonna try to do some boots on the ground stuff. So you guys better start getting a little savings.
Avery on the warpath.
Okay, and real quick, while I'm thinking about it, because I have my notes covered up on my plate right now, and Mind of Monsters, you're very welcome. Uh, there was a report that came out in Riley's case, and was it a preliminary autopsy report or something like
Yeah. Yep.
that they are still ruling it as an accident, and that he had no foul play trauma,
Right.
and
Hmm.
that the full report will be out in several more weeks, and plus the tox report and all that'll be out. So
What, 9 weeks,
Yeah.
I think they said.
uh yeah, it was something like that.
And then there was some really good news today. Little Kaylee Gaines is
Yes.
awake and talking and
Oh, is she
everything.
talking? Because I only
Yeah.
thing I heard was that she was out of ICU and that she was breathing on her own.
Yep. They
Thank you
said
for posting that, Sally, by the way.
she's awake, and I don't
Good.
know how well she's talking,
Mm-hmm.
but
That's good news.
that
That's
really was.
wonderful news.
I honestly didn't think she was gonna pull through.
No, I was
I
I
didn't
was
either.
afraid that she wasn't gonna
Let's
make it.
just hope that the Lord reaches down and touches her brain and just mends all of that damage too. 90 days? Sally Mae said 90 days.
For the autopsy report and all that to come out.
Yeah. I knew it was 9 something.
Damn it, I'm looking for a towel, y'all. Hold on. Okay. I'm trying to eat and talk and watch chat. Okay. Let me see. Um, oh, and Caleb Harris. I am still trying to work on a timeline for his on his case.
Have you gotten in? I haven't really seen hardly anything else on him.
I went to the Facebook group and was kind of going through uh like the different posts and stuff like that, trying to get caught up on it. And I've got like the 1 a.m. where he was seen on the ring cam with his friends when he was playing with his dog. And then the article that I had read last night, between 2 and 3, he was chatting with his friends about the planned fishing trip that they had and that he had ordered food. Well, then I see where somebody had said uh, at 3:03 he sent his last snapshot or Snapchat, and then 3:03 and 3:12 was the last time that his phone pinged. But I thought I had seen something in an article, and I was trying to go back and find it where his dad said that at like 2:58 is when something happened. Like I don't remember if it was his phone was either turned off or the battery went dead on it or what. So I've got to go back and find that also to get it in my timeline.
I want to say 2:58 was when he placed a food order, but I'm not 100%.
Because it's kind of been hard to put the timeline together for him, honestly.
Yeah, there's not much information on his case.
There's really not. I looked all over today and I really didn't find anything new.
I'm going back to Twitter real quick. Oh, I did want to read this. Hold on, let me screenshot it so I'm not pulling anybody's stuff up off of Twitter. Because I do have 2 different things that I want to read that Sebastian's grandmother has put out. Got this real quick. You get one? Okay, here we go. Okay.
Whoa.
So this is what?
Oh, you just got really loud all of a sudden.
Oh, do I need to cut myself down?
Oh, that's better.
You sound the same to
Okay.
me.
Oh, it just,
Okay.
for me, all of a sudden was like, whoa.
Oh. All right. So this is Sebastian's grandmother, which is his bio dad's mom. And it says the United Cajun Navy was asked to stand down by the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. However, a number of them stayed to support Seth and to look for my grandson. We want to thank all of the volunteers who were out there, boots on the ground, looking for Sebastian. We can be threatened with lawsuits, but we are not going to stop looking for him. We will find him, and we will be bringing him home to his dad. Thank you again for everything that everyone is doing and all of the prayers. All of the words of support is immensely appreciated. So that was one thing that she put out. Now I got to go find the other one. Right here, I think it is. Yes. Like she is. I take it she don't like Sebastian's mama too much.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can zoom it in a little bit more where y'all can. Nope, it's too much. It's cutting some of it off.
She didn't mince her words either.
Okay. She says, yet another lie exposed. CP has said on multiple interviews that he has left the door open for me to contact them, and CP is the stepdad. I will admit that I left a very emotional message on March 16th on her Facebook Messenger and tell her to tell the truth for the first time in her life. I did tell her that if anything has happened to my grandson, I would push the death penalty. Can't blame her.
No.
if the mom and the stepdad had something to do with it, you can't blame her. Yesterday, I received the following from KP. Robin, please do not contact us anymore. Your messages have all been forwarded to law enforcement, as well as this request for you to no longer contact us.
Okay, who's Robin?
Robin is Sebastian's grandmother. That's the bio dad's mom.
Okay, I got you.
All right. She says, forward of whatever you like, KP. I am one very angry grandmother, and you are not out looking for my grandson. I am not afraid of the Proudfoot family or the little man that you are married to.
I love that part. I had misread that. That's what she forwarded, right? Not I got it.
Yeah,
I was
she
yeah,
had just put in there what uh,
she had forwarded.
the Sebastian's mom had sent to her about not to contact her and Chris anymore. All of her messages have been sent to law enforcement, all this and that. But anyway, she says she's not afraid of the Proudfoot family or the little man that she is married to. This country has something called freedom of speech. Good for grandma, honestly.
Yep.
You would think instead of threatening lawsuits against a dad who's out searching for his son, you would think that if these people are innocent, you would think that the stepdad, if he knew that the bio dad is searching right near his house, which would only make sense because he disappeared from the house, that the stepdad would go out and say, you know what, hey dude, let's search together.
Yeah.
Let me help you. Let's search
Well,
together.
they're saying that Ellie told them to stay in and not go out
Whatever.
searching.
I don't care.
That's
You know what?
what
If my kid was
that's what
missing,
one of so when JLL was out talking to people and in the search and all of that, one of them had told them that unsolicited. A lady came up. He I think he said something, just a little something, and she said no. They're not out searching. They said that they're supposed to stay home, but they can go to a restaurant. I don't.
well, I do know that law enforcement sometimes does tell the parents to stay home, but um, I guess they'd have to arrest me because I'd be
Yeah,
Oh,
saying,
I would be out there.
I wouldn't be staying home either. I'd be looking for my child.
I would say, go ahead and let's head on down to wherever your lie detector test is. Here's my phones. Here's my devices.
Mhm.
Let me take a lie detector test and let me get out searching.
Okay, so has Sebastian's bio dad, has he done any interviews?
Yeah.
On News Nation,
He's
and
he what Nancy Grace, and he went on
was it Pascal? No,
yeah, I think it was.
was it Pascal?
I think it might have been Haskell.
I know
Okay.
definitely he was on News Nation with Banfield.
I think he talked to didn't he talk to Nancy?
I can't. Yeah. Wait, no.
I'm
That
losing.
was Riley's family's
Oh, okay.
friend that was on Nancy Grace. I think
He
Seth
talked
has
to
only been
somebody
on
else.
Banfield.
But
Okay.
he's done like two, I think he's done like three interviews now.
Maybe Pascal, but I can't quite remember.
I know he did one on the phone, and I know he did News Nation, but it seems like there was one more.
Oh, he was on the phone with Brooks from Crime
Um,
Crime Lies and
some
okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. What channel? And then Libra Moon says Terry
Crime Lies and
Lynn.
Lies.
Libra Moon says Terry Lynn YouTube channel, Nancy Grace, and
Yeah, I knew
Sunset
he was on
Gazing.
another one.
And Sunset Gazing is saying Josh with the lab. Hey, Queen
Yeah,
of
I
Hearts.
know he's done at
Oh,
least three.
okay.
Okay.
I think it
Dan, how
was
are you?
Terry Lynn I saw it.
I can't
Okay.
keep up. I
I
kind of need
can't
to make
either.
notes like Scarlett does because I start blending
I
these
do too.
cases
Yeah,
together.
I mean, I was thinking that the bio dad was from Texas, and that was Madeline's dad is from Texas.
Yeah, we
And
start
normally
blending.
I do, but I've just been so busy with this stuff from my mom trying to get it done that I haven't been taking the notes like I normally do. And we're following so many different cases right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm writing these down. I'm gonna try to find some of them that he did, the bio dad, because I would like to hear what he has to say.
Are you still needing paper?
I got like a half a pack left. I'm gonna have to get some more. So I'm getting into this pretty much chat.
Scarlett and her papers. I would
Okay.
love to see her desk.
It is a total mess right now, I'll be honest with you. Kelly P. Okay, thank you. Let me go to. Marcus following searchers. Ah, okay, let's pull this up and see what this is. That JLR has posted on Twitter.
Yeah, it
I
must be
thought he
good
was on
because
Nancy Grace. Yeah,
Christy or Metamom Christy just texted to me, so it must be something good. Well, she's been on it, Metamom.
she has.
she
She
has.
has.
She's
Okay.
been keeping me up. Oh, there's the dad.
Okay, so JLR says, "What's going on here?" Posted in a Sebastian Rogers Facebook group. Claims some guy named Mark is following searchers. And then somebody has posted this. It was an anonymous member that posted. Um, does anyone recognize this man? Says his name is Mark. I'm editing this to say he has been following searchers.
Oh, at first glance, I thought that was the bio dad.
So did I. Oh,
So
and he did have an interview with JLR too.
The dad did?
Yeah, when JLR went out there and he was searching with Seth and a couple other guys, a friend of Seth that is also in law enforcement, and another kid, I don't remember his name. Um, yeah, he talked to him too. He even went out and searched with the dad.
you know what? I gotta say, a year ago, I never thought that I would be looking to
I,
JLR for
I know
all of
it.
my info.
I
I
know
mean,
it.
Do
if
you
he's
know
boots on the ground, I like watching him. Hey, Texas Peach, how are you?
he
Um,
brings it?
He
I
really,
like watching his boots on the ground stuff. I really
I
do.
do too.
I mean, he's not afraid to talk to people and ask questions, and he goes out and he shows everything, all the different places and all that. So I
And
like
I gotta
watching.
tell you, I don't feel like he's doing it for the money.
Oh
I,
no, I don't
I,
think so either.
mm-mm.
Not at this point. I think maybe he might have started out like that, but
I'll be right
JLR,
back.
he's gotten serious and I think he's trying to I think he's really putting his heart and soul into it. I really do.
Yeah, it seems like
He's
he's trying to
changed.
uh, make up for you know things from the past or whatever. But I actually I like watching now.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I still take some of what he says with a grain of salt, but he's out there talking to people, man.
Yeah,
Getting
yeah,
run off from places. Did you see where he went to the construction site where Chris works and
yeah.
he
He
got
tried
run
to
off?
tell.
Wait, JLR did?
Yeah,
Oh,
and he
damn, I
got
missed
run off
that.
by security.
Oh, he tried to tell that lady today who came out and told them they all had to leave. He said them. He was like, "No, no, I'm not leaving." And she's like, "You have to. This is federal property." But he was like, "No."
Why would it take 7 days to get a search warrant? I don't understand that.
I,
We're
it,
talking about a
it's a
child.
different. I know, but it's a different process when it's federal land.
They probably have to give good reason why they need the search warrant.
Hmm.
Actually, a better reason than what a regular warrant would be. There is businesses around there and all that, which I don't think it would take 7 days. So it's not making sense why they're asking him
seven
to step
days, right?
down for 7 days.
Well, Seth isn't going to step down for 7 days.
I don't blame him.
Well, I
You
mean,
you
and
know
I
he
think,
gonna be out there looking.
I think even though they said 7 days, I think that could change, and it could be
Yeah.
in 3 days. The police could say, "Hey, we need
You
you to
know
come
who
back."
said that about the warrant?
What?
Huh?
Do you know who said that about the warrant?
The
Like
Cajun
Um,
that they were
Navy.
going to get a warrant?
I don't think I've heard anybody say that. I just know that law enforcement has to
Oh,
get a search warrant for federal land.
right. Okay.
Okay. Liza said he stole retirement money from the elderly. I don't respect anybody who does that. And I don't know who she's.
Oh, she's talking about
JLR.
JLR.
Oh, okay. So you can get in as Carly because he was. Okay, I had to get up a second ago and step away from the computer, so I'm trying to get caught back up in the chat.
All I have to say about that is wrong, but people do change, and I think he's trying to make amends.
Yeah.
And I feel like at least with these last cases, he really has put his heart and soul and put himself at risk too, you know?
I still can't believe that KK thought I genuinely was JLR's girlfriend.
Oh
Oh my
Lord.
god.
I will never get over that.
Okay, and I'm going back through Twitter real quick. Oh, matter of fact, I need to go to Google for a minute. I'm literally, y'all. This is all I do is constantly going back to Twitter to see if there's any new updates.
Yeah, same here. Well, I don't have to anymore now that Metamom texts me every update.
Okay, the last thing that I see was 7 hours ago, 11 hours ago. Oh hell, I need to go to Google. I don't need breaks. Okay, what is this? So volunteers joined Sebastian Rogers' dad for a search in Hendersonville. Wait, is today the 23rd? Oh my god.
All day long.
Yep.
I didn't realize it was. I don't, y'all. I've done lost like 2 days this week. Let me pull this up because this did come out today. Why it looks so small on screen? Okay, so it says. So the volunteers come out and they help Sebastian's dad with the search, and it says it's been nearly a month since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Hendersonville home, leaving authorities and community members with questions and concerns. Authorities believe that the autistic teen wandered off with a flashlight and no shoes. Despite the passage of time, the search for Sebastian remains relentless, with community members rallying alongside Sebastian's father in unwavering support. On Saturday, volunteers braved through the challenging terrain at Rockland Recreational Area in Hendersonville. They confronted remnants of a tornado that struck the area last December. It's really difficult to get through, Rachel Berry Stinson said, pointing out to the persistent obstacles of fallen trees, debris, and damaged infrastructure. Volunteers like Rachel Berry Stinson are remaining steadfast in their commitment to the search. The search for Sebastian hit close to home. I actually have 5 boys, so I can't imagine what that would be like, shared Stinson. Joined by others like Kaylee Burgess, volunteers continue to stand with Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, in hopes of finding clues that could lead to Sebastian's whereabouts. I can't imagine what he's going through. He has just been asking for help and been involved in the search. The somber side of what we're looking for is difficult, admitted Stinson. The volunteers are hoping for the best. So at least his dad, like, people are out there actually trying to help him.
And since you haven't seen any of the interviews, when they're
Mhm.
talking about a flashlight, they're not talking about a regular flashlight. They're talking about a flashlight keychain.
So like a little bitty.
Yeah,
Okay.
just a flashlight keychain.
Oh well.
Seth made that very clear more than once.
Okay. Which could run out of light in just a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, those really are just used for like, making sure you see where the keyhole is and things like that. Just,
Right,
you
and
know,
it
not
probably
meant to
doesn't
be used.
for an all night
Right.
walk in the woods or anything like that. Because yeah, it probably doesn't even put off a whole lot of light. Okay, so it says here that's what we're hoping for very soon that they can bring Sebastian home and there will be closure and resolve, remarked Stinson. Volunteers did have Senate trained dogs out today and were told that something of interest may have been found. We reached out to the TBI and the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and were told that there is no indication that what was found, if anything, is connected to Sebastian's case. The only way, in my opinion, that they can 1,000% say that it has nothing to do with Sebastian's case is that they go out there and they dig up where the dog hid, and there's nothing there.
Well, and that dog hid exactly where they saw that stuff, the diaper and the red stuff and the duct tape. And I was watching it live when it happened, and the thing of that is too is everything seemed to be pretty much okay until then, and then everything was like shut down. I don't know if maybe they had to leave because they decided they were going to shut it down because they didn't have permission or whatever, but it all seemed to culminate at the same time,
Yeah, it was like
possibly.
the dog hid, then they were asked to leave. Now the Cajun Navy's been asked to stand down for 7 days.
Right. It's just a little
Oh.
strange.
Okay, so this is what Nick Barris, NC5, had put on his Twitter, or no, I'm sorry, Facebook today. It says, update, Sumner County Sheriff's Office not responding to scene either. I will continue to seek answers on what, if anything, was found. Suffice to say that it was significant official authorities would respond. I'll let you know if that changes. So they didn't even go out there. So how, if they didn't go out there, how could they tell it didn't have nothing to do with Sebastian's case? That's what doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Okay, and just anyone with tips on the case is asked to call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
And Chris will not talk to Nick at all. I mean, he can't stand that guy.
I think the only thing that would make sense is if the police already have another lead or know something.
I mean, I don't know. Didn't somebody post in Discord earlier that it was being said that like Ellie has something and they're supposed to be coming out with it soon or something like that? Didn't somebody post that in?
I think I seen it, but I think it was just like a commenter. I don't think it. It didn't come from law enforcement.
Yeah,
or
I
anything.
don't think it was anything official either.
Let me see if I can find it in Discord because I know it was something like that. And I was like, well, damn it, how long is it going to take them to bring it? Okay, so JLR and Cajun Navy is saying that Ellie knows something and that they're are getting ready to bring it. That's what was said. And I haven't been on. I didn't go back on Twitter until just a few minutes ago. After that, so yes, me from. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sally Mae. So it was from the deleted tweet that Sally Mae was talking about. So I don't know. Maybe they're going to come out with something. I don't know. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense to me how they would know it didn't have anything to do with this case. They didn't go out there.
I agree.
Okay. And I mean, there's nothing new. Like the article that I just read was the latest thing. It came out 5 hours ago. Sarah Beth, how are you? So I don't know. This case is why we all the weird cases, y'all, that make absolutely no sense.
I don't know. They've all been bizarre.
Now, I do have a question for everybody in chat because I did ask this in Discord earlier, and this was just something that I was thinking about. In no way saying that this happened or that for sure the stepdad has something to do about it or do with it, even though, in my opinion, I think he does. Okay, so we know that there was no forced entry into the house. And didn't the bio dad say something about like that Sebastian wouldn't just walk out of the house?
Yeah.
And all this stuff. Okay. and we do know that the stepdad was uh, off working, staying in his camper or whatever,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
And barefoot. He said he wouldn't go barefoot because he had an experience with fire ants.
Right.
Hmm.
So Sebastian would never go out barefoot.
Okay, which I do believe that because my son, my autistic son, will not go outside barefoot either.
Now, his mom said he will in his stocking feet or
It's
slippers.
like with my son, it's the oh shit, what do they call it? It has something to do with feel. Um, I can't think of the word now.
Textile, is that what they call
No,
it?
it's something.
Sensory,
Yeah,
something
yeah,
sensory.
it's a sensory thing, but it's something to do with like they don't like. Well, my son anyway doesn't like how it feels. It doesn't. I don't know if it just doesn't feel right to him walking barefoot outside. Uh, so yeah, he will not. He won't even go out in socks outside. He
Yeah,
has
his
to have
dad
shoes on.
said like I guess I don't know how long ago it was, but he had walked into fire ants
Hmm.
and his feet got stung up pretty badly.
Okay,
And he said that ever since then he will not go out without something on his feet.
that makes sense. And yes, texture, not a monster's texture. They don't.
Now,
They don't like the feel of it.
Avery, let me ask you this. Does it seem like every time that Seth says something that the mom contradicts it?
So yeah, I mean, there's been a few things, yeah, that I've heard.
Well,
I find it odd that the biological dad didn't know anything about like how Sebastian lives at his mom's house. So apparently, like when he gets them on the weekends or for his times, they must be meeting halfway. Like
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but if wherever my child is going, I would have to know.
right.
Like,
And
why?
they could have told Sebastian, like, whatever goes on in this house, you don't go back and tell your dad. And that
Yeah,
might have been the reason why he didn't know because Sebastian didn't tell him because he was told not to.
it's just crazy.
Right. Okay. So, anyway, what I was wanting to ask everybody's opinion on. So, we know the stepdad allegedly was off working and all this and that. No forced entry. The dad has said he wouldn't just get up and walk away from the house and all this and that. So, could it be possible that the stepdad goes off to work? This man knows the routine of the house. He knows when they go to bed. He knows when his wife would go to bed. Uh, if she's a heavy sleeper, light sleeper, whatever. That the stepdad could have came back, got Sebastian up out of bed, told him something, that he knew would that Sebastian would get up and leave with him without any type of hesitation, uh, or wanting to go wake the mom up, or questioning why are we going or where we're going or anything like that. Took Sebastian and left. It would have made sense. Sebastian would have went with him because he knows him, and then got him away from the house and did something bad to him, and now he can't be found.
I think that is a very probable theory.
I do too.
I
Because
cannot believe I'm going with theories and casting judgment on these people because you guys know I don't do that. But
But honestly, I think the mom knows.
mm-mm-mm-mm.
I
Do you
think it's
guys
a
know how many
possibility
times I
too.
have shaken my head and going mm-mm-mm today over this damn case?
About
It's
as many
bad.
times as I've been mad.
Because, and the reason why I was asking that is because a kid with autism is different than a kid that doesn't have it.
And
My
Let me
something,
let me ask you a
okay.
question. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, something that they said that didn't make sense to me.
Mhm.
Okay, so I don't know a whole lot about autism, but one of my very, very, very good friends, her son is autistic, and he is in his 20s, and he's nonverbal autistic,
Mhm.
and he has very violent rages. And when this first, well, I get he's always done that, but there was a time where he actually put her into the hospital. And I remember I was kind of like researching, back then about it. So, the stepdad, Chris, was saying on whoever's channel it was, Smiley, whatever, that Sebastian used to have those violent rages when he was younger. But,
Mhm.
and I guess I might be wrong, but it's my understanding that it's the nonverbal, ones who have the rages. Something
No.
about they can't, or is it any autistic?
Any, and this is just my personal experience because being around multiple autistic people,
Hmm.
um, the ones who are nonverbal,
Hmm.
uh, okay, mind a monster. The ones that are nonverbal, yes, they do get upset very easily because it is very hard for them to communicate. And if they're trying to
Hmm.
tell you something and you're not understanding them and you're asking them over and over and over to, what are you saying? Please explain it, write it down, whatever.
Hmm.
Yes, they will get irritated and agitated and they can have an outburst or whatever. But it's not just limited to nonverbal uh,
So would
autistic people.
Sebastian, okay, so would Sebastian, if he had violent outbursts when he was younger, is that something that would just go away through therapy, or would
Um,
he still have them?
Therapy would help it a lot. Um, so yeah, I mean, he could grow out of it. It could be medication. It could be therapy. It could
Hmm.
be a number of things. He could have learned through therapy how to communicate better. He could learn through therapy how to control his anger and you know a schedule, like a daily schedule that is, because autistic
Hmm.
people, they like to be on the same set schedule every single day. You know,
I'm just curious, trying to see like if if that could possibly be a motive, for the
Mhm.
stepdad.
I mean, it could be because I'm
Maybe
gonna be
not liking
honest.
him. Yeah.
My son is 24 years old, and raising a child with autism is not easy. It's not. And if he's not, if the stepdad already has anger issues, which I've heard a lot of people said that he does, and then you put a child with autism in the mix, then the stepdad could get very irritated and agitated himself at the way that the child with autism acts. And I can tell
Yeah.
you that a lot of these things that uh, kids with autism, things that they do, whether it's, my son constantly walks. A lot of times he will get on this kick where he has to do things in threes. It,
Hmm.
it's just them. That's just how they are. He may ask me the same question 1,000 times a day. That's just him. It's a reassurance type thing. And some people that are, like me and you, will get irritated at that.
I
And
could see where that would be a bad combination. The stepdad being short-tempered and an autistic child, that would not be a good combination.
right, exactly.
Thank you. I was going to ask the same thing, Avery.
Yeah, I mean, there is techniques that they are taught in therapy um, that will help them control it. Whether it's, if you feel like you're getting upset for whatever reason, sit down and play a game, like play your favorite game. Take a walk outside, do something. But it's one of those that once they get started, you kind of have to let them go through it, if
I
that makes
had
sense.
I had a second half to that question though.
Okay.
Um, okay, so at 15 years old, um, do you do you find it strange, or do you think it would be normal in Sebastian's situation to go in and out of diapers?
I don't, it's hard to say. Um, just because I don't know his personal situation. Like with my son, I never had that problem. Um, it was once he was potty trained, he was potty trained. But other kids with autism, or even adults with autism, it may be different. If that makes sense. Like
And
he could have accidents. Yeah, I mean that
he
could be.
he could have another, something else going on too, because
Mhm,
like Jaden, even though he's got the colostomy bag now, he's still in um depends pull-ups because of leakage.
mhm. Well,
So,
see, and I know that Sebastian's dad said that when he's at his house, he doesn't have to wear that.
Right.
And it could be a situation where when he's
oh,
at Sebastian's dad's house, there's no stress.
Trigger.
There's
Yeah.
no there's no triggers there. It's
that's
That's
very
why I was
calm.
interesting.
that's
I
why I
will
was asking.
I will tell you this: my son does not like people talking loud. He does not like to be in an area with a group of people where it's very loud. That could be a trigger for him. That could be the same situation with Sebastian, where when he's at his dad's house, it's very cool, calm, and collect, and there's no loud noises, and there's no stresses, and there's no triggers. Whereas if he's at his mom and stepdad's house, there's arguing, there's people screaming at each other, there's different things that's going on that might trigger and put that stress on him that could cause him to have to wear the pull-ups.
Or all of these rules and regulations and things that the stepdad puts on him that
It could be very
he
stressful to
has
him.
trouble, right? He has trouble
Yes,
So
dealing with.
yes.
I have another question, and then Mind of Monsters, I promise I'll hush so
Yes,
that you can
me
talk.
too.
But this, and the reason that I want to know this is because it would kind of help me understand the stepdad's feelings.
Hmm.
Is Sebastian the level of autism that he has? Is that the type where once he turned 18, he can move out and live on his own, or is he the type that would have to stay in the home with somebody because he would need care?
It
Like,
depends.
is his stepdad, like thinking in 3 more years he'll be out and he can live on his own, or is stepdad thinking we're going to have him forever?
There.
Can I say something before you say that, Scarlett?
Yeah, go ahead.
I had heard his bio dad say that he quite often that he is very, very smart, that he is a little bit behind, but he keeps up with all this school stuff and all that. He socially has problems,
Hmm.
but that he is an extremely smart boy. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, the social aspect of it is. I'm trying to think of an easy way to explain this. That is a lot of what autism is. They have it's an intellectual disorder, and they have a hard time with socialization. Um, Avery, I forgot what your question was.
Well, I'm just trying to figure, like, if he's on a
Oh,
level where he can live on his own at 18, or if
it
he would need care, and then the stepdad would be thinking, we're gonna have him forever.
it could
Like this is a
be.
lifelong thing.
They're all different. Like my son, he's 24. Okay, he can get up. He can bathe his own self. He can wash his own clothes. He can cook his own food. Uh, he keeps up with if I hey take the trash out for me, or something like that. He can do all that. But would I let him live on his own? No. It's
Okay,
just
so I'm sort of
I mean, there
think.
are autistic people, or people who are on the spectrum, I should say, because there are different areas of the spectrum. Like you have Asperger's, you have like there's different
Mhm.
things, parts of the spectrum, that there are people on the spectrum who do drive, do go to work every day, do live on their own, they pay their
Mhm.
bills, like they're able to do that. But then there's other people on the spectrum who, even though they can do some things, the
Yeah,
ability to live on their own, probably not.
I guess I'm just trying to think, like motive wise, what could it be, if the stepdad's involved? I guess I'm just trying to like think of of things like that. And it's hard for me to understand because I don't know autism that well.
Right. Yeah, it's
Hi, Mina Monsters.
Hi,
Mina Monster.
y'all.
How are you?
Hello.
Good. Thanks for letting me up.
Oh, well,
She
thank you
has,
for
I'm gonna
joining us.
she has
I'm
the
gonna try to
patience
do
of a
this in
saint.
bullet points. Yeah, I try not to have the chaotic speak over, so I'll just sit and listen till it's
No,
my
you're
turn.
good. You're good.
So on the case of autism, I have a sister, my baby sister. I'm the oldest of 7. So my baby sister is severely autistic and severely physically disabled. She's been in a wheelchair since she was 7 years old. She
Mhm.
is the sweetest thing that you will ever come across unless she has an episode. She has crying fits and she is 24 years old now and she still has, accidents at night. So there is times where she does wear a adult diaper
Mhm.
and she is very, very intelligent. Like she could tell you the Cincinnati Reds players from the beginning of the team ever being a baseball team. She can tell you all their stats. She can tell you every Tim McGraw song ever written, every word in every song. So certain things she's very, very knowledgeable about. But just to give you a little piece of the episodes that she has, we took her to Cracker Barrel one night. We told the waitress several times, do not get too close to her because she's unpredictable. The girl gets too close to her, leans down. When she leans down, my sister took a chunk out of her arm. And this was an
Yeah,
instantaneous thing. It happens. I
yeah.
don't know
That's how my friend's
like
son
home life.
is. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, she's sweet as everything in the world. Like, love her to death, wouldn't take anything in the world for her, but you have to keep your distance from her.
Hmm.
She doesn't play me, but she will other people, especially if you don't know her. Because she
Right.
seems very sweet and loving and just, she's just a darling till you get too close to her. And she has the strength of a gorilla. No pun intended. Will rip your
They
arm off.
no, they are. Yeah, they are very. I don't think they know their own strength. I'm gonna be honest.
No, she doesn't. She has one really good hand, and then she has another hand. Like I said, she's physically severely disabled as well. And she's my adopted sister. She's actually my cousin. And her mother made some really bad choices when she was pregnant with her, and we're blessed to have her today.
Mhm.
But she is very unpredictable. And not knowing Sebastian's home life and the dynamic of his home, I wouldn't know whether that they were something that would be necessary at home. But if it is a stressful situation, it is possible that he was having accidents, and that was the reason why he was having to wear them. Because a calm,
Right.
cool situation is totally different with an autistic child. A dog can start barking, and my sister will go into complete meltdown. Like she can't do loud noises, dogs barking, arguing, anything like that is out of question completely. She has fish because they're quiet. She doesn't do anything loud. It triggers her. As far
Yep.
as the parents not searching, it is a case by case basis. The reason why is because if the parents have not been cleared, and this is just general, I'm not saying anything about his parents. If the parents have not been cleared, or if it is an active fluid investigation where law enforcement is really not sure what happened or what's going on, or if they do have an idea of what's happened, a lot of times the family is asked not to, especially the family the person or child is living with, is asked not to help to search for 2 reasons. Those main 2 reasons are if there is evidence in a search area, they don't want that evidence touched or moved if someone is guilty that's out there searching. Another reason they don't want them out there is because, say, and again, not speaking specifically on Sebastian, if the person is gone, the last thing you want is a mom walking up on that, a dad walking up on a child that's no longer with us, because that's not a pretty scene that they're going to see. And you'll never, ever forget that if you ever do.
Right.
So a lot of times that's the reason they ask families not to help search. As far as live streaming and searching, I'm going to be very careful about this because I did have my son in Nashville the other night. But when he went to Nashville, it was under the intentions of meeting the Cajun Navy, signing up to search and doing it the proper way. Because they were already gone, the plan was if they were already gone, just drive around. And I want to give people a look at what Nashville is outside of the city lights. Because when you come out of downtown, it is pitch black down there. And is a dangerous city, and it's a whole different atmosphere than what you see on First Avenue, Second Avenue, Broadway, where the honky tonks are. Completely different situation. They asked questions, they handed out flyers, they, was just talking to the locals, but we lived in Nashville for over 30 years. I've took my kids swimming at Old Hickory Lake for 17 to 20 years when they were growing up. The last time we went out there, my oldest son was 17 to go swimming. I'm very familiar with that area out there too. This
Okay.
is my home. I live in Florida now. I live in Orlando, so I have been focused on Madeline's case, but I've also been I've been in a couple Twitter spaces about Sebastian, and I'll be the first one to say, trust the family until they have a reason not to be trusted. I don't watch interviews. I especially don't watch interviews that are done on YouTube because I don't want to cloud my thoughts or cloud my opinion of what might have happened in the case, because emotions run very high in these missing cases. Unless a family reaches out to me personally, I've talked to them privately in the background and had them on my channel as an guest. It is a pre-conversation that happens before they come on my panel, and we go live and talk about anything in the case. And I explain to them anything that has not been said by law enforcement, said to law enforcement, do not mention it on the live. Carry yourself as you are bringing advocacy and attention and awareness to your loved one's case. And that stops a lot of what we're seeing now in Sebastian's case. I appreciate everybody that puts out, the advocates, awareness, everything like that. But when you get all the drama mixed in there, it turns into something that you don't want in these cases.
It
You've
turns
got
into a
people
shit
battling.
show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That exactly almost rolled off my tongue, but I tried to hold it. It does. It does. It turns it
It really
completely into a
does.
shit show because you
I
have
don't know who you are, my
everybody
monster,
fighting.
but I
Huh?
like you. I said, I don't know
Yeah.
who you are, but I like you.
I've watched a couple of her videos.
Well, thank you,
I
ma'am.
really like you. Yeah. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm all ears. Keep going.
Well,
But
me and Mind of Monsters actually met in the expert's channel.
I love the
Oh, okay.
expert.
Yes,
I
he
love
is
the
very
expert.
cool.
He's awesome. He's amazing. I have swamp signal, so the one time I was on panel, it was like cutting in and out real bad because I live in Orlando on a private road in the middle of the swamps on either side, so my signal tends to cut in and out.
So,
But
Mind of Monsters, have you been on organized searches? Because whenever I've been on organized searches, we're told not to be live streaming. I guess because in case you come up on something, you don't want the people to see it. I always assumed that was why. Or because if maybe they don't want, like evidence, they don't want you to have like evidence on your phone. But people who go search on their own, they can live stream. But the organized searches, have you ever done any of those? The
I've
organized
not
ones?
done an organized search, but I have searched on my own. I have went and searched on my own, but I do know from experience because I'm still learning. I'm new to being boots on the ground. I've been doing the interviews and things for a couple of years now, but I am new to going boots on the ground and actually helping searching with others. So the reason that they shy away from live streaming something like that, and generally the location's not made public. It's
Hmm.
an undisclosed location for a reason, and that's to not tip if there is a suspect, if it is foul play or thoughts of foul play. It's not to tip off the person that could be involved in the
Right.
reason for the investigation.
Interesting.
Those are all very good thoughts.
There's
All right.
so many moving parts in these cases, and I think that's a lot of what gets missed is where we just want information because we're all like a sponge, and you just want to suck up every piece of information that you can get. And I
Hmm.
always say if I'm talking, whether it's on a panel, on my panel, on Twitter, anywhere like that, I'm not an investigator by any means. I'm from the country. I'm from the boondocks in Kentucky, so I'm an investigator. I'm not an investigator. I'm an investigator. I do my own investigating, and I don't put out anything
That's funny.
publicly unless I feel like it's something that needs to be looked into or said. A lot of times I do stuff in the background. I'm talking to private detectives, other advocates, brainstorming. I call it brain picking. We're brain picking because that's what we're doing. We're sitting around brain picking. As long as you keep it respectful and remember that you put the victims first, you're doing the right thing.
All right.
I like the live streams where they're out, boots on the ground, they're showing us what's going on. But I don't like following the ones where they're actually out searching with the camera on because I'm like watching it through a cracked eye because if they come up on something, do I want to see that? and then I worry about the family seeing it too. So but I like the boots on the ground, but I just think when you're out there, in a specific area searching, I don't think you should be live streaming that just in case you do come up on something.
Absolutely. You can't unsee that.
Yeah.
Right. That
And you
is
don't
true.
want the world seeing your loved one. If it
Mhm.
is a foul play case, you don't want the world seeing their loved one.
Yeah.
Just like
No.
in Maddie's case, I was furious at Osceola. I absolutely could have chewed through a 16 penny nail for posting her picture on Instagram.
I just can't understand how
So
that happened.
unprofessional.
I don't understand how they accidentally posted her picture on there.
I don't either. I can't wrap my mind around it. How do you accidentally do that? And why was it on your personal device?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't.
That makes no sense. I don't know. I swear that these cases, they drive me crazy. They really do. And it's just, and it makes sense what you were saying, about, well, maybe they told the parents not to be searching and for those reasons or whatever. I don't know. I haven't watched the interviews of the stepdad and the mom, but it's just like every time I hear something about the stepdad, it just makes me just that much more irritated at him.
Well, I know that Dawn and Candace were told not to search.
Well,
I
him
remember
going
that.
out,
Oh, God.
them not going out searching is the least of my things. It's how they're like, he's just,
It's just a bad look to be in a restaurant.
well,
I
it's
don't
not
know.
even that. It's just the things
The
the
way
way he says
he's
things, and the way just the way he just
the arrogance.
everything that comes out. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Just in my opinion on them eating, I'm not going to put the name out there, but that is one of the best barbecue places to eat in Hendersonville. Just putting out there. Just putting that out there for facts. But you can order your food and take it home if you know the whole world's watching you. Just saying.
It's just it's odd.
Somebody said, oh shit, like Uber Eats or have it delivered, DoorDash, something like that as well.
Yeah, it's family owned.
It's odd to me because whenever my son is hospitalized, I mostly just eat like saltine crackers because just of like I know he can eat and how I'm feeling and the situation, and it's usually saltine crackers. I can even imagine if my child was actually missing, sitting down and having a meal when I can't even do more than crackers over a hospitalization. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just something that just doesn't feel right about it.
So
I don't
speaking
know how
from
else to say it.
experience, when you have a missing child, you cannot eat, you cannot sleep, you cannot think, or myself personally, you can't function. When you sit down to have a meal, you're wondering, is your kid eating? Where is your kid?
Mm-hmm.
How are they doing? Where are they at? Do
Mhm.
you deserve to eat? Do you deserve to sleep? Do you deserve to pick up your
Yep.
phone and be able to respond to a
Right.
text message?
Oh my God, I know exactly. And that is exactly how I feel. And that's just when he's hospitalized.
I mean, I've never had a missing child, but just thinking about if I did, I wouldn't worry about eating. I would be. I don't think the cops could even keep me from looking for my child.
Mm-mm.
3
I mean, I
years
would be
ago,
asking, what can I do for you to hurry and clear me so I can go search?
Right.
so just a little piece of me, 3 years ago, my son made a phone call to my youngest son. The next thing we know, he has turned off all of his locations and he's gone, missing in Nashville.
Oh, wow.
It took me 3 counties and 24 hours to get somebody to listen because he was an adult. He had the right to be missing.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, I couldn't function. I absolutely could
Oh.
not function. And that is the reason why I do what I do and that I'm a part of the missing community now is
Is your son
because,
okay?
yeah, he's okay now. He's thriving now. He's doing great. He's
Okay.
doing amazing. But when I
Thank
reached out to him
goodness.
the other night and I said, hey, there's a kid missing in Nashville. He's 22. I was video chatting him. And just by the look on my face, as soon as I said in Nashville, he just immediately, everything in the background stopped and he was focused. And he was like, Mom, what do you need me to do? Because that case hit me like a sledgehammer in my heart.
Mhm.
My son is blonde with blue eyes and he reminded me a lot of Riley. I felt that mama's pain in the bottom of my guts.
Oh my God, I couldn't even watch the mama
can't.
in the thing that they did yesterday in the news press thing. Oh my God.
They did another one today, Scarlett. The
Oh, I haven't
parents.
seen it. I don't know. Like you can just, and I've said this before, you could see the pain on her face.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yep.
could just like, if you watch it and you have a heart and you have a soul, you can feel her pain.
Yeah.
And then you've got parents like Madeline, who, yeah, and I've said this 1,000 times, you couldn't even get a reaction out of her or an emotion out of her when she was talking about her child missing, uh, except for when that animal feeder went off
Yeah.
and she smiled. It's just like Madeline deserves so much more.
I don't remember who it was that said it today. But they did have, a press conference at that park, and they had the Cajun Navy guy there, and then Riley's parents. I don't remember who it was that said it, but had said about, that they'd become family now, with them, and something about, having to witness her wailing and screaming and crying on the floor. So, oh,
I
when I
think they'd
heard that,
have
I
to
just,
hospitalize me. I don't think
gosh,
I could
I,
handle it.
well, Mind of Monsters, I hate to hear that, that happened with your son, but at the same time, I'm very glad that he is doing good.
how long
Yeah,
did it
he's
take to
okay now.
find?
He's thriving.
How long did it
That
take
is
you to
good.
He
find him, if you don't mind?
he was gone for 4 days. He was gone
Ugh.
for
Oh
4
my
days,
goodness.
and I had to reach out to a little bitty tiny town that he was
Oh,
staying in with a family member and wail and cry. I mean, ugly cry into the phone because I live in Florida and I work 40 hours a week. And I had family
mhm.
right there. At the time, I was the only one working and I had a younger son. I couldn't just up and drive 18 hours.
Right.
So I had family that was there that was like staying on the phone with me. And my son is a computer tech, so he knows how to shut everything down. I
Mhm.
was
Wow.
calling high school friends that have you heard from him? Have you talked to him? I'm posting on Facebook, begging for anybody's help. And I finally got a little tiny town to contact Nashville. And when they found him, it was just in time.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Thank the Lord.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
when this all happened, I used to tell his story vividly on my channel. And he reached out to me and he was like, Mom, don't tell that. And I'm like, well, you have to understand that sometimes hearing a story and hearing something that comes from a personal experience may touch someone that needs to hear it at that time.
Right.
True.
True.
And
Very
him
true.
being in Nashville the other night, that really touched something in his soul. And he was absolutely amazing. He was there whenever the gentleman was found that fell down the riverbank. He took his
So
significant other to potty and comes back and gets pinned in by fire trucks. He was
did your
actively right there.
did your son get to search with
He they
the
on the riverbank. The Cajun Navy had left by the time he got there, so they went down the riverbank. He terrified me climbing over that fence and going. It was
oh,
horrible. He lost the truck. He dropped the truck keys, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I was freaking out because all I could think was, "Don't go in that river." And I didn't. We talked extensively before he got there. I was like, "Do not climb that fence and go on the other side." Well, the first thing he does is climb over there, go talk to one of the unsheltered people that were over there, and because what they did was they just tried to bring advocacy since they were gone and he couldn't search the right way and sign up and do it organized like we wanted him to. And the plan was if they were still there, just show, hey, this is how I got to downtown Nashville. You're going to drop off and we're not going to be live while you're out there actively searching. You can update me through text message. I'll update what's going on while I'm on panel. I'll let everybody know what's going on. Well, it didn't work out like that. They had left like 30 minutes before he got there. So they just went down through there, and because you never know these unsheltered people, if they're ones that have already been talked to, if they feel more comfortable talking to an individual than they do law enforcement, because a lot of these people have run-ins with law enforcement. So they took flyers and they had a phone full of pictures of Riley and his poster, and they just went down through there, and he walked down the riverbank. He climbed over it a couple times over the fence, drove me nuts, about sent me into a panic attack, and talked to people and was just asking questions and looking and just showing the area. And I told him, I said, this is, I just want people to see the area, because a lot of people that we have in these communities and on YouTube, they're in other countries. So they don't know, they just know what we're seeing from
Right.
law enforcement or from the search boats or, the media. So I wanted him to show Nashville. I want you to drive down Dickerson Road and show people what Nashville is. It has a dark underbelly. Like, it's not all the city lights. That's not what Nashville is. That's a tourist trap down there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you don't hear about all of the out part of it, like what you're talking about. All you hear about is the bars that has all the country music artists' names on it, and the Grand Ole Opry and stuff like that. You don't hear about the other part of it.
And it's dangerous down there. It's really dangerous. And that's not just on the riverfront. That's anywhere in Nashville is dangerous.
Right.
And that's what I was telling my son. If he made it over the Woodland Street Bridge and took a left, he was on Dickerson Road. And that is not a good place to be.
Mhm.
You have ladies of the night. You have people of all different walks of life. And that is not a good place to be at night for somebody that's not from there.
Right.
And you can be 10 foot tall and bulletproof. After dark falls in the city of Nashville, that's a big city. And it's just like, while Riley was missing, a lot of people didn't catch it or didn't see it because we were all focused on his case. There was a pickpocket that was arrested. That's a known pickpocket for going downtown and stealing people's phones and cash apping their money to himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm
Before we
trying
get
to think if I heard that something about phones getting stolen. It
Mhm.
might have been something that might have been posted on Twitter that I kind of like skimmed over while I was.
See,
I'll
that's
do
why I wear fanny packs. They ain't pickpocketing me. Just saying.
I use the conventional, I already got to wear the damn thing. So that's where everything goes, is right down the collar of my shirt, to put it nicely, on panel. If they can get in there, they're talented. Let me tell you what.
Oh my god!
I won't call it what I call it
I
on
love
panel,
it.
but it's my pocket. I'll just put it that way. And if you can get in there, you're a talented bub.
Oh my god! All right, Lady V, what was you about to say?
I was just going to say, I have a great deal of respect for everything you just said, and I appreciate you saying what you did, giving it from a perspective that we hadn't heard before.
Thank you so much. I just kind of want to bring some knowledge that maybe, people that aren't local or don't know that city like I do, I want to make sure that everybody understands that it is a beautiful city, and there's lots of beautiful people that live there, but there's also a lot of evil that goes on there too.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
I have
I
nothing
have a
but
question.
respect for law enforcement, but Tennessee law enforcement infuriates me.
I have a question for you. What do you think the difference is? Because you said it was hard for you to get the attention of law enforcement and people to listen to you because he was an adult. So, because I have this thing about people cherry picking cases and it pisses me off. What do you think the difference is between your situation with your son and Riley's recent situation?
Honestly, I believe it was the fact that he was downtown at
Mhm.
Luke Bryant's bar, who's a
Mhm.
well-known country singer in a tourist part of town. He was from out of town and a college kid. So in Nashville, they have a lot of conventions. You've got cheerleaders conventions, volleyball conventions, college conventions. Their money is
Mhm.
what brings it in. So if they hadn't stepped up and showed, hey, this kid was from out of town here for a convention, which brings, I hate to put it
Gotcha.
this way, but brings money into town, they
Mhm.
would have been run so far through the mud,
Makes
they'd
sense.
probably still be rerun through the mud. Where my son was a local, an adult, that, you know, he has the right to be missing. And we hear that a lot in these cases. I had a case here out of Florida. The mom was in Arizona and reached out to me for help. And I begged and begged and begged for somebody to please do something. Get off your hind ends and go find CCTV footage. Go find where this girl is. Because she had just went off grid, turned her phones off and everything, went off grid. Well, she's an adult. She has the right to be missing. She was having a mental breakdown. You need to get off your hind end and go find her. Well, we ended up finding her and she was fine. And she just did a social media cleanse and turned her phones off and didn't want to be found, which I understand that happens too in cases. But you also have cases where they don't take you seriously. And then Amber Alerts. Getting an Amber Alert is like pulling teeth. You have to have all these different, they have to hit all these key points to be able to get an Amber Alert or a Silver Alert or whatever kind of alert it is. And I've spent hours on the phone with detectives in all different states. I've been up at 3 o'clock in the morning before talking to Arizona detectives about a missing girl out there. It depends on the case. It depends on the local law enforcement, and it depends on how informative they are and how used they are to handling missing cases. Because I have a case that I worked really close with the family, Michaela Standridge, out of Washington State. And it took me 3 days to get the sheriff, emailing this man religiously to put her face on their social media.
Mhm.
It shouldn't be that way either.
No, it shouldn't.
I
It should
absolutely
not be
hate.
so it should not be so hard to
Yeah, I
get
hate
the
this.
message out. And I've always wondered the same thing. How do we get some cases, and some cases you never hear of, and then some cases you just don't hear of until after the fact and they've already been to court and everything, It's like,
I
Well,
hate the cherry picking of
I do
cases.
too.
if y'all remember though, like Nicole Baldwin and Katie Ferguson, look how long they were missing before we even had heard of them missing.
Caleb
Over
Harris.
over
Yeah.
a month that they were missing before it even broke out on social media. And as of right now, there's nothing on either one of those cases, and they're both still missing. It's just like, for whatever reason, some of them take off more than what other cases do, when they all deserve to be put out there and their information and their faces shown and all that.
Well, and there's just so many
True.
that, that, yeah, we have a bajillion YouTube channels that could highlight it, and I wish more would, but it's like whenever when it does go viral, I think they're very fortunate and they've worked very hard to get that person's name out there.
Mm-hmm. JC said, "What is the situation?" Hold on, chasing her thing down. Okay, so what is the situation with the security of the River Lake fences and stuff? JC, are you talking about in Sebastian's case? And King Scarlet, that is true. To be fair, the TikToker finding his credit card blew the case up too.
Yeah, that's
If
true.
it wouldn't have been for them finding that, could they possibly still be looking for him?
I just got a message too, and I can't tell you guys who I'm talking with, but and it says that the Cajun Navy, they are not certified in search and rescue, and they don't have the proper insurance. It says in real search and rescue, each team member is certified through the National Association of Search and Rescue, has a certain amount of skills, recurrent training, and every month, and is at minimum an EMT, if not a paramedic, knows man tracking, is certified in evidence preservation and crime scene processing. It's very
Well,
different than
why didn't they shut him down when they first got there?
It says it's very different than Cajun Navy, who formed as a group to help after the hurricane. It's a wonderful group, but not a law enforcement affiliated team. And I can't read the rest without kicking myself off of StreamYard. So maybe they have, so, well, I don't know, because there's searchers that go out voluntarily and they're not certified.
Yeah, but
And
why, if that's the case, why say stand down for 7 days?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Or why
understand.
not just shut it down when they first got there and said, hey, you can help search, but this is not going to be official.
Yeah, because it was the biological dad who requested their help, and then maybe I gotta think. I gotta mute because I gotta think.
Oh Lord. The ugly truckling, honestly, nothing that I have been able to find today on his case. I was trying to put together a timeline. Kind of had, just what I was able to get. I got out of articles that was put out as far as his timeline, but there's not a whole lot going on with his case right now. It's not a lot of information out there. And y'all, real quick, make sure y'all check y'all's chat, that it's still on live chat.
Yeah, mine changed. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, I just noticed mine did too.
Mine doesn't change as often as yours.
YouTube has been having a lot of that would be YouTube. They've been having a lot of glitches lately.
They have.
I'm gonna have to hop down because my dogs have decided to start doing the barking thing again.
Okay.
It's never gonna end.
It will eventually.
I might be dead by the time it does.
Couple weeks.
I'll be down in the chat.
All right, if you want to come back up, just let me know and I'll drop the link.
Okay.
All right. And that is true too, King Scarlet.
Mm-hmm.
That was never an issue in the Riley case, so why
That's
is it
what
an
I'm
issue
saying.
now? I mean, they're both in the same state.
So it could be a difference of law enforcement, because Tennessee law enforcement tends to be pit bulls when it comes to cases. It's just like I personally called out the Nashville police on Twitter and was like, why have you guys not invited the TBI or the FBI in?
Mhm.
During the press conference, if you listen to what he said, we have the resources. We don't feel like we need to invite them in. Okay, you have the resources. Wonderful. Why are we going on whatever day it was, that's all running together now, and he's still not been found?
Right.
If the Cajun Navy comes in as just volunteers to help, then I don't see why they would need the licensing. I mean, I understand the licensing and training and all that stuff is very important, but if they're bringing in resources like airboats, I mean, nobody in Tennessee has airboats. If they do, it's very unusual. I mean, here in Florida, everybody has an airboat.
Same thing here in Louisiana.
It's a different world.
Right.
You got bass boats up there.
If they may need, and that they're saying, the Cajun Navy is saying they're going back tomorrow to search. They may have to go in as not a group, but as individual volunteers, like all the other volunteers that has been there to help. And at that point, maybe that may be what they're going to do.
I hope so, because I've heard nothing but good things about them. And, I just looking at it from a positive point, it's kind of a double-edged sword. I hope they don't find anything out there in the woods or the lake, etc., searching. But it's better to search and know than not search and question.
Right.
I agree.
That is true. I mean, you have this a missing kid, whether he's autistic or he's not. He's a missing child. The more people you have out there searching for him, the better it is.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if it's excuses that they're trying to make up or what, but JC says, also, was Michaela found?
No, Michaela is still missing.
Okay.
Michaela is still missing, and the only updates that I have, I can't share publicly until it's been put out by the family. but that's a mess of a case.
Michaela who?
Michaela Standridge. She's missing out of Concrete, Washington.
Why does that
I
name sound so familiar?
I covered her for a while. I've pasted her all over Twitter, so you may have seen her on Twitter. I had some shorts out. I interviewed her aunt. She her I had done. I was in a very very small channel at the time. She had like 150 subs, and I was just over there hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
And she had mentioned cases because she covered. Well, now she's been run off YouTube, but when she was on YouTube, she was covering cases that nobody had heard about. She
Mm-hmm.
was just any case she could think of that nobody heard about. She was putting the names and the faces out there for awareness. And then I was looking around, just for information. Who is this girl? Why? How she had bright pink hair? How does nobody know what's going on with her case? And I saw Doug Bishop on a larger channel that I will not shout out because I do not agree with what he does.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched the interview with Doug, and it hit something in my heart. So I put together a video and uploaded a video, just an awareness video, just what I was able to find on social media. And a friend of the family had commented on the video. The next thing I know, I have family messaging me on Facebook. And I'm like, "You're family?" And I vet I checked the lady, and I'm like, "Okay, this is family." So she was on the news, they're begging for help. They're begging for help to find Michaela. Michaela is a mess of a case. She was an addict that had cleaned her life up. She has a little boy. Um, Her ex-boyfriend is not a savory person. He's got an extensive background and is just, I've never heard anything good said about him. She had went to hang out with him at, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but I'll just say early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
She was seen running down the road barefoot, crying. She called 911. When she was on the phone with 911, her phone died, disconnected. Some of her
Oh.
belongings were found on the river because it runs right there by the Snake River, I believe.
Uh-huh.
Runs right there by the river. Some of her belongings were found on the river. Her aunt is actually a bounty hunter, so she has a lot of resources. And, she had to practically beg Skagit County to please help. Well, Michaela is a recovering addict that is not, any reason to be high profile. The area is very small. They only have a handful of police officers. I know the family had to pay out of pocket to get yes, that's her.
I
To
remember
get,
her now.
yeah, to
Yeah.
get help with a canine.
Mm-hmm.
And it just was an absolute mess of a case. She, the 911 call, it's never been released, so I've never heard it myself, but it's pretty bad situation. She just vanished into thin air, and I hate that word, and I hate using it, but she did. She just vanished into thin air. That Facebook post that you see was posted days before she went missing.
Yep. If I ever go missing or anything, just know that I didn't leave. I remember that now.
And she loved her little boy like the sun. And everybody that I've talked to that's family
Mm-hmm.
said that she never would have left him. She had just got her life straight and was, trying to get everything back on track. And he had contacted her. She went to spend the night with him and gone. No ring camera footage. It was really dark. It was early in the morning, so it was still dark outside. The police got there and she was gone. And, it's like there's 3 cases that I put on that are my blonde hair, barefoot, missing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and see, that's one that I remember when it came out. In the end, a couple of people had talked about it. I think I believe that was when my old mods were here, and one of them were looking into her case and was giving me information to put out. And then, I don't know, just maybe a week or two later, nobody else was talking about it. It was like they moved on to a different case.
Well, I had her aunt on panel. When I had her aunt on panel, like I said, emotions run high in these missing cases.
Right.
I had her aunt on panel. I had reached out to her mother and other family members that had said, "Yeah, we'll bring awareness, we'll do interviews, whatever the case may be." Well, a bunch of family drama broke out in the background. And I haven't stopped sharing Michaela. I still upload
Yeah.
videos about her, but I stepped away because it was a bunch of back and forth and just arguing, and none of that's positive for a missing case.
Right.
And I can't be a part of all that negativity. So
Right.
I do it on my own. I mean, we had billboards put up. I pay out of, I don't take any kind of donations or anything. I pay out of pocket. I help keep the billboards running. I do everything I can when I'm a part of a case, but when it's a bunch of drama and people going back and forth, and I'm telling her aunt, I sent her a list of channels. I was like, I'm not saying don't bring awareness, but stay away from these people.
Yeah. There's some of them that like to spread. And don't get me wrong, having a theory about something, it's different than stating something as a fact that you have no proof to back it up with.
Right.
And there is a lot of channels out there that they'll take a video and they will try their best to use a video to make their viewers believe that it's something that it's not. And it's all for clicks and views. They don't care if it hurts the family. They don't care, as long as they're getting them clicks and views. That's all they're worried about. I don't understand that. Like, put the facts out about something. Don't, just like the Summer Wells case. Look at how that case is now, and how it is on YouTube.
Yep.
It's nothing but it turned in from a 5-year-old little girl gone missing to a complete drama fest.
Yep.
And a lot of them are like that. They get so personal with it, with each other, with each, different channels, and they forget about the actual victim that they should be talking about and putting information out about.
The victims get lost in the drama.
Exactly. Yep.
It's heartbreaking, and her
It
case
is.
is absolutely heartbreaking. And I've had people ask me, have you ever covered Summer's case? Yes, I've uploaded videos. I've spoke on panels. Was a mod for I guess they call it a Summer Wells channel for when I very first started out on YouTube. But no, I don't do lives about her because there's no updates. The facts are she's missing out of Tennessee, and that's pretty much all we know for a fact, is that the child's missing.
Yep, that's
And
it. It's
that's
nothing
it.
but drama between the channels. That's why I don't cover her case. And before I ever started my channel, uh, I followed a couple of the channels, but I was in one channel that talked about Summer every night. Uh, and then I got to realizing, like, she's playing an audio and she's trying to make us think that it says something that it wasn't saying. And it was very clear that it wasn't, the video was not, or the audio was not saying what she was saying that it was saying. And I got to noticing these little things, and I was like, everything that this woman has told us from the jump, I don't even know if it's even true or not. And I just kind of like backed away from that channel, and I got to paying attention to these other ones. It's like, how are they still talking about this? Because, like you said, the only fact is that she's missing, and nobody knows where they're at except for maybe the parents.
Oh.
Other than that, there's no facts of anything.
That's exactly it. There's nothing. I mean, we as advocates, the people that I work with in the music community on Twitter, the main advocate, he had reached out about putting up billboards for her, and I messaged him privately and was like, hey, I'm all about billboards, and I will come out of pocket to help keep them up. But you need to understand that when we go to doing this for her, you're going to have a whole pit bull community come after you.
Oh, yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. And it got turned into something that it wasn't. It's not a pissing match when it's a missing kid or when it's a missing person. It's not.
But that is exactly what they have turned that case into.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
See, I believe Candace is a mod on another channel here on YouTube. Michelle, I know that Candace was going to another channel, going up on panel a lot, was down in their chat a lot, but I don't know if she's still going to that one. Because they would have Don and Candace on, and then they'd get mad at them. Then they'd get good with them again. Then they'd have them back on. It was just like every aspect of that case is nothing but drama now.
And
You
it's
know,
sad.
yeah, because summer has been lost because they're more worried about the drama and who can outdo who.
Yep.
It's just it's ridiculous.
It's how many people can I get in my chat? How much can I stir up? How much speculation can I put out?
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's drag the parents through the mud, regardless if they're guilty or innocent. Let's drag them through the mud. Let's make them the star of the show, if you will. And I don't mean any disrespect, but that's what it turns into.
Yeah. Or they have them on the panel to try to get them to say one thing, and then they'll catch them and be like, "Well, you said this on somebody else's channel." And it's just, yeah, it's a whole thing.
And then you have other channels that, I call them channel holders. A lot of people say content creators. Well, there's a difference in a content creator and a channel holder. If you just only take other people's interviews with these families and run them, and this is my opinion, that's all you do is you pull up somebody else's interview and you sit there and you pick that interview apart, and the family slips and says something, or something said that's construed totally different than what it's meant, then it's a whole nother shit show that they've started. And then you've got everybody on, well, this was said on so-and-so's panel, and then this was said on so-and-so's panel, and, and it's really sad. It's absolutely sad. And then when you have families that are actually heartfelt, like begging for help for their missing person, it's like walking through a fire pit. Whose channel do you go on where you're going to be treated as a family member and your loved one is not used for arguments, for better sake of words?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, and even if they do find a place that treats them nice and with respect, then you're getting bashed by all the other ones.
Yep.
So that's why a lot of victims, family members, don't want to come to YouTube because of that.
And it's really sad because if the cases don't have what I call the meat and potatoes, mainstream's not going to grab a hold of it.
Right.
Mainstream's not going to grab that case and it's sad, but it's true. They're not going to grab that case if nobody's talking about it.
No.
You have to push the media to get the media to grab a hold of the cases. And a lot of these mainstream media watch YouTube.
Oh, for sure. And another thing, a creator has a responsibility to put out facts and truths, not lies and conspiracies that has no merit to it. Just
absolutely
think of something up off the top of your head and then running with it, and then people who are in the chat who have the ability to go and Google this stuff for themselves just run with it as well.
Facts matter and critically thinking matters. The cult mentality that gets wrapped around a lot of cases is you have a creator that, and I'm not picking on YouTube creators, I mean, I'm here myself, but you have a creator and then you have people that are only focused on that one creator, and it's like, well, you can't watch anybody else and you can't have an opinion of what anybody else is talking about because you're mine,
which is so crazy.
And it's like, are we in high school or are we adults trying to bring awareness to cases? Like,
I have told everybody who comes in my chat, and a lot of people that's in here has been with me since the very beginning, since before the Kylie Rodney case. And like I told them, I don't care what channel you go to, what other YouTuber you support. I'm not going to be one of those that's like, oh my God, I saw you in so-and-so's channel. Why were you over there? That's just like, childish.
It is. And I mean, I'm a lurker. I be lurking in everybody's bushes. I be all up in your bushes, peeking through the leaves. What you doing over
Hey,
here?
let me tell you, the lurkers are awesome people. Okay, you got to love the lurkers.
Hey, I love my lurkers. I'm like, lurk all off in my bushes. Just hit the like button for me. That's all I'm asking. It's free. You can
Exactly.
lurk in my bushes all night long. That's fine.
Well, I mean, a lot of people though don't like they'll watch it on their TV, and so they can't be in the chat, or they just want to have it running in the background while they're doing stuff around their house,
Mhm.
and so they're not able to come and chat. But I don't get that mentality of a creator thinking that because you're sub to creator, that creator owns you.
Right. Well, back in the
It's
day,
crazy.
I was a mod for a channel and I get a private message one night that said, "Hey, you're a member on so and so's channel. Don't you know that person doesn't like me?
Oh
You
my!
should drop your membership." Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
I bet you I could probably guess who it was, but I ain't gonna try.
I'm 40 some odd years old. I'm not going to put it all out there, but I'm 40 some odd years old. And I'm pretty sure I'll make my own decisions of who the hell I want to be a member of or whose channel I want to be in. So
Exactly. That's just
it's disgusting to put it in just
yeah. I
small
don't.
worlds.
Yeah. You know how many people that I see from my chat that goes to the experts or goes to like other chats, and I'm lucky that I actually get to catch the expert live sometimes because I'm I literally run around my house like a chicken with its head cut off, and so whenever I sit down and I get to join in the experts chat, there's like several people that from my chat that goes in there. There's several people that go into other creators chats that I'm listening to. It's not a big
Yep.
deal if they go to other chats. So what?
Right. You might see me all over the place. I tell you one community you won't see me in because those ladies are savage, and that's the knitting community. I
I have
wandered in
heard
the
that.
knitting community one night. Oh my lord, I wandered in there because nobody else was live, and I was like, "Hey y'all, what's going on over here?" Because I've been lurking, and it was really funny. And like the creator, I won't even repeat what she said. She said, "Who are you? How did you get over here? What are you
Oh
doing?"
wow.
I'm
I
like,
have heard that they're
uh,
yeah.
I don't even
I have
know.
I have heard the words of the true crime community has nothing on the knitting community.
The knitting community are savages. I'm telling you, man. I had to back out of there slowly. I just was like, I'm good. Y'all have a good one over here. And my sister, she knits and she does all kinds of creative stuff. And she
Hmm.
asked me one night, she was like, "Is there a knitting community on YouTube?" I said, "Yeah, there is, but I'm not going over there. You better be careful. Them ladies are savage over there. They will chew you up and spit you out."
Oh my god, you are not the first person I've heard say that. The expert's ears are ringing. Hey,
I love the expert.
yeah,
He's
he's just a cool dude.
awesome.
I've tried to get him on my panel, but he just drops in chat for like 5 seconds and then he leaves.
He does the same thing to me. He don't hang out. He don't come around. I asked him the other night. I was on Twitter. I was messing with him, and I said, "Hey, I said, when do I get to come on panel again? When do I get to be a part of Friday Night Live? Come on now, show me some love."
Well,
And
was
he
it?
said that he wants to have me, you, and Brandy on panel one night and do
Yeah,
like a
that's what.
normal panel. I was like, that would
Yes,
be awesome.
that's what I was about to ask. Wasn't he one of them? One of those three that he was wanting to get us all on together? Because he was like maybe a true crime and maybe some paranormal stuff in there, which I think it would be cool.
Oh, I think it would be a blast. I love Brandy. She's a great creator. She has grown by leaps and bounds. It's amazing to watch her grow. And the
Right.
expert's he's phenomenal and he's funny as all get out. And I'm really serious based on my channel most of the time. I mean, my shorts are Skittles. You never know what you're going to see on my shorts. But if I am like live, then I keep it, pretty to the facts. But if I go over there, I'm corrupt in chat. You already know, like if you see me in chat, I'm coming in and I'm corrupt in chat. I'm going to be the funniest one I
Oh, for
can
sure.
because that's like my safe place, I guess.
Yeah, everybody over there though is just cool. Like there's never any drama, in his chat. Everybody's just really cool, chilled, laid back. Now, I have went into his chat before though, and I guess I must have come in at the wrong time because they would be talking about some some crazy stuff over there, and I'm just like, yeah, what what the hell did I just walk into?
Hey, I'm
Very,
telling you, you never know, man. You never know. I be putting little eyeballs in chat, and like if they're talking about something crazy, I'm like, what did I walk into over here? What are
yeah,
y'all doing?
you can get very over at the KK at the Experts channel. It can get very comical over there, for sure.
Yeah, he's fun. He's a lot of fun.
Yep.
He's like a good decompression, I guess, from everything that we do on our side of YouTube. It's
Oh,
like a good place to like just go over there and decompress, and not have to focus about. And I don't mean this to be, you know, ugly or anything, but it's like you're where you can go and laugh and have a good time and not be so serious and not have to be,
hmm
like what we do, because what we do is very serious, and you do have to keep
it's
in mind that families are watching or could be watching or whatever the case may be. But over there, it's kind of like my decompression zone.
right. I mean, what, and I've said this 1,000 times on my channel. The stuff that we talk about is very heavy. It's
It is.
it's serious. It's heavy. It's heartbreaking. It can be depressing for some people. It can be a trigger for some people. Uh, and that's why a lot of times, like if I have Avery and Lady V and others up on panel, we'll be talking about a case, and then we end up getting started on another subject that has nothing to do with true crime. It's just something that we can laugh about, because like you got to throw some laughter in there at some point, and just to kind of break the ice a little bit, because it's very heartbreaking, some of
You
the stuff
really do.
that like, and people who are not in, hey Malicious and 10, how are you? um a lot of people who don't even go to the true crime channels or even follow true crime, they have no idea what we read. Like with the Madeline Soto case and those 60 charges that I call him Cockroach because I refuse to say his name. Uh, but the mom's boyfriend, and
Hmm.
they were detailed. If you read them, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
Uh,
pulled them off the website, because I'm here in Florida. I'm local. I'm right here in Orlando.
okay, so you were able to get them fairly easy then.
Yeah.
Uh, People don't realize what we read and what we listen to in order to have something to talk to our subs about at night or during the day or whenever we do it live.
Hmm.
It's, and I refuse. I know that there is probably some creators that probably did read all 60 charges. I refuse to. It's it was just it was too much.
I touched on a couple of them. What I should have done was, because I like skimmed over it and
Mm-hmm.
then just went live with the update. I think I made it through 3 paragraphs before I was absolutely nauseous and
Mm-hmm.
ran out of ways to be creative with things that were in the document, and pretty much just told everybody, I'm sorry, I can't do this. I
Yeah.
just I can't do this. Out of respect for Maddie, I can't go any further in this. If you want
That's.
to read it, here's how you find it. And
Mm-hmm.
I had a couple people message me like, hey, how do I navigate this? I walked them through how to get to it. And I can't, I absolutely can't read that out loud. I don't
Yeah.
even, my husband, I told him, I said, because he's my driver when we go do things. And I
Mm-hmm.
told him, I said, I can't tell you the details. I absolutely cannot stomach repeating what's in that paperwork,
Yeah.
because
It
we
was really
went
bad.
and we drove around down there. One weekend we drove around, we kind of, went to Old Hickory Tree and looked at the area and stuff. And then the following weekend we went back down there and I planted flowers where she was found at.
Mm-hmm.
And to be right there, it was so heavy. It just was so surreal to be right there. And, I'm down on the ground digging a holes in the ground to put her flowers, and I put some bulbs out there for her that'll grow, and these are flowers that'll keep growing. They're native to Florida. But
Right.
the whole time it was like, I don't know, it was just it was surreal. I guess that's the only word that there is for it, is that it was absolutely just heartbreaking to know what she went through.
Yeah, in reading those charges, it made it more real. Like, we knew the first two charges that he had gotten, uh, but when those 60 charges come out, and it not full detail about what happened, but just reading each one of those paragraphs, what happened, and it was like, damn, this little girl, she went through this for years, because they're putting dates on with these charges, and it's making it surreal, like you said. I told him in my chat that night. I said, I'm not gonna read it, out of respect for Maddie. That was my words to them as well. I can't. I couldn't do it. And like I said, some people on their channel I think did, and that's, I'm not gonna say they shouldn't have, because that's their business and how they did it. But I could.
No, I couldn't stomach reading it out loud. Like, it
No.
just, I skimmed over it and was like, okay, maybe I can do this without being really graphic. But after I got to reading it and like hearing myself read it, it was like, I can't do this. And I just apologized and pretty much said my piece and ended it, because I couldn't.
Yeah. And there was
I
some
couldn't
people
believe it.
some people were asking me, like, was it that bad? And, just go read it,
Yes, it's
and you'll
that
see.
bad.
And I, after reading it, I don't believe that the mom didn't know what was going on.
It's impossible. Just, and this is my opinion, but at the age when this started, it is impossible for her not to know. Just, and not to be graphic, but the physical damage that would have been caused, she had to have realized something was going on. Something's not right.
Well, she should have seen the way she walked,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Exactly.
the way she sits. She should have known. And you just, uh, Max, we're talking about Madeline Soto right now. Uh, I don't see how she didn't
She had to
know.
have. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it was happening. They said all of these pictures, you know, were taken in these videos, were taken in that house.
mhm.
And so I will never believe that she didn't know what was happening.
I agree 100%. I've had families send me autopsy reports and autopsy photos, and I don't think that bothered me as much as reading the details in that paperwork.
Yeah, because when they go to putting dates in it, and you realize how young she was when it started, and then the graphic nature of what happened, and then on top of the fact of how long it went on, where it went on, uh, yeah, it would it would break your heart for those who hasn't
It
read it. It
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you better hope you've had lots of sleep and you don't have a weak stomach to read it
Right,
and be in a
right.
good mental state, because that that document is what nightmares are made of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the fact that he worked at Disney,
Mm.
uh, was around all these kids. And I don't. Did you see? Okay, so you know that there was a video or some pictures of her at her 13th birthday party. But did you see the video of her at her 12th birthday party?
I've seen it floating around, but I haven't took time to stop and watch it yet.
Okay, because it was. I know the other night, I think it was Avery that was up here, and she said that she hadn't seen it. She didn't think, but it was like, it, when I didn't listen to the audio of it, and so I assume that they were singing "Happy Birthday" to her, and the video starts off and she's smiling, and as quick as she put the smile on her face, the smile went away. And
Oh,
I don't know if somebody walked in the room and her expression changed or what it was, but I had never seen a look on a child or an adult's face that that little girl had on her face in that video.
oh, I'll have to watch it.
It was, and you can just see like the black color around her eyes. She didn't look good at all, but just the look on her face, like she put her head down, and I don't know how to explain it other than I don't know if she was in pain. I'm assuming she probably was. If somebody walked into the room and it just kind of ruined the day for her, or what it was, but just it will break your heart. And if I can find it, I'll try to send it to you on Twitter.
Okay.
Uh, it was just because I mean all of that was going on during that time of her 12th birthday. You know what I'm saying? And it was just you go back and you see these pictures of her and the cockroach and her mama, and you look at the date of when these pictures were taken, and you're like, damn, all this stuff was going on when this picture was taken. And she
Hmm.
held all of that pain in, and look what happened to her.
Right. And you have to keep in mind, and that doing what we do and knowing what we know is when these kids go through this, they put on a mask and they wear a
Mm-hmm.
mask in public. And that
Yeah.
could be for their own personal mental health, or
Mm-hmm.
it could be from, and I'm just speaking generally, we'll say going to mom and saying, hey, this is what's happening. And then you may have that mom that immediately calls law enforcement. Or the other side of things, you have that mom that's don't talk about this because it will bring shame to our family.
Or it
So
may
you
be
have
that mom that knows that it's happening but doesn't care.
right. There you go. Or that just doesn't care.
And it no matter what you say to her, she's not going to do anything about it. And
And
I
my
go
boys, I
ahead.
was very strict with them, but
Hmm.
they always knew that you can come to mom with anything.
Right.
If you need to talk to me, I'm here. I'm an
Right.
open book. You can talk to me anything.
And that's how every parent should be with their child. But I feel like it's a gut feeling that I have that Madeline's mom knew everything that was going on
Yeah, I'm
and
with
done
you.
nothing about it.
I'm with you. I just don't see how she couldn't know.
No.
Just, being a woman myself, and it's impossible that she didn't know.
Right.
Not going on right there under your roof. And
Well.
one thing that bothers me about mom is what we know what she did for work. I live here in Florida and I actually applied for that position. And I'm
Mhm.
not saying that she was working remotely, but everybody that I know that works for them as a vacation planner works from home. So
Right.
I really want to know, did she work in an office or was she at home?
Mhm.
And I know it's really not our business, but that wanders in my
Well,
brain is like, you know, was she outside of the home when these things were happening?
that's a good possibility. She might have been working at home. I don't know. I just after reading those charges, there was one charge in there uh, that had detailed a specific thing that had happened to her, and that's when I knew that the mom had to have known. And like I said, she would have noticed her walking and how she sits,
Yep.
uh, due to the fact of how young she was, and, and without trying to be too graphic and all that, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Um, I think she was one of those moms that either she knew that it was going on in the house while it was happening and she just didn't care, or she knew that it was going on and she was scared of him, or she was scared of losing him. I just
That's what I wonder, is if she was putting her own needs above her
of my
daughter's.
daughters, yeah, because like I said, when I watched that interview with her, and there was no emotion she was shaking her leg, and a lot of people thought, she was scared, and some people thought, I thought she was maybe nervousness or something like that. But when you have it at that point, Madeline was still missing. She hadn't even found yet. You have a child who has just turned 13 years old that is missing. You have no idea where she's at, but you're sitting here and you're talking with no emotion on your face. You're not crying. You're not, your voice isn't cracking because you're upset, anything like that. But when that damn animal feeder goes off and starts making the noise, she smiles about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, we got a reaction out of you from that, but not from your daughter missing.
Yeah, that smirk. Oh, that
Yeah.
smirk made me want to go through my laptop. I couldn't
Yeah.
believe it. I was floored. And, if what I picked out of the interviews from her, just myself, my own perspective, was the first interview that she did. It was probably a Zoom. So I'm gonna assume that she was on a phone or a device. And from being a creator, you're looking at your screen.
Mm-hmm.
So she made eye contact almost that entire interview with the first reporter, the female. I can't think of her name off the top of my head. When the reporter was sitting there in her kitchen doing the interview with her in her house, it looked like the kitchen, in her house with the monster behind her, she kept looking up, almost like she was trying to recall memory. What am I supposed to say? Zero emotion whatsoever. The animal feeder goes off, and then it's, this big ha, let's smile, and what a silly thing. Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Are you
I think
serious?
a lot of people caught that too and had a big issue with it, just like I do. Like, and then he gets on the camera and she goes over and she's consoling this man, hugging him, and I wanted to throw up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's sitting here crying with his fake tears, and she's just, ugh.
And that high pitch. Oh, I just wanted to. Oh,
Yeah.
with his
And knowing what we know now, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, how could you? KK, we're talking about Madeline and her mom and the cockroach. I hate saying his name, so I have to give him a nickname.
I love it. I've been calling him the monster. The cockroach fits so much more better.
I give everybody any case that we have talked about that has done wrong, I have to give them a nickname. It's just, I don't want to say their name and give them more attention and throw their name out there when it should be the victim's name.
Absolutely. The focus on the victim and not the perpetrator is so important.
But in this case, though, you can't talk about Madeline's case without bringing him up, and so it's just the cockroach.
Absolutely.
It seems much more fitting. He's a nasty, disgusting person who basically has infiltrated your house, and the mom should have called the exterminator, but instead she didn't care. She let you stay.
And you almost wonder if the stories are true that they were off and on relationship.
Mm-hmm.
If he was gone, why the hell would you let him come back in your house?
Well, see, that's what I thought was odd because, okay, so when Maddie had her 13th birthday party at her grandmother's house, and some of her friends that was there, their moms had confirmed that he was not there. And apparently he wasn't living in the house at the time with Madeline and her mom. And it just seems weird because I want to know, like, how many other times did she call him to say, hey, can you go pick Madeline up? Can you take her to school? Or was it just this one time that she says, hey, can you go to my mom's to pick her up and bring her home and then take her to school tomorrow? And then all of a sudden she comes up missing. And if that's the case, how the hell did she not catch that red flag? You were the last person who was with her, and now my daughter is missing. And now all of a sudden he's all up in the house when she's doing interviews when he wasn't living there before. It
Mhm.
it didn't make any sense, and it's just, if you put all of these different things in a bag and you shake them up, it all tell me the same thing, that the mom knew.
Yep. And then referring to him as if they were in a relationship.
Oh, she makes me so sick. Ah,
Hmm. Yep.
so
She's
so
one
sick.
that I can't wait till law enforcement actually comes out and tells us, what's going on. What is going on? I want to know what's going on with the mom. Like, where is it going with the mom? What has been said?
Right.
What do you guys know?
Yep.
The metadata is so important, and I understand that, but people are smart to that stuff now,
Yep.
especially with social media.
Yep.
If you're going to do something, don't take your phone with you
That is true.
because they're going to catch you. So,
And yep. And I'm waiting for the day that it comes out that, like, breaking news, Jen Soto has been arrested and charged. Like,
mhm.
I'm sitting here and just what, and I can tell y'all right now, if that happens, Scarlett is going live during the day. Okay, and I never go live during the day. Y'all know that. If that happens, I'm going live because I have literally been sitting here waiting for that news to break. That there is those murder charges have been filed, and that the mama has been arrested and charged with something, child neglect, something. I don't think she should get off of this just scot free.
Oh, I agree. I agree 100%. And I know it's a fluid investigation, but, you know, Osceola County does not have a good record, and they really need to show that they're doing something for this baby. They
Yeah,
really need to show it.
and posting the picture didn't help them any either.
Nope, it didn't. It
It
didn't help their
really,
look at all.
no, it didn't. I've never heard of that happening by accident. On top of it, I just don't. I could just do a citizen's arrest. I mean, if I could, I would, KK. But what would I be doing in a citizen's arrest? Like, what would my charge be? I know that you know something. I just can't prove it.
Right.
I don't know. It's just I'm like, there hasn't been that murder charge come out yet, and a lot of people are wondering, like why is there no charge yet? But I do believe that they're waiting on that official autopsy and toxicology report to come out with that cause and manner, and I think that uh, it's going to be one of two ways. When the murder charge comes out, that cause and manner is about to pop out too, or that cause and manner comes out, and then there's going to be a charge come out. But they're going to come out, I think, right there together.
I think so too.
Those
I
two.
believe so too.
I think that's what they're waiting on.
And I don't, just myself personally, it's highly unusual for them to release, the body to the family
Hmm.
so fast. Like, that sits really heavy on my gut.
And then they cremated her.
Mm.
Like,
And had a private, and I understand having privacy, but the whole community
yeah,
was helping and had poured our hearts into this.
yep,
And you just see an update on a GoFundMe.
yep. And see, that was like with the Kylie Rodney case. Uh, like, they found her, and when just, they did the autopsy, and then boom, she was cremated. And I'm just like, when you have a case like this, why would you cremate? And don't get me wrong, it may be a money issue. That may be their religious beliefs to
Mhm.
cremate instead of uh, bury, and I understand that. But when you have a situation like this, once that body's cremated, there's no going back for more tests. You can't exhume the body. You can't. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's like at that point it cuts everything off, and that's like with the Chad Daybell case. His wife died, and he didn't get an autopsy done. But then all that time later, they went back and they exhumed Tammy's body, and you know they got her cause in manner of death at that point.
And look
And
how long it took for them to release the kids to the family.
oh God, yes, they were. I remember seeing Kay Woodcock post on Twitter that Tylee would be home for Christmas, back with her family, and JJ was released, I believe, before that. And this is after years and years and years. Like,
Yep.
it happened in 2019, and they were finally released in 2023. That whole time they sat in a morgue until they were released. And it was, I forgot where, somebody had posted it on Twitter or in one of the Facebook groups or something, that they had cremated Madeline. And it's just like, what if? And that's my biggest thing. There's always that what if, especially when the case is not solved. What if we need more samples? Well, we can't go back and get them now because she's been cremated. And it's just, I don't know. I don't know if it was done for money issue, if it was a religious way, if it was to hide evidence. I don't know, but it seemed kind of fishy to me.
It does me too. And I hope in my heart that the ME, whoever did her autopsy and the investigation, they got everything you could possibly imagine before they released her. I really, really pray they did.
Yeah.
Because like you said, there's no going back at this point.
Mm-mm. Especially after knowing what he done to her. There's you can't go back. If a sample gets ruined, if you just for whatever reason you got to go back, you can't now.
Yep. And we've seen in other cases, evidence gets lost. Whether it's intentionally or accidentally on purpose, it happens.
Mm-hmm. That is true. So I don't know. I'm sitting here just waiting for the charges to come out, though.
I'm doing the same thing. It's a constant checking updates for cases. You're just, you wake up and you think, okay, let me check this. Let me check before I go to work. On breaks, I'm checking, I'm looking, I'm, hoping. And
oh, Google is about sick of me, I can tell you, because I'm constantly typing Madeline Soto, Savannah Soto. I look up Nicole Baldwin a lot, just to see if there's any updates on her. Katie Ferguson. Like, I have a list that I go through just to see if there's any updates. And sometimes some of those on that list, I do it multiple times a day. When Riley was missing, I was constantly refreshing Google, trying to get the latest update on what was going on with this case. Has he been found? Where are they looking at? And all that.
Yeah, I mean, like me, I'm constantly, it's either Google or Twitter. I'm all the time. I'm just checking. God. I have Twitter issues, but it seems like Twitter is the first place you're going to see it. If it comes out, it's going to be on Twitter. Like, that's the best place to go for your resources. Sometimes Twitter's got it before you. You Google it. You Google it, and it tells you to go to Twitter. So I stay on Twitter. And I was doing the same thing. Just, has he been found? Is he? Is there any kind of updates? Did they find anything else? And it's when you take these cases into your heart, it's like you find yourself doing that, and you can't stop it.
I have a huge issue with Twitter.
I love my Twitter streaks. I stay on Twitter.
I stay on it constantly.
I've got my phone, and I'm, that's the only app I have on my phone for social. Well, YouTube, but I don't have like Facebook or anything like that on my phone. So I'm like clicking my Twitter and refreshing, and hey, what's, is anything on here? What's going on? If we had any kind of updates, because you just, you want to know. Like, I forget all the time I even have a TikTok, but I know that's a good place to go too, because we have a community over there of true crime that is on TikTok, but I completely forget about it. I'm usually on Twitter. I'm Googling, and then if it sends me to Twitter, I'm there.
I have TikTok and Instagram on my phone. I have my personal Facebook on my phone, so my channel one is on my computer, and then I have Twitter. I never go to TikTok or Instagram. It's always Twitter.
Yep.
'Cause
Same.
like you
And
said, that's where you can find the most stuff quickly.
my Google's probably scarred because, like I told them, thank goodness I talked to FBI agents and stuff in these cases, because otherwise, Lord mercy, if I ever did anything, they put
They
me under the jail for
probably
my Google.
they probably don't want to look at any of our Google searches. Honestly,
You look at these cases and you look at, and you think, well, what the hell was that person thinking Googling that? And then, a week later you're sitting Googling something and you think, I look down at my phone and I'm like, oh man, well, there's something else to go in my file of my hope the law enforcement. And I do never do anything where they got to go through my phone, because they're going to
well,
think this woman was a straight weirdo psychopath.
that's what everybody and a lot of people in chat will joke that I'm their alibi, because, like I said, if they looked at probably any of our Google searches, and they would find some crazy stuff on there that they probably wouldn't think that just a normal person who sits at home or sits at their computer, or even some that are at work, they wouldn't think that they were Googling, you know. And I'm just like, I'm your alibi. That's just what we talk about.
Right.
Just go watch YouTube and you'll
Right. I
see.
swear, I'm not a psychopathic person
it's-
that's going around and just unaliving people or wanting to know weird things
Yeah,
because I need to know, so I know what I'm talking about, or I need to ease my brain to know, how much time does it take to do this, or how much time does it take to do that. It's not because I'm planning it; it's because I need to know.
right. Yeah. I mean, but hey, if it wasn't for Google, I mean, we wouldn't know hardly anything now, would we? Because
Right.
Google's like our best friend, for real.
I've make jokes. I'm like, well, I go to the Google. The Google will know. I'll Google it. We'll find out.
Oh, for sure. I always
And
got
then
to
when you
have
get
Google
that,
pulled up.
can't find a solution. I'm like, oh no, there's somebody that knows. YouTube. It's got to be somewhere. I got to know.
Yep. YouTube, Twitter, Google.
Right.
Oh, look who is in the chat, the expert. How
Oh,
are
we
you?
spoke him up.
We were talking about you earlier.
We spoke him up. They say
Mhm.
he heard us. He felt us talking about him.
Somebody said his ears would be burning.
Did you feel it, expert? We was over here giving you all kinds of love. I didn't mean to run all your panel off. I'm sorry, love.
Oh no, you're good. Avery, her dogs get to bark in the background, so she has to jump down, and then sometimes she'll come back up. And then Lady V, she probably went on to bed. Uh, 'Cause me and her, the last couple of weeks, we've both been sick, and just now starting to get over it. So she's probably, I know she's been really busy too, so she might have went on to bed.
Something's been going around. I was miserable last weekend. I don't know what it was. I got up. I slept until like 11 on Saturday, which I normally sleep in a little bit on Saturdays anyway. I was up for maybe an hour, and then I was back out till like 7 o'clock. Something weird, something funky was going around.
Yeah, I was fine one night, went to bed, woke up coughing real bad. Next day, couldn't hardly talk. Within a week, I had to end up going to the emergency room. Said I had bronchitis. If I wouldn't have came in whenever I did, it was about to turn into full pneumonia.
Oh my goodness.
Was put on an inhaler, put on antibiotics. Nothing worked. Cough was like, oh my God, you get in those coughing fits to where you completely lose your breath. And still coughing a little bit, but it's just now starting to go away. Like it's been probably about 3 weeks.
Oh wow.
And the same time I was sick, Lady V was sick with the same type of problems. All right, well, the expert, I just dropped the link. Do you want to come up on panel with us for a little bit? Scarlett is just now starting to enjoy the ER, so she's finding excuses. Oh, I hate the ER. Oh my god.
I don't know. I'm not a hospital type person either.
You know I'm sick. Well, this last time my husband kept saying like, you need to go to the hospital. You need to go. You could have pneumonia because like the cough was horrible, and I kept putting it off, and because I don't like going, and then finally it was just to the point like I had to go. Like the coughing, I couldn't stop coughing. Like I said, it was causing me to lose my breath. Uh, I couldn't hardly speak and all that, so I ended up going. Of course, it didn't do me a whole lot of good because the antibiotics or the inhaler, neither one helped.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. That's no fun not being able to breathe.
Yeah,
That's terrifying.
yeah, it is. But yeah, I'm starting to get over it. Like the voice is still a little bit cracky, but me and my daughter, man, the other day we went to town, and she wanted to go eat at this Mexican restaurant, and Mexican restaurants, they always play like this loud music in there. And I don't know if we were just sitting under the speaker or what was going on, but like we had to talk extremely loud. And when I got on here last night, I was like, y'all just gonna have to excuse the voice because it's like a little bit cracky here uh, from having to talk so loud in that restaurant. Yeah, it's like pulling teeth with me though, girl, to get me to go to the doctor. I hate it. Like I'm worse than a child when it comes to going to the doctor.
I'm not a fan of them either. The husband will get the kids on me, and then once they both start calling, it's like, what choice do you have?
Right. Do you have twins? How are you? Yeah, it's just the ER is like the worst. And I live out in the middle of nowhere, so it takes a good 45 minutes just to get to the emergency room or even to the doctor. And it's just like I don't like going to the town. I hate going into the city. Like I just want to stay at home. Just leave me alone, and I'll get over it.
Right. Orange juice. Just give me some orange juice and some green tea with honey, and I'm fine. Leave me alone. I'm not going to sit in no hospital where a bunch of sick people are.
Right, and just let me sleep. If I ain't got to get up out the bed, just leave me alone. I'd much rather sit at home and be sick than go to the hospital and be around other sick people.
Facts. I'm with you.
Especially when it takes me 45 minutes to get there. I mean, we are like literally out in the middle of nowhere where we live at. Nothing but the sticks out here.
Right. Said I'm on the outskirts, so it takes us about 20 minutes to get over there, and that's just not worth it. I don't want to get up and go all the way out to the car and then have to side seat drive the whole way to the hospital. It's just a whole thing.
Oh, you do that too? Yeah, I'm the worst. I've said it in here. I'm the worst passenger you could possibly have in your vehicle.
Oh, he hates it. He'll be like, "Don't tell me how to drive. I used to drive for a living. I don't care. I don't care. You're not doing it right."
My husband's the same way. Or I'm like, dude, you gotta, watch your speed, watch the car, brake lights in front of you. How far is the nearest grocery store? Actual grocery store is about 30 minutes. The nearest one to me. Walmart is like, depending on traffic, 35 to 40 minutes. I don't even go to Walmart. So, like I said, I'm 5 miles off of the main highway. You have to take all these little back roads just to get to my dirt road.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you walk out my front door and all you see is pine trees. So, and that also did not help, was all the pollen that had started falling the last couple of weeks too.
Yeah, our sun deck was covered in the pollen and I don't even know what kind of tree this is out here, but it throws off the little, I don't know, they look like tiny little cattails almost. They were everywhere. I made him go out there with the blower today. I was like, I can't do it. You got to get rid of that stuff on the patio, man, because I can't even be out there. And I have miniatures, and of course, where I'm at, we've got gators and bears and everything else, so they don't go out alone. Well, looky there.
How are y'all doing?
I
Proud of
must,
you.
y'all, something like, is that the expert on my panel?
Is this a
Finally?
first?
Pinch me,
Yes.
Raymond.
Oh my gosh.
I have been begging you forever. And I told you this was going to be our drama. Remember who was going to end up on whose panel first?
Oh. Well, I'm sorry. I can leave.
No. We have been, everybody in my chat has been wanting you to come over here and join us.
No. I'm nothing, man. You're awesome. I'm
Dude,
embarrassed. Like I'm
why?
intimidated now because
Why?
because you two are really awesome people, and
And
I don't know.
so are
You got
you.
no.
I
I
mean,
like
don't.
your moving screen here. That's cool.
Oh,
I
thank
tried to
you.
do it and it just looked like somebody said I looked like I was sitting in hell because I tried to fire and I was like, well, that's where I deserve. That's where I belong.
Oh my God.
Oh, what's going on, y'all?
Nothing. Just talking about all the cases and the craziness in them, and the parents and how they act or don't act when they have a missing child and all that good stuff.
Do you think that some parents, when like if a child goes missing, that they immediately go into celebrity mode?
Yeah.
Like that
Mhm.
quasi. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like there's like a set thing. They're like, oh my baby, and
Well,
it's like you
did
never pay
you?
attention to your kid. Sorry.
Right. Did you follow the Raleigh Strain case, that the boy that went missing in Nashville that they just found a couple of days ago?
Kind of, because I'm very familiar with the area. In King Scarlet News, I got my start in true crime. I was on the hard beats. What was it? The hard beats, the hard streets of what was that girl's name? Gabby Petito.
Oh
Oh,
yes.
yes, Gabby. It was, you know what got me about her case was the way everybody was treating everything about that. I was like the family and everything. Like I was like, we need
Yeah.
facts. What got me was it was that they're out there with bullhorns and everything,
Hmm.
protesting in front of Brian's parents' house. I was like, okay, they have neighbors on either side of them, you know?
Right.
They don't
That
want to.
one neighbor though was letting Brian Ittenall up in their yard to camp out though.
That's weird, man.
He
That's
was
weird.
like,
That's
Brian was all up over there, like up next to the laundry house. Neighbor's like, yeah, come on over here. You can hang out in my yard if you want to.
so crazy. So crazy. So, but
But
yeah, you're talking about what's the guy's name in Nashville? The
Raleigh Strain,
oh yeah.
yeah,
So he's Missouri student,
yes,
went down Second Avenue, was last seen walking by himself.
down
Let's see
Gay
what direction.
Street
Which
with
direction is that he was
he.
going?
So he left from Luke's 32 on Broadway and went down to Gay Street, and where Gay Street, is right there along the Cumberland River, and the two bridges. I forgot what the two bridges names are, but he went missing in that area,
I think
and
it's over there by the courthouse.
Yeah.
yeah, I think the police station's like right down from there or
Yeah.
in that area. But
Yeah, I know where he is.
what we were talking about though is like his mama, like when his family they would do their own news conference, and
Hmm.
every time that you saw his mama, it would break your heart. Okay, like you could tell that this woman was deeply, deeply hurt. And then you have someone like Madeline Soto, who was the little girl from Florida who had just turned 13. And she comes up missing, and then they find her a couple of days later in a field, deceased. And her mama does an interview, and there's no emotion on this woman's face whatsoever, like no crying. And at this point, Madeline hasn't been found; she's still missing. But there's no emotion on this woman's face whatsoever. But whenever and they have I guess an automatic animal feeder that was in their house, and when it went off, it made like this loud noise and all this and that, and she smiled about it, and like that was the only emotion that we got out of this woman's face is when that animal feeder went off. But when she's talking about her child, there is no emotion. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, you got somebody like Riley Strain's mama who is so heartbroken, and all of these other kids who are missing, and they deserve that type of parent too, but they don't have it, and it breaks your heart to see that.
So I s- I stepped away from true crime, and what you're talking about right now is a very very good example of why.
Hmm.
And it's also, this was that time where it's like I really encourage all of y'all to have that outlet to help each other. Be like, you got to be a crutch for each other to get through some of this stuff, because you have that drive, you have that passion. But it's very sad because, let's face it, the gift of life is amazing,
Hmm.
and not everybody gets to have that gift. And when you see people that have are blessed with these beautiful children, and they're never given the chance to, be cool in school, and first time to get fall in love, some of them not even the first time to fall off a bike and skin their knee and learn how to get back up. I mean, it's
Right.
all the things that were so hard on us as children. That you look back on, you think, wow, it's such a learning experience of life, and that's all taken away. And you have these parents that they just sit there, they're cold, they have no emotion, and
Hmm.
it drives me.
It makes me mad. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. Like, just to see her face and that no emotion while she's talking about her daughter missing. Okay, and what this man that she later on in this interview is hugging on him because he is with his fake tears and knowing what that man done to that little girl for so many years, and she's got this man up in her house, and I'm just like, you're a piece of shit. You know, it's just like she deserves so much more.
Yeah. Man,
Like, true crime is like very very heavy.
it
Like,
is, it
we were
is.
talking about that earlier. It's very like you got to. That's why we all go to your channel, because everybody over there is like so cool, and like our outlet, and we can sit back and you never know what you're going to hear over there, but it's always going to be something cool and funny and laid back. Where over here it's like
Uh-oh, I lost you.
I think we lost her.
I was worried it was mine. How you
I
doing,
never know.
monsters?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Love seeing you here.
We
Oh
were
my
trying
gosh,
to
your
talk you
channel's
in here.
doing great. I saw you the other day. You had a huge stream the other day, didn't you?
Yes, yes, I did. I'm a Nashvilleian. I live in Florida, but I lived in Nashville for over 30 years of my life. So, and my kids were raised there.
Oh
And
wow.
Riley's case hit me in the gut like a 10-pound hammer.
Nashville's changed so much since I was there, and I someone sent me a picture. It was the skyline of Nashville from like 10 years ago to today,
Hmm.
and I wanted to cry. I was like, man, I can't believe it. It's the I don't know, the culture of it is gone. Boy, she really is gone.
Oh no, she done
Oh,
yeeted
it's
herself
our
off
channel
panel.
now.
Take over. No, I'm kidding. Yeah,
But
man, like the Batman building's the
oh,
only thing that feels at home there now,
yeah, I
huh?
know, right? The
The sky.
Batman building.
And you got to be a Nashvilleian to know what the Batman building is.
Oh
all right.
yeah, that thing was so cool. So cool.
Sorry, I got kicked.
No, no, that's I
My
didn't know what we were gonna do.
No, it's my internet. Every now and then I get kicked out of StreamYard for whatever reason.
Everybody has a problem with StreamYard at one point or another.
StreamYard's temperamental.
Yes.
Yeah. But you know what though? It's amazing. I mean, for the type of growth this platform's had, and being able to do what it does, it's absolutely amazing.
Yes. I love, love, love StreamYard, but at times it could be a pain in the butt.
When I got started, there was no streaming. You had to have 1,000 subs before you could stream.
Yeah, and I think now you have to have 1,000 if you're going to use your phone,
Yeah,
or with
that's yeah,
StreamYard. Yeah, you can do it with StreamYard also. But yeah,
yeah. See, I got in like I don't know, like 6 months or so before there was StreamYard. So it's That's why I have so many videos. I've got like 1,600. It shows on my channel. I got 1,500 videos. But what's funny is I found like I've got like 100 videos I took down
Oh,
for
good
various
Lord.
reasons, and they don't show. I'm like, oh no, it's like 1,630 or something like that. I was like, that's a lot of videos. But I was doing 3 a day when I started. Yeah, listen, you got to get away from you got to get the reality of life. You have to get away from. That's why we go see movies. That's why we hang out with friends, and man, it's just you know I don't know. True crime is really rough. Like when I first found you, you were covering Kylie Rodney. You were a new person, and
Right.
it's funny. I say new based on. I mean, I've been here. I don't know, probably like a year before you. I think I just got like monetized and stuff, and I was like, wow, she's got a great voice. She has. You can tell her heart's there. Um, and just started following you like because you were doing Kylie all the time and I was doing Kylie and then it was you really hit with the Idaho stuff, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
oh my gosh, like I remember that happened. It was such a I see my mom was in the hospital and so like I I was sitting there. I was doing 3 videos a day. But or if I could, then I had to take a step back and everything. And I remember just like there was so much I couldn't believe when I got back and I was able to get into the groove of things again. You had just exploded. That was like your specialty. And I've told everybody that ask about it, I'm like, yeah, there's one channel that you've got to hit up, and it's yours on for the Idaho thing. But Idaho's the last true crime thing I ever think I covered. No, I take it back. Well, I guess the trial of Shabusiness. But that
Oh,
one, I
business. That was a
well,
crazy one.
well, you guys know Yaya. She's over in my chat. She comes
Yes.
over.
Mm-hmm.
She knew Shabusiness. She
Oh,
called, yeah,
wow.
she came in my chat and goes, expert, I gotta talk to you. I'm like, okay. I don't know what's going on. And she was telling me this horrible story that happened in Green Bay. She's like, I'm on vacation. My kids are calling me, telling me all about this. She's like, I know this girl. And I was
Oh,
like,
wow.
well, let me see what I can find about it. She wanted me to cover it. And then she said that if I ever do the trial, she wanted to be on there with me. I was like, heck yeah. So,
Yeah, I remember Yaya when she used to go to it was another channel. I can't remember if it was it,
Purple's, Purple Phoenix, right?
no, I've never been to that one. It was I want to say Molly Golightly, but I could be wrong.
But that's a name I haven't heard in forever.
I remember seeing her on another another panel because I remember she would always go to her garage to smoke her cigarette.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might have been Molly's. I can't remember if that's where it was at, but yeah, I remember that was God. That
Forever ago in YouTube
yeah,
world.
that was before. I think that was before I ever started my channel. Like before
Wow.
Kylie. Yeah, it's been a while.
Wow.
And I think didn't she have a channel for a little while?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it was about dealing with what does she have? Is it fibro?
fibromyalgia.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm glad you said that because I was sitting here going, man, I'm gonna mess up the second part of the word. Everybody's gonna be making fun of me.
Yeah, I remember her from God. That seems like forever ago.
It's crazy how YouTube takes you in all different directions, isn't it?
Right.
And time's not real here.
No, because like last week seems forever ago. Honestly, it's just you do all these different cases, and if you can, it's very easy to get information mixed up with various cases. Uh, Even with the extensive amount of notes that I take, it can
Oh, I
still.
love note takers
Oh God. Well, let's
because
see.
y'all always keep me in line. That's why I love them.
let's see. Kylie Rodney, I had, what was it, y'all? Altogether like 30 something notebooks of
Wow.
notes. I don't even know how many notebooks I have in the Idaho 4, plus the binders that I have. Like, I extensive note taker. Like,
The Idaho thing, you know what got me about that one is it's the same thing with all whenever you get a breaking one, you
mm-hmm.
know, it's always it's I don't know, it's crazy. What happens. It's kind of you can almost predict how the tubes are gonna to react about things. And I'll never forget the blood coming out the side of the house.
Right.
And I was like, someone said, "Did you see this picture?" I said, "No." And so someone sent me the picture, and I was like, and then it was like, "Oh, everybody's saying that that was rust." I'm like, "Okay, why is there rusty water in Idaho in the wintertime?"
Yeah, there was
And
a whole big issue about it being rust, and it coming from that pipe that was running through there. It was pretty clear it was the red fluid
yeah, and
that
that's
had seeped
just
out. Yeah, that just shows how brutal that was in that room.
man, I didn't know what to expect when I came on here. Now I just want to ask. I'm like a kid. I want to ask all these. I want to ask you all these questions.
Well,
Here's my okay. Can I ask? Is
sure.
that okay if I hijack a question here?
Why
Okay,
not?
so what do y'all think? Do you think they have? And I'm going to follow this up with another one too. That's based on the same thing. Do you think that they have the right guy in Moscow?
Yes, but I still think, and I've said this from the jump. Everybody in my chat who has been here since then will tell you that I've said this. I still think that there's somebody else involved in it other than Brian. But he's,
Monsters.
That's my feeling too. I believe they have the right person, but I don't believe he was alone.
yeah, and he's not going to out someone, because there's been a lot of people that says, well, well, why wouldn't he just, bring mention their name? Well, if he mentions their name, then he's outing himself, and
Hmm.
he's not going to do that.
I think what brought that to my mind was the question, and I don't think it ever got put out like officially, but wasn't there was a conversation that was brought up that when he was arrested, he had asked, "Has anybody else been
Been
arrested?"
arrested. Yep.
And
Yeah,
that's
he
when it
did.
triggered something in my
That's right.
mind. Hey, wait a minute, whoa, why would you ask that?
Well, the timeline for me when they're saying, he, and I may have to pull the PCA up for this, but he seen it was at 404 uh, for the last time coming into the area of the house, and then he's seen leaving at a high rate of speed at 420. So you have to take the fact that he has 404 is him coming up in front of the house. He's caught on camera. So he's got to park. He's got to get out. He's got to walk to the house. He's got to get into the house. He's got to unalive four people. You know that there had to be a fight between him and Ethan, because Ethan's a big boy. Uh,
Mhm.
get out of the house, get back to the car, take off the clothes, because they're saying that there was no victim's DNA in his car, and then drive away at 420. So I'm wondering if he
How do
had
you
a
do all
driver.
that, right?
Right. I'm just, I think they have the right person. I just, that part is what makes me believe that there might have been somebody else involved, whether it's they were in the house with him, or they were just a driver or something. Hey, Tonka.
Mhm.
I still think that there's someone else in there that they haven't got yet.
And of course, him being, maybe this is me, but it's like they're gonna show him he's gonna be this little skinny, wiry vegetarian, and you're gonna paint a picture of him running up the stairs, and
Hmm.
doing this because this is a lot of motion. I mean, it's not. You got to have some. I don't know.
I mean,
It's gonna be
it,
tough to, I think, but yeah, I mean, but hold
it's
on, that's not what we're. That's not. Let me back that up. I take all that back because that would be like I'm thinking like trial stuff.
mhm.
Going back to it, yeah, I don't. I'm not honestly as just as simple as it sounds. Like he had help. That's not something I've thought about. I've just kind of thought to myself like, I don't know if this is the dude,
I think it
but
is.
mhm.
I mean, he was a kid. He did kickboxing when he was in high school. He's a runner. Like we saw his.
He's got cardio.
Yeah, he has cardio because there was what is that app? Shit, I can't remember the name of it now. But somebody had gotten into it and got his. What was it? He ran. Hey, Glowbug, was it like a mile in 9 minutes or something like that? Uh, and I can't remember the app though that it showed like his route and everything and how long it took him to do that mile. So he's got cardio. I would say that he was in pretty good shape. He just still thinking there's somebody else that's involved in this.
Yeah.
You know.
Me too.
Um. So my second question to this.
Mm-hmm.
What about that dude with the Delphi kids?
That
Richard.
case, Richard Allen.
Yeah.
That case I never did follow. Like I've just kind of like skimming through Twitter or on Facebook or just what I've heard, here and there on YouTube. But that was never one that I really followed.
It came up to me because someone was like, "Oh, said something about Delphi." I was like, "No idea what you're talking about." And this would be a long time before they had a suspect. Or I guess like they had the drawing of a suspect,
Mm-hmm.
but I'd never heard of it or anything else. So of course I did what every intelligent member of the teams does. I went to Reddit and started reading. Don't you love Reddit?
I know. I don't even go there.
Oh man, I've got a good Reddit one. It's not good. I mean, it's gonna bore everybody, but it's so typical of this whole like trying to get something out of trying to get content for a true crime.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I was like, holy cow, man! How come I haven't heard of this? Like, this seems like because you get into it and there's so much information, and then my mod Texas Jen, she is like, I say something, she's like, oh yeah, blah, blah, and she just starts just nonstop, just telling me everything. I'm like, whoa, wait a second. How come you never even told me about it? She's like, well, I thought you knew. I thought you didn't like it. I'm like, how would I know this? And she said, everybody knows. And she had details like, because her thing is, she was like, her daughter was like around the same age or something like that. And
Mm-hmm.
she's like, that's what really was the first time she got heard about like child trafficking and all this like online stuff and they're doing. And she's like, I locked my daughter down out of everything after that. She's like, I've got backups to the backup programs for internet security. And I was like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah.
But it's like I had no idea. And yeah, she knows all that stuff. And I'm like, I don't know a thing. And then they arrest this guy, and the big thing was that they had a unspent cartridge in the woods that
Mm-hmm.
happens to match a firearm that shoots the same cartridge at his house. And I mean, everybody, all the legal law tubey guys are all like, "Well, that's stupid. You can't use that."
Right.
I don't know what's gonna happen there,
Yeah.
but
I
yeah,
I tried to like it. It's nearly impossible if you don't start a case from the very beginning to jump into it when it's already been going on for months and months and years. It's because you don't know it, from the time you try to get into it and before that you have no idea what's went on, what's been said. You're not up to date on anything, and then you go from when you get into it to current, and it's just like you're lost in the case and you don't know who these people are, how they're connected. And I tried to do that with the Delphi case, and there was so much with like the Odinism, and I'm just like, I
well, yeah,
can't.
that came out, and I'm like, what's happening now? So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
um
that and the Karen Reed one was another one that I tried to, and I got like in the PCA, and I think I made it to like page 2, and I was like, I can't do this. There's literally so many people involved in that case that it's hard to keep up.
Yeah, I thought it was funny because like I heard about Karen Reed and I looked at the stuff and I was like the deal with like where supposedly she ran over the boyfriend.
Hmm.
And the thing that really bothers me is that, oh, she searched the internet how long you can be alive. I'm like, oh man, if you did my internet search just for today.
We were actually talking about that earlier. That I don't think any of us who are into true crime wants someone else to look at our internet searches.
No, oh, listen, when I one summer so my entire time I was in law school, I clerked every summer for a firm that represented uh, one. There were several attorneys there. One represented the town, one represented the county. So it's government work, right?
Right.
And so that's why I can't do any of this stuff, all this trial stuff and everything. I'm like, I don't know about that. I was like, you want to know about the Purchasing Act, Tennessee? I was like, I can tell you that. I'll tell you how to buy a Ford Explorer for the zoning commission. I mean, but one of the things, it was my summer project, was that the KKK wanted to come to the town and do a rally, and I was in charge of all the research of it, about bringing up all the case files and everything else, because you're dealing with freedom of speech and all this stuff, right?
Right.
It kept me busy all summer, but that's the one I think about. I'm like, holy cow, my searches. I mean, I would be gone. It's like, you're looking for like, what is the Klan doing today in town? I mean, I'm sitting there going, I don't want to be associated with this, but it's what you have to do.
Right.
And I never had that experience again until you get into like true crime. And it's like, oh, like how many times do you have to hit somebody with a blunt object before they pass out?
Hmm.
And,
Yeah, it's I can just imagine what some people like mine. I know mine's crazy. I can just imagine what others is that you know it covers these cases. But I mean, all I could say is go watch YouTube. You'll see where we're
right?
talking about it. Uh,
Oh man.
Tonka said I'd be going to jail if they use my Google searches as evidence for anything. Like I always say, I'm y'all's alibi because like y'all are here with me almost every night, and we look up some crazy stuff. Honestly,
It's I don't know, man. It's wild. Um, what was it? You were here, Idaho, and oh yeah, so Delphi. Yeah, that whole thing, man. I don't know. I see people. Oh, Karen Reed. Yeah, like
mm,
Karen Reed. Like that was. I got into it enough to see. I looked up like what type of car she drove, and then
mhm.
like where like her injuries were. This was like early on before I knew anybody that was covering it. And I was like, I don't think she could hit him and cause that type of damage to the car. And I just kind of left it at that. Then I was like, saw some of the drama that was getting involved with it. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is
Yeah. Like, what was his name?
Turtle Boy.
Yes, he's been
I,
arrested like how many times now?
I don't even know who the guy is. And, like, I'm like, I mean, I know Broken Baker. I know Dave, Michigan Law or whatever he is now. He changed his name.
Right.
Um, and they both had him on and interviewed him.
Hmm.
And I'm sitting here going, looking at their chats, going, "Oh boy, you're gonna have to be in some wild algorithms after this."
Yeah, because he is a huge advocate for what I understand for Karen Reed and thinks that she's being set up. She's completely innocent and all this and that. And I don't know what all Turtle Boy has done as far as like her case is concerned. But I think he's been arrested what twice now, maybe 3 times for like intimidating witnesses, and I don't know what other charges he has. But like her case is getting pretty wild too.
It's a whole mess.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Like there's too many people involved in that. Like all the people that was at the bars, and then they go to the after party, And then for whatever reason, she doesn't go in the after party, but he supposedly went to the party, but he didn't make it to the house. And it's, I don't know. It's just, it's a whole big mess.
I
Yeah.
literally shared a Twitter post, and me and him ended up into it for like 2 hours on Twitter.
You and
that's
Turtle
when I
Boy?
was, yeah. I was like, no,
Oh,
I
really?
can't. Yeah. Yeah, he come in on my feed and was commenting, and I was like, bub, you don't know who you're dealing with here. I don't back down. I don't care who you are.
No, you don't.
And me and him went at it for about an hour, and he finally gave up. And I was like, oh, well, no more notifications from him. Well, move on, because I didn't even want to be a part of this to begin with. I just literally shared a post and put a comment on there, and here he came into my feed. No, I don't do drama, and that's everything that's wrapped around this, and I'm not going to do this with you.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of drama that has started up because of her case. Like, there's some people who think she's innocent, some people think she's guilty, and if that's what people think, I respect their opinion on it. Um, but I don't know a whole lot. Like, I don't know enough about the case to just say, yes, she's innocent or yes, she's guilty.
Same.
It's just
Yeah, I
so
mean,
much.
here's the thing. That's up to the jury.
Right.
Just leave it to the jury. You don't have it. Hey, will you guys mind if I got something to drink and come right back?
Yeah, sure.
Are you sure? Am I keeping you guys too long?
No,
Okay.
I'm always on here at least 4 hours every night anyway.
Well, I
And
don't
I've
know
only
how long you've been on. I just came by.
3
It's like this first time I've ever been here. I'm really excited.
3 hours and 16 minutes. So I still got a
Okay,
little
I'll
long
time
to-
myself. Well, I'll probably be like a minute. I hope.
No,
A
you're
minute.
good. Go ahead.
I can't promise you I have a nice avatar. I'm kind of scared about hitting the stop camera button right now.
It'll be all right.
Oh, yes. I win. Okay, that's good.
Tennessee.
I'll stick with that one. I had
Elsie said, "Bring ice
So
cream."
go ahead. Feel free to talk about me. I can still hear you. And I'm happy. I'm happy about you talking about me. That's fine.
I wish I had some ice cream right now, honestly.
I've been doing Cheetos tonight.
Oh, that sounds good too. I haven't had ice cream, man, ever since they took the king cake ice cream off the shelves. I haven't had any.
Haven't had that. I'm the butter pecan girl. I love me some butter pecan.
Oh my god, buttercup! It is Bluebell too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. And
yes,
a quart
yes.
later, I'm sitting there going, oh, man, there's the bottom.
Yeah, a lot of people
It-
in my chat don't know about the Bluebell ice cream. Oh my god,
That's
so
the
good.
best. Mm-hmm.
So best. Glowbug is eating Reese's Puff cereal.
See, that sounds good, too. I got Lucky Charms over there somewhere.
I think I got some Apple Jacks in my pantry right now.
Apple Jacks is good, too. The kids are grown, so, I still have those cravings. I keep my Lucky Charms up here on the shelf just in case for those midnight snacks.
Oh yes. See, all 3 of my kids are grown. My daughter, she moved out. She's on her own. So I just have my 2 boys here, but they're both asleep. So I should still have some cereal in there. Sweet and Sleuthy said, "I love Bluebell ice cream." See, she knows about the Bluebell.
Bluebell
Y'all
is
just-
bomb.
Oh, so good. I'm allergic to dairy. Oh, I know, Glowbug. I'm sorry. And like, they should make. Do they not make like some type of ice cream that tastes like ice cream, but it's like dairy free?
It seems like they would. Like goat milk, I believe, if I'm thinking correctly, if you're lactose intolerant, you could still drink goat milk. It seems like they would make ice cream out of that.
Something, or like maybe, I don't know, like homemade ice cream with it or something. I don't know, man. I hate when.
Man, that's not fair. I heard y'all talking about ice cream since I left.
Oh, well, Elsie said to bring ice cream when you were talking about going to get a drink.
Oh, man. Wish I
So
had some.
we were all trying to figure out what we had in our pantries to eat.
The Bluebell, man. Oh my gosh, it's so good. I like that they're like, look, we're raising the price, but we're still a gallon of ice cream or half gallon of ice cream, whatever it is.
I would pay $15 for a half a gallon,
Mhm.
honestly. Oh my god.
You know, I'm the same way. Like, if it's good, just keep it good, man. Just keep the price, raise it wherever you have to. Don't shrink something because that changes the texture, it changes the taste. Reese peanut butter cups, like if whatever day it was, you get one, it's like, man, this is like half the size they normally are, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you get the king size, and they're like the way they used to be, but they're not. I don't know. Everything, the texture's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now just keep it, man. Just charge me more.
Yeah, because
On
I
the note
mean,
of Reese's, you know, the eggs, it's that time of year. So we were at the grocery store like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, oh, the eggs. And I grab a bag, I get home. They're little fun size ones. I felt so robbed.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
and I love Easter candy too. Oh wow, I gotta go get some Dr. Pepper Peeps. Sorry, I love Peeps.
isn't that the little birds as marshmallows with sugar
Yeah,
coating?
yeah. Everybody says I'm gross.
I don't think I've ever had those. I only eat gummy
Oh.
bears. Like gummy bears and Red Bull. Like you can't go wrong with that combination.
And Red Bull.
Yes, Red Bull and gummy bears.
Oh, I could party with you.
That is but because I was sick the last couple of weeks, I haven't had a Red Bull, so I'm gonna have to go get me one and some gummy bears now.
Let's go.
Oh,
I mean,
I love some, and I only eat the gummy bears from the Dollar General. That's the only ones I
Really?
eat. Yes, the ones that come in the blue package from the Dollar General. It's the only ones I'll eat. They're not like the chewy hard kind.
oh, I hate those. I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. They're like fishing worms. I don't know why, because I've never eaten a fishing worm.
Yeah,
But
they're
that's
just
why they suck. The bad ones. I like the ones that actually have a little flavor to them.
yeah. These hold on, I got a pack right
Man, look at
here.
me. I was in bed.
It's the Sweet Smiles ones from the Dollar General. That and a coconut Red Bull. Can't go wrong. Just ask Summer in chat if she's still in here. She'll tell you can't go wrong with it. It's like the best combination ever.
Yeah, I'm not a coconut fan. Sorry.
Oh, coconut is so
Yeah.
good. Or even
Yeah.
just a regular Red Bull. But it's got to be the Red Bull. You can't have any other energy drink or it won't be the same.
Red Bull's perfect.
I really should buy stock in them, honestly.
Who makes them?
Are they
That's
a
what you need.
Coca-Cola? I wonder if they're a Coca-Cola product. Let me ask Nicole.
There you go. That's what you need.
I want to say that they're a Coca-Cola product, but I could be wrong.
Oh, Sarah Beth is mad at me because I don't like coconut. Put the lime in the coconut.
Ew.
Yeah, I'm not a coconut. I don't know what it is.
It does not tell me what company owns it. I believe it is a Coca-Cola product, but I could be wrong. Either way, I should still buy stock. Them and Post-it notes, y'all.
Oh, I love Post-it notes.
Yeah, I
I love those things.
I have them all over my computer, all over my desk.
Oh, Steve Gosney's a big Post-it note freak.
You can't go wrong with a
Post-it
Post-it
notes are
note.
the best, especially
Exactly.
with timelines.
Whoever invented them was a very smart person. The peach Red Bulls. I've never had the peach one, but the cinnamon pear is really good too in the Red Bull. But they're a seasonal type thing.
What country are you from originally? Because cinnamon pear is not an American flavor.
I'm from the country of Louisiana.
Oh, that explains so much. That's not normal food.
No, it doesn't have that like
Cinnamon.
it's got like a very slight cinnamon taste to it, but it's mostly a pear taste. Like the cinnamon is not strong in it at all. It's really good.
I've never woken up to ever a day in my life and thought, you know what I could really quench me today is a pear soda.
Well, my youngest son is one of these that anytime there is a new drink or a new flavor of a drink, no matter if
Okay,
it's an energy drink, if it's like Coke, he come in the other night with one of those Coca-Cola spice drinks. But if
What's
it's,
that?
I don't know. I'm scared to taste it. But anytime a new flavor comes out of something, he has to get it and try it. And so he come in with the cinnamon pear Red Bull, and I couldn't pass it up because it was a Red Bull. I had to try it. It was really good.
I am a marketer's dream. If it says new on it, I have to have it.
My son is the same way, especially with drinks. Like, or anything that is like food wise that is hot and spicy, he has to try it.
Oh,
He has to.
yeah, I'm like your kid.
But it's like every night he's coming in from work with something new, and I'm just like, what is that? Oh, it's something new that I found at the store on the way home. It like hot and spicy Cheetos or some kind of ramen noodle spicy something in them. Like he had to get it and try it.
So, okay, like I do like, what are those things? Those, oh, the flaming hot Cheetos.
Yes,
I'm
those are
so
really
ghetto.
good.
I love those things.
Those are really good.
But the
Jalapeno
buffalo
Cheetos.
wing Cheetos are horrible. Bah.
Wait, which ones?
Buffalo wing.
Oh,
The
I
like
haven't.
flaming hot buffalo wing. It's like you eat it, like, okay, well that's cool, and then all of a sudden it hits you. You have like this aftertaste of ranch dressing in your mouth,
Ew.
and it's like, what's going on here, man? Like this isn't. Yeah, it's confusing. I don't like to be confused when I eat.
Yeah, I don't like the taste of ranch though. I don't like that twang taste that it
If there
that
was
it
like
has.
a counter, like a keeping score, like you
Mhm.
just shot way up there on that one. I'm not a fan of ranch. Everybody is like, "Oh, you gotta put ranch on stuff." I can't
Yeah,
stand it.
I don't like it. It's got like that, like it tastes fine when you're eating it, but then it has like that aftertaste to it, and I don't. That's what I don't like. Takis, Mom. Takis are good too.
What are Takis?
It's like a chip. Well, I guess you could say they're a chip, but they have like several different flavors. My son is that's another thing. Every time they come out with a new flavor, he has to get it, and his favorite, of course, is going to be like the hot ones.
My stepdaughter's hooked on the dill pickle flavored Takis.
Now I've never had those, but the dill pickle lay I think it's Lay's chips are really good.
I love pickles. How much you get? Now I'm
That's
hungry for a
that's
pickle.
that's what we all call ourselves in here is pickles. That's like my I guess channel mascot.
Is it pickle?
Yeah.
Do you put a pickle on your Christmas tree?
I can't have a Christmas tree. I got too many cats. Like they would destroy the Christmas tree.
You said you
I,
live in Louisiana. There's a way to fix those cats. I'm
well,
kidding.
you would have to take that up with my husband because like I'm not a cat person and he is, but I don't have they're not normal.
What's
Okay.
happening here? Is this real life?
Like,
Did I take a sleeping pill and not know it? Your husband's the cat person. You aren't.
I know I am only a dog person. I don't like cats.
How about you, monsters?
I like my grandkitties, but I've got my dogs. I have my wieners and my min pin, and then we have a pit boo.
Oh, Vegas Rick has a wiener. Boy, that sounds weird to say that out loud.
Well, mine, she likes to get behind me, and then if I'm alive, she instantly has to be in the camera. So,
Oh, she's very photogenic then.
yeah,
Yeah.
she's like, "Oh, you're live? Well, here, let me get right up in your business, in the chair with you, and pull your headphones at least once off your head."
Well, Vegas Rick has a fat, hairy wiener. That's what he tells me. So,
Mine's a
That
small
was
little
that was a
short-haired wiener.
conversation when I was talking about earlier. I was telling Minds of Monsters that I have went into your chat like a couple of times, and I'm like, oh shit, what did I just walk into? That was one of the conversations that I had walked into one night when y'all were talking about that.
I'm sorry.
Like
I'm
my
sorry.
favorite shirt is it's a army green shirt. I had it on last night on live, and on the back of it, it's got this wiener dog with the cowboy hat and the 2 6-shooters, and it says you got to protect your wiener. My mother-in-law got it for me for Christmas, and I love it.
Aw. Yeah, we've got 6 cats total, and we keep 3 of them in the house because they're smaller. But yeah, they're not normal cats. Like they're really not. They're like a bunch of wild banshees.
My son got a Maine Coon, and we went to Kentucky for Christmas and spent Christmas with my family. And now
Mhm.
my husband is obsessed with a Maine Coon, and he wants one so bad. And I
Those are
explained to him, "Do you
they're really
realize it's going to be
pretty.
pit bull?" Oh, she's beautiful. She's absolutely beautiful, but her paws are big as my hand.
Yeah, they're huge. And see,
Yeah.
we have a pit bull also that stays in the house, and he is like he is kind of adopted the big brother role to the cats that we have in the house, and they love on him, and he loves them. And now it's got where when you call the cats when you feed them, he comes running too. It's literally like he's went from a dog to a cat. It is just not like they're not normal, honestly.
Our pit bull is a trip. He is absolutely a trip. He is obsessed with Twinkies. Like, it's insane. I'm serious. It is insane. This dog will take you out, and he is huge. He will take you out for a Twinkie. I mean, I'm talking about like straight up, you're getting tackled. You're going to give him at least half of it.
Yeah, pit bulls are very comical. That's the only kind of dog that I'll own, and they're very very comical.
No, I love all dog breeds.
I do too. It's just that's what I grew up with. That's since me and my husband's been together 26 years, and that's the only kind of dog that we've ever owned was pit bulls.
Oh
And
wow.
we always had them in the house, and the kids were always around them, and we cats have been around them, other dogs have been around them, and they are like the funnest dog ever. They are just uh, they have a their own type of personality.
Hmm.
They're
Oh, he's a
very
trip.
I think it's so cute.
comical.
Everybody talks about their dogs and like all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, you never had a blue tick coon now, have you?
Yep, I have.
I really. Oh my gosh, that would explain it.
Yeah,
You being a
because
little
well, I
off.
mean, my like, because I live in the middle of literally in the middle of nowhere, and so my
Oh,
father-in-law and my husband, when my husband was little, that they went coon hunting, and that's what he grew up doing, and so he had one when we got together, and y'all, if y'all have never heard one bark, it's completely different. Than-
well, they yell.
yeah,
So it's like I don't know. It's some idiot along the line decided to call it baying. I'm like,
yes,
that dog's yelling at you.
well,
Dude,
it's
she yells at me all the time.
baying.
That's
I, I think that the coon dogs they call them treeing here, and then baying is what they whenever a dog is baying a wild hog. It's
well. Let me tell you what.
how they do it here.
My coonhound, she yells. She yells at the people outside. She yells at the cars. She doesn't know what she's yelling at sometimes. One time, I saw her. I've never seen a dog do this before. She was zonked out sleeping, snoring. All of a sudden, passes gas. And you can hear it. And she jumps up. It got her. She thought something was getting her. And she jumps up yelling. And just go.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, I laughed so hard.
it's a very
Oh,
different sound than what other dogs
Yeah,
probably
it's a
sound.
horrible sound. Nobody normal would have one of these.
But they're very pretty.
Oh, they're gorgeous,
Yeah, they're
gorgeous.
very very
Um,
pretty.
they just don't listen, and very hard headed.
That kind of sounds like a pit bull too.
Uh,
Very hard headed, very stubborn, very hyper at times. Like Mind Monster says, if they want something that you have, they will knock you down to get it.
oh yeah, that's how she is. I mean, uh, it's just I don't know.
Oh, he's a trip. You can grab one of his babies and hold it up and go, "Oh, love the baby. Mama loves the baby." And you have to like brace yourself because he's coming at you full
Mhm.
force, all 180 pounds.
Like, no, I want that. It's mine.
He's a trip.
Um,
Yeah.
so now that I've completely ruined y'all's channel, hey, so
No.
listen, if you guys weren't doing true crime, what would y'all be doing? Have you ever thought about yourself like, man, if I just did this all over again, or I'm just gonna, I don't know, just change everything about me?
Hmm. I
I
don't know.
started out as country life. I posted a lot of like the dogs and, you know, what we did around the farm and like building corrals and all that kind of stuff and riding go-karts and four-wheelers. And then when I got into the true crime, I hid all those videos and revamped my channel.
Probably, I don't know if it would be the same as what she's saying, but like the homesteading life thing,
Hmm.
basically the farming and the gardening and like all the outside stuff and building stuff would probably be something I would do. Only because I'm from the country and I live in the middle of nowhere and it would probably do good. But
Why do you not implement any of that into your channels now?
because it's just, we're just about true crime here.
Uh,
That and
On
then
mine,
yeah.
my shorts are all over the place. Like
Well,
you
that's
might see
true. That's
me
true. I love your shorts.
kayaking.
I
You
watch.
might see
I'll tell you.
me.
I watch more of them than anything.
Yeah, I mean, you may see us out kayaking. You may see, you may see my
Hanging out with
dogs or my
manatees.
grand animal. Yeah, when we went to see the manatees, I put up some shorts of that and then some videos of that. Or you might see us kayaking, or it could be alligators, or like a couple weeks ago, my son sent. They have a Siberian Husky, and he talks. And I told him I want a video of him saying, because they've taught him to say "I love you, Grandma." If you know anything about a Siberian Husky, they're very, very
oh,
smart. And he barks, but you can hear him talking words.
Yeah,
And
those
my
things are.
daughter-in-law is Dominican, and he got in her lipstick, and he's covered in lipstick, and she's like
That's
going at it
awesome.
at him, and I was like, they sent me the video. I was like, he's going on my channel.
Oh,
I
that's
just can't.
awesome.
So my shorts are like, sometimes you might see missing people, you may see cases, you may see an update on a case, or you could see me kayaking down the river, showing a turtle with his toes all stretched out, and me singing. I know, I think I can fly. You never know about what you're going to see on there. But generally, if it's a live upload or an uploaded video, it's something to do with true crime.
yeah,
Yeah, like
that's. I mean, every now and then, well, not just about every night, I should say. We can be talking about true crime, and somehow the conversation takes a hard left, and we get started on something else, whether it's food or just everyday life or whatever, and then we'll get
that one
back
time I
on
came
this.
in here, you guys were talking like all sorts of crazy stuff. I was like, "Whoa, where'd y'all come from? This is fun."
Yeah, it's we do that a lot, but like I said, the true crime stuff that we talk about though is very heavy, and you just have to throw some laughs in there somewhere
Yeah.
to break the ice. But usually on Saturdays, I'll just do like an open discussion type thing, and if we're talking about true crime, it'll be like updates on a case that we've been talking about, and then by the end of the live, we're on something completely different.
Yeah.
And it's just you have to do that at certain points, because if not, you get too caught up in it.
Trust me, I know. I mean, yeah, it's yeah. I don't. That's why I don't. I don't. Like I realize now I'm talking to you in like a almost like nostalgic way. Like you talking about like um, I don't know, because like true crime. I mean, it is where I cut my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's gosh, I felt it. It just, I don't know, it bothered me. And then there were some wackadoos, and I was like,
Yeah,
yeah, I gotta get away from these people, and
yeah.
that's what got me out. And so now I am what I am, which I don't even know what I am. So, uh, but like I took down and I started. I think I've got it all back up. I think I decided to do it. It might be in members only. Yeah, I think I did. I had over 100 plus videos about Summer Wells. Do y'all remember her?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. See, like I don't live that far. I mean, she's in East Tennessee. So went up there, drove the whole path, the whole area, everything, drove past her house.
Mm-hmm.
I videoed everything. And I mean, I was doing stuff like I'm sitting here looking at other channels that were drama channels doing it, and they were getting huge success. And I'm sitting here going, I've got 50 subscribers.
It's
I just wanted to get up to enough to where I could stream.
right.
Um, yeah, it's just I don't know,
That
but
that case though is it's turned into nothing but drama.
yeah, it's
Hmm.
just toxic.
Yeah,
Yep.
it, that's what me and Mind the Monsters was talking about earlier with that case. That's why I won't touch it. I
Don't.
want her to be found. I really do, and I want it to be known what happened to her and everything and who did it. But it's just if you ever get started on doing that case, then you have all of these other channels that want to run in and start drama with you. And I'm not scared of the drama. I just don't like the drama, and I
Listen,
try to stay away
I
from it.
I was getting in internet fights, which are the stupidest thing in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
About she was like swimming in some lake for the day she went missing,
Right.
and people were saying that she was in a mud hole off the side of the interstate. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's like the lake is one of the most, it's Fort Patrick Henry Lake. It's like one of the most pristine lakes in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a state park. And they were just like, it was so weird. Like, people didn't want to believe me. I'm like, look, I've got video right there. I've been to this park, okay? Um, I don't know. It's just everything about it. Came in with their own minds made up, and they didn't want to hear any facts. And I'll never forget. There's a chick from Indiana that paid the neighbors because the neighbors said, "Oh, I found bones on my property," and she was. Have you heard this story?
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Oh, I don't know who it was. I just heard about it. It's like she
Uh,
paid this guy to take her. She drove all night with her
mm-hmm.
kids in the car. And she's like, goes and finds it, and it was a deer carcass. He's like, I told you I had bones on my property.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I'm not gonna say no names, but
Mm-mm.
I'll,
No,
yeah.
if it's,
A whole mess.
I don't know. I don't know who it is. I kind of want to know just because I've heard it for so long, but I was like, I won't know who they are.
I can send it to you on Twitter. I'll send the name, but
Yeah, whatever.
it's I remember that.
It's
Yeah,
like
it
Harry
was.
Potter, it's the names we dare not speak of.
It's just there's even with that channel, it's so much drama. You know what I mean? Like just
Do you ever hear about like they said the whole mountain was hollow and that they were trafficking kids through it?
I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, I'm like, it's not hollow. It's not. I've been up there.
Yeah, but that's I think with any case though there's all these wild conspiracies and like I was saying earlier, it's a creator's responsibility to put out the facts and if you have like to show the proof that you have of these facts. It's okay to have theories about what you think could have or might have happened, but you never want to say that a theory as a fact without having proof to back it up. And there are some people that will say just like the most off the wall whatever in a case, and instead of the people in the chat going and researching it for themselves, they will just believe it and run with it. And that's how this misinformation and all these different cases get started. Like in the Idaho 4 case, in the spare bedroom on the bottom floor, but the bedroom right by the front door. People were running wild with it that there was a secret door that went into a tunnel behind the house into the hill back there.
Oh my
It just
gosh.
it went from that to tunnels that went down to Linda Lane, and that's where it happened at, and the bodies were brought back to the house. It was just like a whole big uh cluster, of misinformation and conspiracies, and just people ran with it. And it's just if you don't agree with those people, then they get into an issue with you. It's crazy how that happens in just about every single case.
Yeah, I don't even know how you. 'Cause, like now, like I've changed so much, right? I've evolved. I've learned this stuff. I have my feelings. I'm not afraid to hey, ugly truckling. um,
See,
I've seen you somewhere else tonight, haven't I?
he's always over here hanging out with us if he's not in your chat.
Ugly truckling is awesome. But uh, what was I don't even know what I was saying. Now, you just seeing his name got me derailed. Oh yeah, so like I'm more comfortable with my channel, right?
Mhm.
And I'm always like, someone comes in there, if I've banned more people than I've had in chats before. And people are amazed by that. I'm like, yeah, like there's some people you talk to and they're like, oh, I don't want to do that because of free speech. I'm like, look, it's not free speech if someone comes in here and starts cussing and ranting, starts dropping, all the words that get you kicked off YouTube,
Mhm.
or if they, some people just want to see the world burn, or if they attack your guest or the
Right.
chat.
Mhm.
You don't have that. There's no due process in the uh, the
You should see my block
USA
list.
of expert. Do what?
You should see my block list. I've got a lot of people in there because I don't
Proud of you.
I don't deal with. I'm all for someone having their own opinion, and I respect that. And people here know that they can have their own opinion. They don't have to agree with me on stuff. I don't want them to agree with me. They're all grown ass people, and they should be able to, think for themselves and make decisions for themselves. But whenever you come in and you start bashing people or trying to create drama with someone who has a different opinion than you do, you're gone. Like I don't deal with that, you know. And like my block list is just, oh, it's like outrageous. Hey, Babs.
And your chat will like you better for that because you have a safe place
Mm-hmm.
um, for them to say ideas and stuff. But there are some people that, like, I mean, I've had people that they want to argue with you over that you don't see the pattern in the clouds behind, the building is clearly an alien invasion or something. I'm like, okay, I don't know what you see, but have fun. And
Right.
then they just will go over and over and over again and not stop in your chat. It's just, I don't know. It's
Yeah. I can't tell you how many rapper accounts we have blocked in here. And he just, he goes to everybody's channel, and I think he's been blocked in everybody's channel. And he just will come right back in. This dude has to have at least 1,000 or more accounts. Uh, and it's just, I don't deal with the trolls in here.
yeah.
Some are 586 million. That probably right. Like, it's nonsense. And I'm not scared of the drama. I just don't like the drama. It just brings negativity to the channel, and nobody in here likes it. And so I just keep it out.
Yeah, what does the drama have anything to do with you?
It well, I mean,
What's it? It doesn't have anything. It's not.
it doesn't. I mean, I'm just the type of person that if I have an issue with somebody, I take it straight to that person. I can do it in a private matter. I don't have to do it over YouTube, unless you just really make me mad, and then I have to do a live about it. But
Oh, tomorrow I'm going to do a live about how both of y'all are off.
okay, well,
Come at me, bro.
Yeah, right. So, hey, when are we going to get together and do a paranormal stream? Are you guys into that?
I mean,
Oh,
whenever
yeah.
you want to.
I don't know why I think of doing true crime. Doing paranormal. I haven't done paranormal in a year, and I'll tell you. First of all, it spooks me, and second of all, they are great streams. Now I don't know. I have a whole different channel now. The last 3 weeks,
Hmm.
so
I know, dude. You hit 5,000.
yeah, I doubled in over a week. It's been crazy. I don't know. I enjoy it. Because
Mhm.
I like talking to people. That's the best thing about this. It's giving me more to talk about.
Right.
I was kind of in that point where I was just like, okay, what's next? I don't know what to do. But yeah, the paranormal though, that's fun. Scares you, but you like it. Yeah, I know. It's true, King Scarlet. Uh, I always get worried when I see her in my chat. I'm like, oh, she's gonna go back and tell.
Keith Scarlet is awesome.
She's gonna go back and tell Lost Souls something I did.
Yeah, King Scarlet has been in here since, oh God, like King, like the first of Kylie's case, something like that. She's been here with me for a while.
Oh wow.
So I don't know. Whenever y'all want to do the live, just let me know.
I want to see. I'd like to get Brandy Churchwell too. I think
Okay.
she'd be fun.
Okay.
Are y'all okay with that?
I'm
Yeah,
down.
it's your channel.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't. This is the first time I've ever talked to y'all, right?
Hey,
I'm not Mind the Monsters. Monsters been on with me before.
it's your channel. You just tell me when to be there. That's all you got to do.
Well, no, the pressure's on me. I don't like that.
Hey, that's part of being a creator.
I don't like that. I like just hitting the buttons.
It's
I like
it's,
hitting the,
it's
like
your
in
channel. Whoever you have up there, you know, it's all good. I don't have an issue with anybody. So whoever you want to have up there, I'm cool with.
well,
Oh shit,
Brandy,
JC, I'm sorry.
Brandy's cool. Hey, JC.
Hello.
Me okay?
Yeah, you were a little wiry there for a second. Your
But I'm okay.
audio was no. You're not okay. Something's wrong with your audio.
Be for a second.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna have to drop down and come back up. Oh, that was like
Yeah, you
super
got
loud.
reset. That was a wild
Yeah, that
audio
was
problem.
like.
It sounded like it
loud
was
and I
going through
couldn't
like
Like-
some old video game. I can't think of what. It's like Galaga.
Yeah, like very wiry.
Oh my gosh, Costco has Pac-Man. Never mind. I'm sorry.
I don't have a Costco around me.
Have you seen those arcade one-up machines? They look like real arcades, but they're smaller. They're expensive, okay? Well, they've now though made the Pac-Man where it will either sit on a desk. It looks like an arcade. It's big. I do this with my hands. I don't know why I'm showing you sizes while most people are probably watching on their phone. I know. I have a problem, okay? Look, you're not coming here for my intelligence, let me tell you. Anyway, it's like an arcade, like old, like you'd see like in the holiday, probably like the Holiday Inn at the airport,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But this one will fit on your wall. It has the joysticks and everything. And my stupid brain has convinced myself that the only thing that's stopping me is money. Thank God. I think I need one on the wall. I don't know why I need Pac-Man running around behind me, but I think I do.
Yeah, but Pac-Man is like legendary though.
I love
Honestly.
Pac-Man because of that. It created the arcade, it created the video games, and I mean I know
Right.
Pong was the first one on stuff, but Pac-Man it's like how Star Wars was right around the same time. It's a conspiracy.
Summer says she has that Pac-Man machine.
Oh, that's awesome, Summer. Can I come over and play it? I'll bring some ice cream. And now I just sounded like Bill Cosby.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
At least
my
you're
gosh,
not offering
that's
candy, so there's that.
oh, it's so bad. You guys know Ballstorm? He's over there on my channel, especially like Friday nights. God, he does a great Bill Cosby voice, and it's always the pudding pops.
Wait, is he the one that has the goats, or is that
That's
Valhalla?
Valhalla.
Okay, I always get.
Oh
these
my gosh,
mixed
you
up.
would love Valhalla.
I know that I've watched like one video that he's done, but I always get him and Ballstorm mixed up for some reason.
Ballstorm is a avatar. Valhalla has what's that thing called? Dreadlocks and a beard. He's got those like spikes coming out of his chin or lip.
Okay.
It looks just like me.
I remember watching because I remember the goats. That's the only thing I remember
Goat
is the
daddy.
goats.
Goat
Yeah, I
daddy.
remember the goats.
Yeah. He's a goat farmer.
Like goats are cool. They're a little whiny, but they're cool.
They scare me. Goats are the animals that scare me the most
Really?
because they look satanic. There
Oh,
we go. We're
their
back to
eyes.
paranormal.
Yeah, the
Oh,
way their eyes and stuff are.
yeah, they have like lizard eyes or something weird.
Yeah, it's like the black part of it's like that square rectangle look in it.
Oh man, yeah, I don't like that. I guess see, I'm scared about a lot of stuff.
Well, the only thing I'm scared of is fun, and people think I'm crazy for that.
Back to Valhalla. He has, how's he say it? He's jumped out of more airplanes than he's landed in.
Oh my god.
No, thank
Airborne
you.
school.
Have y'all not like seen all these articles and news stuff about these parts falling off of airplanes in midair?
Gosh, see, this is why we're together, because the algorithm says we all watch the same things. I've been watching shorts. I watched one the other day. Guys doing a video and out the window, right? There's the tire. And he's just sitting there just like, all of a sudden the
Like,
tire gets, a flame comes out and then the plane starts taking off. You like that? I had to do, why am I doing this? Why? What's wrong with me? Anyway, the plane takes off and the wheel just falls right off. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, what if that was me? Because I'm not going to be happy after that.
no, hey convict, how are you? Yeah, I don't fly. I've never flown, and people thought I was crazy. But I mean, you got airplane pilots is trying to cut the engines off midair. You got the pilots falling asleep, like the pilot and the co-pilot, and then you got parts of the plane flying off at 30,000 feet in the air. Not doing it.
Not to mention the crazies that are running down the plane doing unspeakable things while it's in the air.
Yes. So I'm just like, the beach is like my happy place. And I would love to go to an island for a vacation. But if I can't get there and if I can't drive there or take a very short boat trip, then I'm not going.
Oh, speaking of boat trips, some reason my new thing that's popped through my algorithm is cruises. And people, it's like the last thing I saw was, oh, look what happens when I drop my sandwich off the side of this boat. And it's, big old cruise ship. You see the sandwich drop, and then all of a sudden it's just swarmed by fish.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another one where guys like, oh, the oil rigs. Oh, they're like, how dark is dark? Nighttime on an oil rig. And it's like the guy has like a tennis ball and he throws it, and all of a sudden it's gone. You don't see anything. It's unbelievable. But then it's the last oil rig, it was the guy dropped like a piece of fried chicken. It's into beautiful blue water, crystal clear. It hits, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, just like a whole swarm of fish come up and fight for it. And I'm like, oh yeah, you don't want to fall in that.
Right. Yeah, there's sharks around them oil rigs and everything else.
Well, what about that dude who jumped off that cruise ship?
He's crazy.
Yeah, an idiot. Yeah, sharks got him as soon as he hit the water.
Yeah, you talking about when he just graduated from high school or something like that? Michelle,
Yeah, the guy with all the good ideas.
Yeah, he because I remember seeing the video and like he was swimming out in the water and then all of a sudden like you could see the sharks coming up around him. No, I've watched too many videos of rogue waves in cruise ships. Not happening there either.
What?
I took a cruise to Jamaica, and I'll be honest, the whole time I was in the middle of the boat. I wouldn't even go near the edge. I live in Florida, and it's crazy that I'm terrified of the ocean. Absolutely terrified. The one time I went out further than my knees, my husband was like, come out here with me into the big waves. It's really fun. So I let him hold on to me and swim out there. We were out there probably about 5 minutes, and he goes, okay, baby, don't freak out. And I was like, what do you mean don't freak out? And he was like, "Don't freak out." And I was like, "Well, I'm already freaking out. Why should I not freak out?" And he goes, "Look to your left." And I look over and there's a shark. Girl, I ran on water. I was gone. And that is the last time that I've got in the ocean. It was about 2 years ago in Daytona. I don't do the ocean.
Yeah. I hate sharks. I'm not.
Yeah, I love the beach, but I just need my own little private island with a very short boat ride to get there, and I'll be happy.
I like really nice swimming pools.
Yeah,
I've
those are
decided
cool too.
I would
But
pay to go to a swimming pool in Vegas. Like some of those I don't know, like what's the one?
yeah, but
Caesars has a real good one supposedly.
but have you ever thought about like how many people is in that pool?
If I don't smell chlorine, I don't get in.
And what those people do in that pool?
Oh gosh, yeah. Let me tell you what. Was it what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas except herpes?
Yeah, that is all.
Oh,
See,
no.
I don't. Hey, Big Al, I don't do pools either with a bunch of people. Like, I'm very weird about. I wouldn't even do like, which I can't get DoorDash here, but even if I could, I wouldn't even DoorDash my food. I wouldn't want somebody touching my food. No.
No, I can appreciate all of this. Really can.
I do too much true crime to have somebody following my food. I'll be honest.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we are very hyper aware of what happens because we are in true crime. Like,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so
Can you
like
guys
that
hear me
happened
okay?
Yeah, JC, we can hear you.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
hey JC, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Like a year ago, that happened to me. I was with my wife. We were out of town, and we had gone to like a mall or something. And it's like, it's a bigger mall than what I'm used to where we were. And I'm like, looking around, it's like, why are the people here? They're really weird looking. Like that's really weird. And I don't know. She starts giving me a hard time about something. I was like, no, you don't understand. I was like, I know what's going on here. I've seen these people on YouTube. And she's like, what? I was like, yeah, it's just, it's, I don't know what, I can't even explain it, but I was just like, I think it was a lot of paranoia because I was like, I don't know what case I've been doing or something, I'm sitting in a room and it's dark all day. Oh, I hate it. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go back and sit in the car.
Yeah, true crime, it makes you think about things that you wouldn't think about if you didn't do true crime.
Have never thought about before.
Right.
Well, when I met my wife, she always like you get up like off of a exit on the interstate, and it's like there's like usually a kind of like a wooded area right there between like whatever road it is and your exit in the interstate, and it's like there's like a drainage ditch or something down there. She's always like looking over there. She's like, I just know one day I'm gonna look over and see a dead body.
Oh, Lord.
I meet her and she's like, this, pre YouTube, right? I was like, that's crazy. That happened not far from our house. Somebody found a dead body like that. And so she was very disappointed because she wanted to be on the news to say that she was the one that found it. And I just realized, when you say things out loud, it affects you differently. Maybe I need to talk to my wife about this. Like, honey, this doesn't sound too normal. But anyway, but no, you get into like some of the true crime stuff, and then you get down the rabbit holes of like the history, and you start seeing like how many times something like this has happened, and it's like I don't want to go down alleyways. I don't want to walk near dumpsters. Dumpsters are the big one that get me, and I'm just like,
That's why I don't even like going to the city. Like, just leave me alone. I'll go to my Dollar General and I'll be
everybody's
fine.
all having all happy, fun, good times. I'm sitting there going, yeah, you'd never even know. Oh, here's the one. This is my number one thing I can point out specifically true crime did to me. It's always a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, right? and we'll be out, we'll drive, we're going to somewhere, we're going to dinner, something like that. It's that 5 to 7 p.m. at nighttime in the summertime. And who do you see running down a sidewalk? But that college age, blonde haired, blue eyed girl running all by herself with her earphones plugged in. She's got the strapped on iPhone so she can listen to her tunes. And she's wearing the tiny little shorts and the tank top or sports bra or, whatever it is.
Mhm.
And I look and I go, hey, look, honey, a free girl. Because that's what I think of. I'm like, somebody's going to grab her.
Oh
Yeah,
Lord.
that's why I've always said that if you're like a lot of people who run, like don't have your earbuds in both ears where you can't hear anything around you or somebody, running up on you to try to snatch you.
Hmm.
I think about every little thing. I said the other night about taking Ubers. I wouldn't do it because they can cut the child lock on that back door, and if they ever shut it, you can't get out the back door.
I'm really surprised we don't hear about a lot of crimes with like Uber and stuff.
Yeah, because it's very dangerous, especially if it's a female with a male driver and she's by herself. You could very easily cut the child lock on and you not know it, and like you're stuck in there. The only way you're coming out of there is busting a window or going out the front. It like true crime makes you very hyper aware of things that you would have never thought of before.
What's the when you said that I was thinking of something. Uber. Oh, hey, did you ever follow the Eliza Fletcher case?
That's a Fletcher. I don't think
That was
so.
that's my,
Oh, she's
that's
the one
what's,
that was running, right? And they grabbed her.
yeah, that one,
Okay,
I
yeah.
covered that the weekend it happened, and nonstop 12 plus hours a day until they found her.
Mhm.
Um, Found out later on that I have a cousin who's a police officer, the city of Memphis, and he was part of that, the manhunt.
Mhm.
And I mean, I didn't know at the time or anything. I was just glad that the stuff I was showing didn't show anybody I knew. But uh, no, like that whole thing happened. It was so surreal. We were actually I say we because I think monsters. I think you came in and were helping find stuff for.
Yep.
She is great at finding stuff on the fly. And anyway, it's just because it was so many people came in to like help give information. We're getting all this stuff out there. I went to
Mhm.
bed the first night and it was we woke up the next day and they were just starting to report stuff that we had covered the day before. It was the one high watermark you have. Like I was proud of it, right?
Right.
But man, just being that I'm from Tennessee, I'm from Memphis originally, and like all the stuff that happened, all the stupid stuff that shouldn't have happened, like that guy shouldn't have been out of jail. Uh, a woman came and said that he had SA'd her uh, 9 months earlier.
Wow.
In Tennessee, he said, "Oh well, because of the whole pandemic, we're behind on our kits."
Mhm.
And anyway, it was just horrible. But that's the one. It's like here she was just got accepted to the Boston Marathon, and she was training. And where she got grabbed, she was over by the University of Memphis. So she had, and it was a state highway by the University of Memphis. She had the police um, re- uh, guard that area, protect that area. The
Mhm.
city of Memphis police protect that area. State troopers, because it's a state highway, and you've got the sheriffs. They all have jurisdiction right there. It's probably one of the safest areas of the city to be in. And guy was coming back from, I can't remember if he was coming back from work or if he had quit his job or what. Anyway, basically he just looked over, saw her running, turned his car around, and went to a parking lot, waited for her to get down close to him, grabbed her and put her in the back of the car.
Wasn't she an heir to something?
Billionaire.
Okay.
Yeah. I forget what the family does. I've never heard of them. Had no idea, but they were like the family's worth something like uh, so many billions of dollars, and it was like so. I mean, I did the math right. I was like, if each grandkid gets a proportionate share, she's like $1.5 billion.
Oh damn.
And yeah, it's crazy. And of course, the whole time doing it, people were saying, "Oh, look, the husband. The husband was a drug addict. It was a payback for his drug use and stuff." I'm like, really, guys? I'm like, why don't we just wait on that before we
And
start
was that
saying,
ever proven?
no, this guy's just a
It's just
scumbag.
that's what they do in every case.
Yeah, they
They
want to, instead of getting to the facts and where you could actually do something, and actually
Mhm.
like you're helping in a wild way. Oh, hey, let me ask you: have y'all ever been contacted by a survivor, like anybody's like relatives or anything?
I've talked to families.
But did they like comment, like leave on a story you did?
I've had families comment on videos, and then I've had families reach out to me on Facebook.
Was it positive?
Most of the time, they're just looking for a safe place to talk to when they reach out.
Yeah, the only thing I've ever had, I was talking about 4 kids that from the state of Washington that their dad had kidnapped them, and nobody else was talking about it. And while I was talking about it, the mom and her sister came in, and actually the mom came up on panel, and me and her still talk to this day after they finally found the kids in Mexico. But like
Wow.
other than that, I reached out to Jaden Fishman's mom when he was missing, and she had given me some information. But other than that, no, I haven't.
My first family interview was I was working a case. Well, I was just doing awareness for a kid that was kidnapped in Ohio, and I'm live, and I had a couple of people on panel, and we were just like sharing information to get the story out there because we couldn't get law enforcement to help. I'd been on the phone with the local news media trying to get them to cover it and all kinds of stuff. And I looked down in my chat, and the mom is in my chat, and she comes up on panel. So it was like a hard learn how to do an interview right there on the spot.
Right. Yeah, because like you have no questions prepared. You're like thinking of questions and you're writing down the answers as they're answering them for you, just to get
Mhm.
the facts in your notes. And that's what the mom did with her 4 kids. And like she was in Kitsap County in the state of Washington, and they were doing nothing for her and her kids. And finally, another detective took over the case, and the FBI got involved in it. And luckily, there was somebody from the states had been watching social media and had seen it in the news about the kids and the kids' pictures, and was in Mexico and saw the dad and the girlfriend and the 4 kids, and went and told the local law enforcement down there, and they arrested him, and she got her kids back, all 4 of them. And that situation was the reason why I kept pushing it so bad is because her youngest one's 4 years old, and she had to take heart medication 3 times a day. And the dad was not getting the little girl her heart medication. And it had, like, the mom had a letter from the heart doctor that this baby has went so long without this medication that it is now a life or death situation. And thank God when she got the kids back, she took the baby to the doctor and she was okay, and got her started back on her medication and all that. And like I said, like she still sends me pictures, of the kids, and they're all doing good, and they've all adjusted back to being at home with her, and the dad's still in jail. Thank God.
Wow. Wow. Well, you guys have had very intense run-ins.
Hmm.
Um, I did a story about a girl who was her boyfriend ended her in Mexico. Um, just beat her to a pulp. And I don't know. I covered the case, whatever the initial stuff, and I looked at the you know uh, comments one day, and this woman proclaiming to be the aunt just blessed me out up and down. And I was like, all right, cool. I was like, didn't reply to her, just left the comment there and just kept on going. I was like, that kind of sucks because like I was never intending to be that. I was like, yeah, like I don't know. I guess like I didn't have that voice that they were looking for. You know, it's how do you handle something like that? It's I'm sitting there going, don't go to Mexico, kids. I don't know the people. I don't. I mean, I don't know. So then, like a month or so, like I did another one, like a follow up to it, and it was like a month, maybe it's like 3 months later, something like I just like accidentally saw, and supposedly it was the mother of the daughter left a comment, and where the aunt blessed me out and said everything was horrible, the mom thanked me for what a wonderful job I did and everything, and how much it meant. I was like, yeah, these are all the little decisions that stacked up for me to get away from true crime.
You just the negativity, you have to let it roll off your back,
Mhm.
honestly, and just keep going, because a lot of times, as long as you are doing it very respectful and you're putting out facts, uh, the families appreciate that, because you're getting there, whether it's a missing kid or somebody who's been unalived, and that person is still out there who done it. uh, they appreciate that because you're putting that information out to the public, where you may have some of them that just don't like it, don't want the story out, and those type, you just, like I said, you got to let them roll off your back and just keep going. I mean, it'll bother you to a point. I don't pay any attention. Just keep going.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
You gotta
That's
have
what we've been talking about here all night. It's like, boy, it's the hard things, and how do you free your mind of it? And this is cool. Like this has been the most fun, chilled out, laid back stream I've been a part of. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, for sure. Thank you for finally coming up on panel with us.
Hey, I was in bed.
We spoke you up.
Yeah, we were talking about you and how cool your chat was, and she was saying that that's like your chat is like where she can go and decompress from all this true crime stuff, and I was agreeing with her, because it is like your chat is very cool and just chill and laid back, and it's no drama, and everybody in there is just super nice.
That's what I was gonna say, Scarlett. Is like I just like what I love about your channel is like just how cool, calm, and collected you are. Like,
For the most part.
like you're like this stud in some sunglasses and just like super chill.
Mhm.
And I just love it.
Yeah, it can get very chaotic over there though with some of the stuff they talk about. 'Cause I have to watch myself before I start going in there.
What's happening?
When going into your chat,
Oh no, man, my chest.
yeah,
They'll
I
be
got
good too. We have
uh,
great mods.
yes. It's just like I walked in and been like, oh damn, what the hell did I just walk into?
All you have to do is say hi to me, and if I don't see you at first, I'll see you later. And I'm like, I stop everything if I see you, because
And
I'm
everybody over there's just like super cool, like everybody.
so I don't know. I don't want to upset your chat, but I'm going to start. And so if they get mad at me, I'll stop talking. Um, YouTubey stuff, right? What is the YouTube? What is the creator? Our side of things. That the chat is one aspect of it, and the chat drives me.
Mhm.
Um, but it's like I love the chat. Like I was on Lincoln Kane. Hey, have you guys ever been over to Lincoln Kane's?
No.
No.
Oh, you You gotta get a leak of canes. Tell him I sent you. He'll say immediately, he's like, oh yeah, come on.
Is
He's
that the
Australian. He's a
Oh,
hoot. But as Queen of Hearts, everybody's got a joke on the expert. They feed off each other. But I was talking to him about this too. It's the your chat is a reflection of the creator. That's what I'm convinced of. That's my current theory.
Mhm.
And my channel has doubled in the last few weeks because of this Hales thing that's happening, this algorithm I've got into. And their chat is amazing. And they just mash up perfect with what my chat's been and what I like about chat. You know, you get, it's kind of, I don't know. It's just, it's like Cheers. You know, if you ever see the old sitcom Cheers, it's sometimes you want to go somewhere where everybody knows your name, and you
Right.
just sit there and you chill out. And I watch the chat. They're talking back and forth, and they're telling jokes that I don't understand. And someone told me one time that they they kind of like to go around to different um, uh, creators, but they kind of go all in a group. And I was like, well, that's really cool. But that sucks on the creator side because you want to get some growth. You want to get fresh air. You don't want to be stuck in this one topic all the time.
Mhm.
You know, if you're the one person talking about something that all the other creators is talking about something different, are you going to lose your audience? Um, I don't know. But it was, I have felt like I've been walking on the razor's edge this month, and it has been I've been very blessed. I have some very very great people that have been coming in, and
Right.
it's just I don't know. I hope it continues. Like when you guys said like you like to come over and chill out, and you jump in, you're like you don't know what to expect. I hope it continues to stay that way. I want you guys also to know, like the biggest fear I ever have, and I'm curious if you guys ever think this. Do you ever get? Are you ever afraid of forgetting someone?
Forgetting someone as in
I don't want like someone who's been like in the chat for a long time to like ugly truckling. Like I would hate to he come in and then feel like he's an outsider.
no. I always make sure like when people come in chat, even if I'm literally mid sentence and I see them, I have to say hi to them.
You're so great at it, dude.
It's just I want to make sure, and I know that a lot of creators can't do that because they have like their chat is going like super quick. Uh, I always want to make sure that everybody feels welcome in here. And my mods, I didn't even have to tell them that. You know, if somebody comes in, please make sure to say hi to them. They just did it. You know, it's how it's always been here.
It's the same way on mine. I try to make sure everybody feels welcome and
Mhm.
try to throw up as many comments as I can on screen, unless I'm like deep focused into something or on another screen. I have amazing mods and they
Mhm.
stay on top of making sure everybody feels welcome. And, I have my
Yeah.
little clips that I put up to warn people it's not a drama channel. I've got a T-Rex that's like got a bunch of trolls crawling all over him, like the little yard gnomes, and it's got a
Mhm.
T-Rex sound effect. So I throw that up, and try to make it fun, but still serious, but let people know that I appreciate them being there. And, the
Right.
same as over here, the mods are phenomenal and your mods are phenomenal. And I think as long as you keep your community close to your heart, then they realize that you are a creator. And if you're focused or if you're doing something, that they understand that you're not ignoring them, that, you'll get to them.
Right.
Might take
I
a
mean,
couple of comments, but you'll catch it.
there's been times that like I will have people on the panel and they'll be talking about something and somebody new will come and chat and I don't want to uh, cut them off to say hi to somebody in the chat. I just type it in the chat. That way they still know that I know that they're there and
Yeah, I
to
watch
say
you
hi.
do that. I'm like, I'm not so convinced that you're a normal person. I
It's,
don't know
it's
how you do it. I'm like, how does she type and talk at the same time? Pay attention to a conversation
multitasking.
that's happening and what's happening on the chat. You amaze me.
I don't miss anything when it comes to my chat.
She is
It
a
is
great
amazing. Let me tell you
multitasker.
what. I have my screen is set up. I've got a 32-inch monitor. That's why people are like, "Why are you wearing sunglasses?" I'm like, this thing is like 18 inches from my nose. Um, I've got chat on the left from the YouTube pop out, and then the StreamYard chat on the right. So like it's on both sides of the monitor, so I can like try to hone in on it always. And I can't. Even then, I miss stuff all the time. Yeah, but you like if I try to type, let's say like I just said thank you to King Scarlet,
Mhm.
and so like I have to look down and away, and I've had was it my wife that came in and said this, or somebody no somebody messaged me and said you look like you're bored, and I was like no I'm not bored at all, and so well you're not looking at you at your guest. And I was like. Uh, I think I was running like maybe my TV like had the stream on, and I look over and it's like a few seconds behind, and I'm sitting
Right.
there like this, like not paying any attention to what it looks like. I was like,
Well,
yeah, I'm not lost souls. She's got it figured out.
I have two monitors, and I have because the way my desk is set up, it's not like I need a bigger desk. But I have my computer on top of my desk because I'm left-handed and I write everything down. I have to have my left side, with room to write. So I got the computer on the right side of me, then I've got my mic, and then I've got a monitor right in front of me, and then one off, like caddy corner to that one. So the monitor right in front of me, left side has my StreamYard with chat, and then I have my YouTube chat, like they're half the screen, one on each side of the screen. My other monitor is for everything that I'm going to pull up during my live. So if I have like Google pulled up, I have all of my links up there, and then I have my Discord. If I need to pull it up, it just pulls up on that one as well, and I have to
Fun. So
have
will
it
you
right
keep your
there.
Discord on your spare monitor?
Yes, and it just
So you got your this is your live. This is what you're
hmm
and then
and
okay.
yeah,
So like that's me. I've got like right here in front of me. Why do I have to do this? But I just do. It's like right here in front of me. This is the big one, right? And I've got it on a stand on my desk. Then I have, oh, by the way, like the first like 2 years, I did everything on a plastic folding table. Isn't that awesome?
hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah. Anyway, and then I am on a laptop and I've got it directly in front of the monitor.
Mhm.
And so it's like the monitor is raised high enough that it's underneath the screen.
Yeah.
And my right here's where I keep Discord. I usually keep Discord and Twitter. Those are the two I keep up here. And then I told you about the I do the stuff. I don't have a very intelligent conversation, so I'm not pulling up a lot of stuff.
Well, I always had to pull up articles. I do a lot of reading over here, like a lot of articles that I read. Any type of documents that needs to be read, I will read. But everything is on that spare screen. And like my Google right now, I have Twitter pulled up. I've got Facebook pulled up. I've got like 2 or 3 articles, like just one thing of Google pulled up with all the tabs in it. And then if I need to pull Discord up, I can just hit it at the bottom of my screen and it'll pop up over all of that. I just don't leave it pulled up all the time.
I think it would be so interesting to see like all the different setups people have. Now,
Right.
granted, you're gonna have to give me about a week before I let anybody see my setup because I'm like,
Oh, my desk
wow,
is a disaster. Like,
how? Like now like, that's like a bragging thing. So like that was so I have a buddy of mine. His uncle's a very very successful tax attorney, and one of his big clients needed an attorney for something else, divorce or something, we'll say, right? And so he says, "Yeah, oh, hey, I need you to represent me in my divorce." He's like, "I don't do divorces, but I know a great guy. I will refer you down here." He goes down. Buddy meets the referred to attorney, right?
Mhm.
He comes back. He comes back to the original attorney, and he says, "Dude, what are you doing, man? Why'd you send me that guy?" He's like, what's wrong with him? He's like, I hear really great things. Like, that's who you want to represent you in this thing. He said, no, wait, man. I went in there. I sat down. He starts talking to me. He didn't have a piece of paper. Didn't have anything out of place. He had the cleanest desk I've ever seen. There's no way I'll ever hire an attorney like that. And I died because I was like, that is such a typical thing. Like, attorney desks are flooded with stuff. Nobody knows why.
Yeah, I've
They
never
do.
seen a clean attorney's desk before.
Do what?
I've never seen a clean attorney's desk before.
No, no. And if it is clean, you gotta think that he's not successful. That was this guy's thinking. So anyway, I was like, well, look, I am really big. Gosh, man, I cannot believe you guys. Nobody's paying attention. Okay, you guys don't know who I am, so that's cool. So I'm a nerd about like watching these videos on real simple setups, like the simplistic offices and stuff like that. It just amazes me, and I would love to be able to do it. And I'm like, okay, I finally get like I'll get like this half will be clean. Well, then I look, I've moved it all over here to this half, and I finally like because I don't have any furniture. See, these are just like see the yellow tub lid.
Mhm.
It's just storage lids, man. It's so. I'm so bad. I just dumped everything into one of those one day. I was like, okay, perfect. Like if I need it, it's right here.
Oh yeah, I have vape juice on my desk. I have post-it notes, my phone, 3 different drinks, and a bunch of paper all over my desk. Like it's very messy right now.
But do you have a cock?
The rooster? No. Don't have one of those.
Yep. I don't know why. I just saw this thing. I was like, that is the coolest chicken. I have a thing about roosters. I don't like birds. They terrify me, and I don't think they're real. But yeah, that's it's awful, isn't it? What else do I have? It's like toys. Why do I have all this stuff? I don't smoke. I don't have any candles. But I got a Zippo right here.
Oh, you always gotta have a lighter.
Got
You never
to,
know
right?
when you need it.
Yeah, I've got one of those on my desk too somewhere. I've got probably 50,000 pins on my desk.
I couldn't find a pin right now if I needed to.
I've got what else do I have up here?
Oh, I found a pin.
I've got 2. I don't know. I've got like 9 sitting on my desk.
I
Tonka,
have
have a
a
good night.
microfiber towel.
You never know when you're gonna have to
You
clean
ready for
something
this? You ready for the best part?
up. Oh God, I'm scared. Oh, an extra pair of sunglasses.
Yeah, you gotta have the
Backup.
backups. Gotta have the backups. Let's see, what's the good stuff at? Oh, Swiss Army knife with a copper. I don't know why I'm addicted to what are these little things called?
I
What
got like
is
a
that?
bottle
Pry
opener.
bar. It's a pry bar. It's a mini pry bar. That's all it is. I don't. But it's copper, and so I have a thing with copper. That's an. I don't know why. I like copper because it changes color. What's that called? Panini? Patini?
I have no idea. Oh, you're talking about
How it
something like
turns
that.
green.
Yeah. Well, crap. I know what you're talking about though. It's like the antique stuff
Yeah.
that
Okay.
when it turns like that, it sells better. Patina. Thank you, Max.
Patina. Thank you. Yeah. What I call it, a panini? Isn't that a sandwich?
I think so.
I have my Juris Doctorate degree, and I call it a panini. Anyway, copper it has a natural. It's naturally antibacterial, and that panini, whatever. Every single person that holds copper hold the acids and the oils that are naturally on your skin.
Mhm.
If you have a raw piece of copper, it'll turn your color, and that amazes me because it's special.
Hey
Isn't
there,
that
Kristen.
stupid? And mine just turns brown. I don't have very good color. So, oh, and I also have a what's this thing called? Tritium. Yeah, it's glow in the dark key fob.
Oh, cool.
All in one handy dandy little. Why? Why do I have all this? Why don't I put this somewhere
I have
more?
like 3 knobs on my desk. Don't ask me why.
Oh, now we're talking.
Scarlett, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
I just want to say, and then I'm going to jump down, but I just want to say, like, my entire life is organized chaos.
That's the best way to be.
Like,
Yeah, I don't know
it's
anything else.
cluttered, it's whatever, but I know where it's at. And then when, like, I clean stuff, I don't know where stuff is.
That's why
But
my desk stays so messy.
yeah, like, it's just how it is. I mean, I've always been that way. I like to be organized, but it never lasts long.
I don't know what being organized is, honestly. I really don't, because I mean, I can't find anything if it's organized.
I know, right?
That's why everybody in my house knows not to touch anything on my desk. Nothing. If
Yeah,
you need something off my desk, you don't get it. You ask me first,
right.
and then I will get it. Because I don't want stuff moved and all that. Everything where I have it now is in its spot.
Yep. But okay, I'm gonna jump down because my battery's dying. But
Okay, well, thank you for coming up.
yes, thank you for being on.
Oh, for sure. I'll probably be getting
It's
out of
good to
here in a
see you,
few
the
minutes.
expert.
JC was nice meeting you.
Yes, I'll come.
I think it was the first time we met, right?
Officially yes, but I've been in your channel before.
Come back, and if I don't make over you, you tell me I'm stupid. and
I won't do that.
I'll, you're
I'll
like,
make
I came
myself
over here
known.
from Lost Souls. I'll be like,
I'll make myself known. Whenever you're
awesome.
live, I always try. Whenever I know you're live, I always try to catch you. So
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to
yes,
me. That really does.
yes. And
Because I don't know why anybody would pay any attention to me.
I
Because you're cool like that.
like I subbed you a while ago. So
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah,
That's awesome. That really does mean a lot to me. I'm very thankful for every single sub.
yes,
There was a my thing is I always call them like you have a YouTube famous, and that's the person that puts like out a short, like of a cat on the steps or something, and it's like they get 1 million views and 100,000 subs overnight, and they're getting one of those YouTube play buttons sent to them within 2 weeks. And I'm sitting here going, YouTube is really it takes you a year of putting out videos every day.
Yep, you got to work at it for
yeah.
sure.
Those people that put out content every other day is just beyond. But the other thing I guess I was going to ask is, expert, are you going to go to CrimeCon?
Can you go to what?
CrimeCon?
CrimeCon?
Yeah, it's in Nashville this year.
Never heard of it.
Crime
Really?
Box.
It's the True Crime Convention.
When is it?
May 31st through June 2nd.
I don't know. No, I've not heard of it. We're doing Friday Night Live live. We're going to Dollywood on May 16th.
Oh
So
yeah.
we're doing a big meet and greet. Everybody who's like all the people from I don't know, it's like 10 creators are all coming together. We're doing our own thing. We're gonna go to Dollywood on the 16th. On the 17th of May, we're doing a Friday Night Live at a venue live. So May 31st, you said?
through June 2nd.
It's at the Opry. And nice to meet you, JC, by the way. It's going to be at the
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice to
Opry.
meet you.
There's going to be a
What do you
lot
have
of
to do to
different
get in?
creators here.
Are you going, Lost Souls? Or Mind of
No.
Monsters?
No,
No?
I'm not.
I'm
I went to
going
Orlando last year,
last
and
year.
it's
Was
a
it cool?
really good one. It was amazing. I got 2 hugs from Brian Hinton. I ended up meeting Gabby's family. I met
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
a bunch of creators. I actually met Cheryl McMcCollum,
Yep. Yep.
very
She's gonna
well-known
be there again. She's
investigator.
gonna be there again.
She is my favorite person. I actually had her come up on panel and interviewed her one night. Me and her got into a Bonnie and Clyde rabbit hole. She's a big fan of Bonnie and Clyde, and they're like my
oh,
heroes.
Bonnie and
Do
Clyde
they
is just
have
awesome, dude. Like for real.
what is it? Are there people streaming there or what?
Yes, you can stream there. I mean, I signed up for Podcast Row. I'm still waiting on my email from CrimeCon. I mailed me the other day and said they were still going through applications, but we went,
Are
because
Are you gonna go?
I'm gonna try to go. I am. That was the whole plan, and he was in a car wreck, so he's now bound in a wheelchair. So we went to
Oh,
Orlando Comic Con with him in a wheelchair. So he's really like he doesn't want to go again in the wheelchair, and yeah, it doesn't bother me. I rolled him around, and he had a blast, and got to meet a bunch of really cool people, and
Can we
met a
get?
bunch of creators.
You think we can get the umbrella guy to go?
Who's the umbrella guy?
He's the guy that did all the Amber Heard content. He's from Tennessee.
I don't know. I never followed much of Amber Heard.
Did that meanie Megan Fox? Do y'all know
There
Megan
was a
Fox?
lot of people there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, she's mean to me.
She's mean to you? What did you
Yes.
do to Megan Fox?
The actress
didn't-
Megan Fox?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
The
Wait, who is
the
crackling?
YouTube.
JC, you're crackling again.
Yeah, you are, JC. I almost said Stacy. Sorry. JC, it was a pleasure meeting you. Now you got me thinking about CrimeCon.
it's
Yeah,
kind of
there's-
pricey to get in, but
Yeah, it is.
if
Oh,
you
how
do
much
like
is
a
it?
Sunday pass, here in Orlando, we paid $175 to get in a piece, but we did Sunday passes because he had his wreck in July, and then CrimeCon rolled around, and it was still like he was still in a lot of pain, so he didn't want to go for the whole weekend. So we only ended up doing a Sunday and going down there, but it was really cool. I got to get inside a Bearcat. That was
Oh, cool.
super cool, and meet a lot of really awesome people. And it was just I got to watch Joe do like a live panel. I got to watch a survivor of a SK on do a live panel, so that was really cool. I got to meet a bunch of really cool people and like network. So it was really nice to be able to network. Like we were in the elevator with Bob Mata. That was crazy. Just a lot of really cool people, and then you had smaller channels there. Like one of the bracelets I wear is a Bigfoot channel, and he had like 500 subs, and it was
Awesome.
really cool to meet him and get to talk to them. And then I had actually walked up to a table, and one of my cases, Tanya Whip, that's missing out of Auburndale, Florida, they had her flyer laying on the table, and my husband was like, "That's your isn't that one of your cases?" And the lady was like a Florida search team, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, did you leave this here?" And I was like, "No, I didn't, but her family might be here." And I was telling them all about the case. So it's really good for networking, and then actually being able to lay eyes on people, because like where a lot of us here on YouTube, it's late and I've cleaned all day long and I'm not coming on camera, but it's nice to be able to actually physically meet those people, and it's a lot different. It's a whole lot different. Like I met like we were walking around, and I was rolling him around through the aisles when we went through Podcast Row, and I walked up behind JLR and scared the life out of him because I used his government name, and he like spun around and looked at me. I was like, "Jonathan," and he like turned around like, "Who the hell are you?" And I
He
was like,
didn't
"I'm
see
not the
you?
monsters." No, I was behind him. He was streaming.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I got to watch like the guy that works for Nick Mick that does reconstructions. We got to watch him reconstruct a victim while we were standing there, like a John Doe.
wow.
It was really, really interesting, very knowledgeable. And like it's done by Oxygen, so we got to pick evidence lockers. We got to pick which locker you thought the evidence was in, and got this cool little hip bag, like full of all kinds of little goodies in it, and it was a lot of fun. It really was to be able to meet people. I mean, it's still a heavy subject either way you look at it. You're walking through a place that's full of what we do, but
Yeah.
it was nice to be able to actually meet people in person and meet families. And like one case that I worked on here, I've actually been to vigils for his family, Vlad at Castle out of Orlando. I've talked to Bethany 1,000 times through messages, talked to her in chats and stuff, but being able to actually stand there and hug her was like, there's not words for it. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I missed Nancy Grace by like 10 minutes. I was kind of upset about that.
Kind of.
Crime Con.
It's gonna be a lot of good people there.
But hold on, wait, if y'all aren't going, why would I want to go?
I'm
You
going to
get
try to go.
You get to meet a lot of YouTube people, and like Nancy Grace and what's the guy that's he talked a lot in the different cases. Damn it, he's a forensic guy. Y'all know who Joseph Scott Morgan.
Yeah, I got to meet him.
People like that'll be there. Last year it was Ethan Chapin. His mom was there and spoke. And so there's a lot of times there's like victims' families that victims of cases that YouTube has talked about, like their families will be there.
Yeah, like the mic that she got up and stood and talked on was like 2 seats up from where we were sitting. And she was sitting there, and I was telling my husband, I was like, I recognize her. I think I know that. Oh my goodness, I believe that's Ethan's mom. And like Dylan, his mom was there, so it was Dylan Rounds.
Yeah.
It was really nice to be able to actually lay eyes on people that, we message and we talk to, and I make flyers, so
Yeah,
you know.
and talk about these cases and
Mhm.
in a crazy kind of way, you feel like you know them to a certain personal level
Yep.
because you've talked about these these cases so much.
Yeah,
They
I'm looking
become
at the
almost like
stuff
family.
right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Nashville's home, so I hate it here. I'll be honest. Florida is not my home. And when I moved down here, both my boys were here, and well, my youngest son came with me when we moved down here. Now they've all moved back home, and I'm just like, I want to go home. Like the
Yeah.
the ocean's wonderful, but I miss my mountains and clay dirt.
Oh crud! Who's the girl? I just looked her up too. Oh, what was her name? Oh, I'm surprised she's not there. It's Kendall Ray. Kendall Ray. I'm surprised she's not part of this.
Hasn't she been to some of them before?
Yeah, maybe this is the first time I've ever heard of it.
I'm not sure. I know she's in Colorado, so that's kind of a stretch for her, but she might be there. I don't know.
What about Annie Elise? Is she going to be there?
I haven't seen anything. When they start like accepting applications, I know we were talking earlier about having Twitter issues, so watch your Twitter feed, especially follow CrimeCon, because once they start releasing the poster that they put, the little the picture that they put on Twitter, that picture will also be at their booth. So that's how you know that whenever the podcasters have been accepted, that to be on Podcast Row.
Okay. All right. So they're saying in chat that JC did say that Annie Elise would be there.
Okay. I haven't watched her in a while.
I hadn't either.
So you can see here. Man, I was supposed to do Anime Matsuri this year. I'm not gonna do it. But anyway, no.
Okay, so KK said, I think she said that Kendall will be there too. Okay.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Well, look at this creator inquiry form. It's like, which events are you inquiring about? CrimeCon or other? I want both.
Oh, Lord.
First name,
Infamous,
the. Last name, expert. Email,
infamous truth teller.
theexpert@email.com.
Infamous truth teller wants to know if Duty Ron is going to be there.
Ooh, I don't
I don't
know.
know. Or a police off the cuff. They would be two good ones to be there, honestly.
Let's see here. So guessing creators, it's all. Where was I? Duty Ron, I do not see him. I see. I don't know any of these people. Who is Maya Kowalski? Because like its name sounds familiar, but it's not some. I don't recognize the face. Jack Rolski? I mean, he's Kowalski. Oh, Jack Kowalski.
If my mind serves me correctly, that's Maya from the big case that just came out of South Florida, isn't it?
I believe so. I think that was her, because that was a case I didn't follow, but I remember it went to trial. And it was, what was the name of the hospital? Was it John Hopkins
Yeah, they sued
Oh,
the
that
parents of
one?
that
Hospital?
hospital.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Everybody's been talking about that except for me. Chris Hansen. Oh my gosh, I did not recognize him. Like this is
Infamous truth
this is a
teller.
weird picture of Chris Hansen. Oh my gosh, it'd be so cool to like get a friend and like set him up so like Chris Hansen comes walking by and say, "I need to have a seat over there."
That would be priceless.
Oh, it'd be so awesome. I would video and be like, "Oh, dude," and then I'd put it on YouTube, and my friend wouldn't be my friend anymore. Danielle Holland, Once Upon a Crime, Crime Salad. That's a cool name. Generation Y. These are CrimeCon creators.
Yeah, there's probably no telling how many creators are going to be there.
The story's out in the parking lot. You just need to like sit outside with a camera and video it.
Just live stream everybody going in.
Just be like, ah, look who's going in here now.
Like a red carpet.
Yes.
You stand out there and
Yeah.
interview them.
So that was my idea with Anime Matsuri. I talked to Nick Ricada. I don't know if you guys know him. He's big into it, and he was like, "Oh my gosh!" It's because a friend of mine, Jessica Reloaded. We were talking to him, and our idea was that we want to sit outside with a folding table and stream and be like, we're the unstreamers, you know, or the uninvited or whatever. And he thought it was hilarious. He's like, dude, he's like, I don't think the organizers would love that. It's like, I'd get you in touch with them too, man. This thing would be hilarious. It'd be the coolest thing going. I'm like, yeah, man, I don't want to go to Houston.
Oh, God.
Like, I don't want to go and sit out there and do all this stuff, man.
Houston is
Cool.
just horrible.
Yeah, oh, crime-wise, man, Houston went.
Yeah, it's just.
Is it
horrible.
number 2? I don't even know the crime rates anymore. They're all fake anyway. So
Yeah, it's just bad everywhere, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Nashville underreports their crime. They always have. This dude that went missing. If I were to put, my gut feeling is he wanted to buy some drugs. Probably went towards where the homeless camps are, and ended up in the river.
He was, hey, Miss Amir, he was there with his frat brothers, and they had already been to 2 other bars before he went to Luke's 32. And while he was in there, he got kicked out, and he was already intoxicated. And so whenever he left by himself. None of his friends went with him, and he went the opposite direction of his hotel. Like, the hotel was down Broadway, a few blocks down that way, and then he was to turn off on another little street. Well, instead he went the opposite direction, and it's almost like he got lost. And he was very, very intoxicated on a lot of those street cams that Ellie had released, except for
and
the one where
expert,
he saw the cop and he was kind of straightened up at that point.
if you put your mind in Nashville, you're coming down Broadway, and the number streets, first, second, and third, run north to south, and then
Yeah.
Broadway and the other named streets run east to west. So he came out of Luke's on Broadway. He went down 3rd Avenue. Well, you know what's at the foot of 3rd Avenue. When you go down 3rd Avenue, you come around the corner. Right there is where it turns into First. First curves up. You either go right,
Yeah.
go over the Woodland Street Bridge, or you go down, you go in, it turns into Gay Street. And that's where you go under the Woodland Street Bridge, you go under the James Robertson Bridge. And it gets pitch black down there at night. Once you come out of the city lights, you're in the armpit of Nashville.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's where he was headed towards it. I just saw that one video clip. I was like, oh, wait a second, I know where that is. There used to be a homeless camp over there.
There's a
Big
bunch
one.
of them.
And it got flooded out. And then I understand it's back now.
Yeah, because at first a lot of people thought, well, maybe, and I could kind of see where they were going with that. Maybe he had gotten robbed by, some of the people in the homeless camp. And then, some people, and I always thought he was so drunk that maybe he got down too close to the water and he fell in and couldn't get out. And they're saying that that's what happened, was that it's just accidental, but they're still waiting for like the full autopsy report and the tox report to come in, because as of right now, they're saying that there is no foul play related trauma that they have seen on his body. So it seems like he just got down too close to the water.
But can you get that close to the water there?
It drops off. Think about it. The way
it's like
that it
a
is.
cliff.
Yeah,
it drops off.
It's a big cliff. So,
and you're not walking off that sidewalk. Like you said, it's dark.
Mm-hmm.
I think he just got turned around there. So they were staying at the Tempo by Hilton, and that was the hotel they were staying in. And the family friend that was speaking for the family to the media said that it could have been a possibility where he was typing in his the name of the hotel. Well, there's another company down past where he went missing that it's called Tempo. And so they were wondering maybe he put that in his phone, but didn't finish out for the hotel to give him directions to the hotel. And it was taking him towards the other, towards the company down the way that he was walking, and he ended up in the river.
Look, I know Nashville's changed a lot, but if it's where I'm imagining, there's you're gonna look up from your phone for a second and go, oh, I don't belong here.
Well, he was there's a video of him walking down the street, and he was very intoxicated to the point that when he's walking, his head is way ahead of his feet. He was not hunched over, but just walking at an angle. That's how.
Did they find any ID on him or anything?
I think didn't they say, does anybody in chat know he did have his wallet, he had his phone, he had the same shirt on that we saw in the cameras. He had an Apple Watch. It was still on. The only thing that some TikTokers that was there helping look, they found his bank card on the bank of the river right where he went missing. And so they don't know maybe if it was in his pocket of his shirt and it fell out or how it got there, but they did find that.
I don't know, man. I don't think it's an innocent thing. I just don't.
A lot of people think that it has something to do with, maybe some of the people in the homeless camp. So I'm just gonna wait for the the full autopsy report to come out and see if there's any
I know. I mean,
internal...
here I am. I'm breaking my own rule. Not talking facts, right? I know that if it were a friend of mine and it was out there, I'd be like, dude, what the hell are you doing down there? And I'd be like,
and see, whenever he got kicked out, though, one of the guys that was in the group that went in there with him, because they came from upstairs at Luke's 32. And the friend came down with him, and they put him out the front door on Broadway. And the other friend didn't leave with him. Like, none of the friends left with him. The friend that walked downstairs went back upstairs with the rest of the group. And so he left the bar on his own, very, very intoxicated. And they followed the cameras as much as they could of him, walking down the street. And he did encounter an officer that was on Gay Street, I believe it was, that was there. Hey, BC, that had been called for vehicle burglaries because there was a red truck there that had gotten the back glass smashed out in it. And on the body cam, like, you can see him coming up and you can hear him. He had boots on, and a lot of people who wear boots, they drag their feet, but like, you could hear him stepping like really hard in these boots on the concrete. And the officer says hi to him. He says hi back to the officer. And then, like, with just no time after that, he was gone. And that's the area where he went missing from. And the officer was still in that area for, like, I think they said like 45 minutes total. So he would have been there when he, went missing in that area. So I don't know if maybe he walked down to the water to throw up, to use the bathroom, and just stumbled and fell in, because the rocks and stuff like that, you know how they are on rivers. They're very unpredictable. You can step on one and they can roll. You can fall and trip, anything, and go in the water. And once you're in the water and you're drunk, like, it's very hard to get out of the water, especially if there's a strong current.
And there's also a treatment plant right around there. Hey,
Yeah,
just remember, that's where you get all your drinking water in Nashville, right out of that river.
Yeah. So they found him, is it 8.3 or 8.4 miles down the river. And there was, I'm assuming it was a barge that the guy was on. And he was removing something from the water. And that's when he found Riley in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And called law enforcement. So
It's
I'm
crazy.
Because he was missing exactly 2 weeks. He went missing on the 8th, and they found him this past Friday.
I've totally forgotten about this. But see, I can't type it and talk at the same time. I'm like, I'm gonna type this in and do a search so I can look at it later. Yeah, Riley Strain. Yeah, that dude.
And he was like 6 foot. Well, I heard one time it was said 6'5", all the way up to like 6'9". But I believe his family said it was like 6'6".
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they had confirmed that he was. So he was very tall, very skinny, just tall and lanky. On top of having boots on top of being intoxicated, down by the river. So it was just a very dangerous situation. Hey, Words, how are you? He could have slipped and fell in. And I'm pretty sure once they get the autopsy, the complete report back, it'll say, if he had any type of internal injuries or anything like that.
Hey, did you hear that in Tennessee also, like a couple weeks ago, a police officer went to a house for disturbance. I don't remember what county it's in. It's like Middle West Tennessee, I want to say, around there. Was coming back, arrested a woman. Went to this house for domestic. Arrested the woman. Driving back, goes through a part of the county that they don't get radio service in. Ended up upside down in a lake. And I don't remember now if I think maybe he got out, but she didn't. Or she got out, but he was found, trying to get her or something. I don't know.
I don't think
No.
either one of them made it out.
Oh, you do know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
He
I've
was a
never
rookie.
heard of it.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, he was a rookie.
He was texting his wife, and they think that the text that he sent her meant to say, "I'm in the water," or headed in the water. Yep.
Okay, so Max said they both died, and then Max also said it was new cop first arrest.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Word said they thought that he was on the phone driving. Wow.
Mhm. Yeah, it's sad. It was it was sad.
Yeah. Yeah, I had never heard of that case.
Yeah, that's great. And also, right down there, did you hear about the YouTuber whose plane crashed in December?
Mm-mm.
No.
Oh God, what was her name? Fly Girl, 865 Fly Girl. That's the Knoxville area code. And she flew out of she flew out of the airport that Cocaine Bear happened at. So if you're familiar with the movie Cocaine Bear, that's actually based on a true story. But yeah, flew out of there, and then I was taking her plane down somewhere to be serviced, and had her dad with her, and lost it in Giles County, Pulaski, Tennessee. Nosedive, like from
Oh
I
wow.
forget how many feet. Put like a crater into the ground, and supposedly, I know a person that knew her pretty well, and she always had like GoPros set up in her plane, and supposedly the GoPros survived. It's like,
Oh no.
oh, geez, that's the
How sad.
yeah. I mean, what do you do, man? That's just the whole thing was tragic. But yeah, it was right down, not far from where that cop was. Yeah, Tennessee's weird, man. I don't know why people are moving here.
I heard about the YouTuber that he jumped out of the plane and let it crash. I think that was out
Oh
of
yeah.
California.
I
That
heard
was
that.
crazy. I saw
heard
that
that
like
one too.
right after it happened.
And didn't he get arrested for that because he done
Yeah.
it on purpose? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The was it FAA?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came in after him and
We
he
were
took his
watching.
license and everything. And it's like, you could have hit somebody with your plane.
Yeah, it crashed into a house, into the road, or anything like that.
Yeah, he's like, oh no, I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. It's like, yeah, your plane could have caught fire when it hit the ground. Then we'd have had a forest fire to deal with. How do you know that somebody wouldn't have been down there?
Right.
Someone could have just been there. People that are out hiking don't think of planes crashing on them. They're not looking up.
Well, I mean, and the plane doesn't go down right then. It kind of keeps going, before it finally just loses control and then it goes down. So it could have very easily hit a house. Anything like that.
Oh yeah, it was
just
so
crazy.
reckless. And here's the thing that got me was that someone figured out that he had done. Have you seen those like wallet ads creators do before thing? It's like the indestructible wallet. It's two pieces of metal held together with elastic.
I think I know what you're talking about.
It's some wallet deal.
Yeah.
And it's like they pay you based off of how many views you get. And it wasn't even like how many sales you are coming from your channel, but like how many views you get in the first 30 days of becoming a person. And someone came up with the theory that he had just gotten that gig, and then he did this to get a viral video.
Oh no.
And then everything, after I saw that theory, I was like, well, that's interesting. I'm going to remember that because that sounds crazy. But, if you take out everything else, whatever's crazy becomes reality. And I just remembered that. And from that, it started crumbling. And then, I started seeing other people saying, well, he made money off this. And they started figuring out how much money he would have made from views. Mm-hmm. And it was astronomical. It was like, I don't know, something ridiculous amount. And, but he doesn't get it because he committed a crime to get it.
Yeah. A very dangerous one at that. Okay. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what are y'all going to do to become viral?
I'm just going. I don't even need to be viral.
Nope, just me.
I'm content right here with my people.
Y'all are the greatest. I need to leave you guys alone. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm gonna be getting out of here in about 10 minutes anyway. It's already
I,
4 o'clock where I'm at.
oh, it's 5.
It
Good.
is
I gotta go to
5
church in the
where
morning.
I am.
Oh, so
Mhm.
y'all are both an hour ahead of me then.
Yeah.
I'm in Orlando.
Yep. I am in Louisiana. God help me.
I'm in the state of confusion.
I think we should all stay there. It's part of just being in this community.
That is true. Yeah. Oh, King Scarlet, it's 2 a.m. where she's at.
Yeah,
She's
just
just,
like,
she's rubbing it in.
she's gonna go party.
Yeah.
They have so much fun out west, man. They got it all made. But I don't understand the people that do like I first noticed this with Australians. They will stream based on Eastern time zone. I'm like, you guys are idiots. You need to stream on your time zone. Man, if I lived in California, dude, that would be 9 p.m. my time. You
Yeah.
know? I mean, I think about it, you have a whole different audience. Yeah, your audience, you come on like 11:45 my time.
Yep. This is always 10:45 to 10:50 Central Time whenever I go live. But I usually have like there's some people like I have people from like the UK in here. I've had South Africa in here. Uh, a lot of people from Australia, one New Zealand. Um, some I have. I know I have one person from Alaska that comes here, maybe two. So I have a lot of people, from like all over that come in and hang out with us.
It amazed me. Like I can remember the people from places that like I've not been to, Australia, New Zealand, um, wherever the Broken Baker's from, Denmark. That was something. Like any like location like that, Alaska, like you said, that's and a couple people from Alaska. I remember them, see them, boom. It's like because I'm always amazed. I'm like, how did you find this? England, same way. But then when you go to your demographics, and I'm looking there, like the number one country outside of the United States that I get viewers from is Canada. I'm like, I don't know any Canadians right now. I was like, wait a second, maybe I do. But then I'm not really sure. It's like 5%. I mean, it's like 90% is American. And it's like 2% or something like that for me is like Great Britain. And I know, I don't know if I know anybody right now, any of their names. It's just weird to me, the whole thing.
Yeah, I know for a long time, Australia was like my second place on the list. U.S., Australia, and I believe UK was next on there.
I'm amazed at how many UK channels there are covering America true crime.
Probably a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When Summer Wells, like, oh my gosh, dude,
Yeah,
it
there
was
was.
unbelievable how many were over there. I
Yeah.
watched a video of a guy walking through, I don't know, a wheat field or something over there, talking all this, like, he's like, here's what happened, and he's telling the whole thing. I'm like, dude, I've been up there to there. I've been up on the mountain, man. I was like, this guy's got 1,700 people watching him right now. It's like, I've got 7 people total have watched the video.
Yeah, there was who is that lady that's over there?
Michelle.
Yeah, Michelle After Dark, but there's another one. What is her name? Oh crap, I can't. She's been in here a few times. I can't think of her name now. But I know she did a lot of Summerwell stuff. And I think she's done no, not Grizzly. Um, I think Grizzly's from the Netherlands, I believe. Or that's where she lives at now. But what is that woman's name? I'll think of it in a minute. But she did a lot of Summer Wells, and I believe she did a lot of Idaho 4. King Scarlet, have a good night.
King Scarlet.
Yeah, she says she has a productive day tomorrow.
Well, okay, then what we gotta do is we want to hear all about that. So, King Scarlet, you gotta come back and you gotta say exactly what you did that was productive and really rub our noses in it because I'm not gonna have a productive day.
I'm sleeping all day, so my day will be very productive.
And you go to church.
I wish I could remember. I hate that whenever I'm trying to think of something and then I can't. Now I gotta go to YouTube and find her.
Dude, have you seen me? Like, I can't remember my name half the time.
Oh, I am very bad about forgetting stuff. That's why I have to write. That's where the post-it notes come in at. That's why they're all over my computer. I have to write.
I wear sunglasses in a dark room. It's so hard for me to write.
You're a mess.
Oh,
I'm always like, will somebody write that down for me? And nobody ever does. I was like, that's all I need. If somebody wrote stuff down for me, you'd be my best friend.
I have to write everything. I had to write down the other day one of my subs. Her birthday is on Easter, and so I had to write it down on a post-it note and put it on my computer so I wouldn't forget it. What's that lady's name? Y'all will know who I'm talking about if I can ever find her name.
Now you got me over here wondering. I don't even know who you're talking about.
You'll know her.
Where's she from? Kansas?
No, she's from the UK.
Agatha Christie.
I'm going through my list of the channels I'm subbed up to, trying to find it.
Judi Dench. Elizabeth Hurley.
I don't know.
They're all from the UK. The Spice Girls.
No, it ain't none of them.
Lord.
It's not the Spice Girls?
No. Oh, she did a lot
Madonna.
of
She's British now.
No, it ain't her either.
What did happen to her butt?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Did
I
you
don't look
see
at her
that?
puppets.
You don't know about Madonna's butt?
No. I knew that one of her dancers was pulling her in a chair and like threw her out of the chair on stage not long ago.
You have got to look up Madonna's butt. She has gotten a Brazilian butt lift. Butt implants. She's got the butt implants. She can bounce on that thing, man. It is crazy. And then her face, yeah, Callie Dime. Yeah, her face. Oh my gosh. She looks like I don't even know how you describe it.
Oh my God. I know I am subbed to this lady. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I know people in the chat know who I'm talking about.
Judi Dench.
Not her. I don't even know who that is. Oh, I can't even think of this lady's first name. Oh my God. And I know that I'm subbed up to her.
Hey, is the that princess chick? I heard she has cancer.
Yeah, that they came out and said that she'd been diagnosed with cancer, and then she does a video. But some people are saying that they don't think that it's her in the video. I don't know if it is or not, if it's true she has it. I don't know why they would come out and say she does if she doesn't. But I know there's been like a whole big thing over there, that nobody has seen her since she had surgery. And all that. And everybody was, like wanting to know what happened to her. It's not Black Widow channel. Crime Stories Obsessed.
Oh, Emma.
Yes,
oh, no, I feel so
her.
bad. Oh my gosh, I
Yes.
modded for her. Now I feel it's 5 o'clock in the morning. My brain doesn't start working.
That's my excuse. Only it's just 4 here. But yes, Emma. I cannot think of her name for nothing. But yes, Crime Stories Obsessed.
She works a lot of hours, so she's backed away from YouTube.
Yeah, isn't she like a paramedic or something over there?
Yeah.
Something like that. I have not seen Madonna though in like forever. I just saw the clip of the guy dragging her and slung her out of her chair on stage.
Go look at Madonna's butt before you go to bed.
Oh,
Now I'm
I
gonna
need to
be
go
in a
to
rabbit
sleep
hole.
though. Yeah, because see, I need to go to sleep. I don't need that image in my head.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Like
Everybody wants to lose 5 pounds. Go look at Madonna's butt.
No. Can I just do it tomorrow?
It is tomorrow. Will be like a whole nother 24 hours from now. Hey, let me ask you. Wait a second. This is a serious question. Is it tomorrow yet for you, or is it still today?
Well, it's still today.
It's not tomorrow until I go to sleep.
Exactly.
Okay,
Once I go to sleep and then I wake up, then it's tomorrow.
Yeah, right? That's right. That's right.
Yeah, even though it's 4:12 a.m. and it's March the 24th now, it's still today.
It's too early to be yesterday.
Do you guys? I love this. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for finally coming up over here.
Well, I would do it if I was invited.
Really? Did he just go there? How many times have we invited you over here?
I don't know. You're very intimidating.
Why?
Because I'm a goofball and an idiot.
There's nothing to be intimidated about over here, though. For real.
Well, I don't
You
know.
have panels of redheads. I don't want to hear that. Intimidating.
I do have a lot of redheads.
I mean, we're just like normal people over here who talk about true crime and food every now and then, and we just like to hang out. It's nothing intimidating over here.
I don't know. It might all be intimidating. Well, you're intelligent. I mean, that's something that I lack.
I don't know if I'd go that far now. I just tell it how I see it.
No.
I tell it how I see it, and Madam Mom, have a good night.
Callie Dime's breaking my heart.
It's tomorrow. Yes, Queen of Hearts we do. We talk about Red Bull and coconut water a lot. Coconut water, though, is disgusting. Ugh.
Coconut water, you said, is disgusting?
Disgusting.
Okay, so there's a... Amazon has a show with Jean-Claude Van Damme. And it's like he's playing himself. I don't know, it's weird. And it's called Jean-Claude Van Johnson. And the first episode, he's laying in bed, and I don't know what's going on. I don't pay attention to details. But there's like this real hot chicks with him, right? And she gets up, and she's like, it's morning. She's like, I'm going to go take a shower. And she comes back, she's like, your water's like sticky. And he says, coconut water. The whole house has coconut water. And I think it's the funniest line I've ever heard in my life. I love it. It's like everything's pumped in. It's coconut water.
Yeah, it's just, I don't like it. It's just, ugh.
Who thinks it's a good idea? Coconut milk is a thing, right? But coconut water?
It's ugh. Nasty. Like, I like the taste of coconut, but the coconut water is just, ugh.
No, I don't like the smell. Don't like the taste. Pina colada. Oh, so bad. It's like drinking Copper Tone. Oh.
I don't drink, but if I did, it would be
I'm telling you
something
what,
like
Pina colada,
rum or
Copper Tone.
Copper Tone.
You
Isn't that like a sunscreen?
Yeah.
How do you know what that tastes like?
Come on, you know me. What do you think?
Oh God.
Scarlett,
It
it
gets
has
hot.
been an honor to be up here
It gets
and
hot at the
to
beach.
be with our rock star, the expert.
But I don't know about that one.
Okay,
I'm the one who's around.
We have a beautiful
famous
community, and
and,
thank
like,
you guys
awesome.
for all letting me come up and be a part of your community tonight. And
Are you trying to
I
leave?
hope everybody was all right
Are
with
you
my
leaving?
country accent. Yes, it's 5:15 in the morning. I gotta go to bed.
Girl, there ain't nothing wrong with your country accent. Okay,
I'm leaving
Like,
first.
But thank you, much love,
Love
and
ya.
positive
Oh.
vibes.
For sure. See, he done dipped. Like,
He
He
done
wanted to
yeeted
be.
himself.
He did. But thank you both for coming up. Seriously,
Oh,
anytime y'all want to
absolutely.
come up, y'all are more than welcome to.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to your beautiful community and your awesome mods and everybody. And I hope you all have a beautiful night and a beautiful rest of your morning.
Well, thank you, and I hope you do the same.
All right. Bye.
All right, have a good night. And the expert, thank you so much for coming up as well. Finally. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here as well. It's almost 4:30. It has been fun. It was a blast tonight. Um, More than likely, I will not be live Sunday night. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. I just got to see what's going on, but more than likely, I won't be. Um, but if I decide to, that I'll let y'all know. So I love you all, and thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with us. It's like I said, it's been a blast tonight. Thank you to everybody who came up on panel. Yeah, Meta Mom, he just like dipped on us. All right, expert. I hope you have a good night. And if you're live tomorrow, I'll try to drop in your live for a little while. But I love you all. Hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all later.